I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing.
You see, their morals, their code, it's a bad joke. Dropped at the first sign of trouble. They're only as good as the world allows them to be. I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other.
49 hours declaring a riot.
Cruiser 5 to 50 be advised, County Police 1 advised they're trying to breach and get to the Capitol.
Publicists, when you talk to your publicists, you know the first thing they tell you? What? Stay away from religion, stay away from politics.
Okay.
You know why?
Why?
No matter what the you say, somebody passionately disagrees with you.
Absolutely.
No matter what religion, you believe in Allah, then you're saying that's not the right way. You believe in every Christianity, that's not it, because they're choosing something different. Your political party, the Democrat, Republican, the disagreement completely.
Yep.
So I stay away from it. When I get pulled into politics, I go,
Yeah.
and I have nothing to say. I'm
That's
just
the
looking.
same way we are. We don't no politics, none of
I'll
this.
with that. Like, I don't stay there because I'm still entertainment. If it's not music, then it's film and television, but it's still entertainment. So why would you turn someone off by saying that?
Right.
I want everybody to enjoy what I'm doing.
Right.
Not just a selective few amount of people. I focus on diversity because it's needed.
Right.
The boxing scholar is a lover, not a fighter, but he's also a fighter, so don't get any ideas. If he pats you on the back, you'll put it in your resume. His enemy. Have him listed as an emergency contact. The scholar has an inside joke with complete strangers. If he punched you in the face, you'd have to fight the urge not to thank him. Sharks have a week dedicated to him. He's the only man alive to is parallel park. A train is count to infinity twice. In Genesis, when God said, "Let there be light," the scholars said, "Say pretty please." He is the genius of all genius and master of all masters.
And that's the trick to life. You have to be wise enough to know when you were living in your dream. And you have to be humble enough to accept when you're in someone else's.
Yo, the Boxing Scholars on.
Ice water bath for half an hour. Then into the fridge until the internal temperature.
Yo, you on the screen, Jay. I don't know if you knew that.
Well, that's fine.
Don't get hot mic, sister. Don't get hot mic. So,
Hey. Oh, shoot.
hey, you know, if there's a theme to take away from today's show, it's you can't make plans with Negroes, you know, and if you do, you got to adjust for a day late or hour late. But shout out to these two sisters. I've been trying to get them the link for a long time. They're very smart, and I'm interested to hear y'all's take on this situation.
Okay.
So, for context, let's assume everybody's under a rock and haven't heard the story, right? For context, this girl that I've been looking at her Instagram, and she's beautiful. I can't believe that she would struggle to find anybody. Like, you know how we talk about slim pickings in the Black community?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she would struggle to find a black man. I was today's years old when I learned what a divester is. Can you know what a divester is?
Yes, that was big.
Okay,
See,
can you explain? Can you
you're not
explain
from
to the
my
people
space.
what is a divester? Like, what's with all these goddamn words?
A divester is I'm going to use just the term woman. Basically, a woman who has decided that she no longer wants to date within her racial group, and she's going to date anybody but. Oftentimes, the divestors also will say they divest from the community as a whole. So, like, they don't deal with. Let's say if it's a divested black woman, she don't deal with black men at all. She don't want no parts of them. She's only going to deal with other race men.
So it's basically F y'all niggas, I'm out of here. It's a George Bush.
Pretty much, yeah.
So a lot of people were claiming that she was a divester. I don't know what proof they have of this. I guess maybe the tweets that they're trying to like attach to her, but there's no concrete proof that she is that. And like I said, I've been looking at her Instagram videos, and I'm not gonna lie, I felt a little bit uncomfortable doing that because I felt like it was kind of invasive in that she has passed. I was like literally having some what do you call it? Internal like harm about that. Like, should I
Struggle.
be doing it? Yeah, like, should I be doing this? Like, it's equivalent to somebody passing away and you going through their diary, essentially. It's their digital diary, but like they put it to the public, but still, I don't know. I felt a little uneasy about it.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I don't think I've ever gone through anybody's social media per se that passed away that I didn't know, if that makes sense. Like a family member or a friend or something. A stranger, no, I really haven't done that. But I could see why you would for the content.
Exactly. I wasn't too good about that. But everybody on the panel is pretty caught up to date on this subject, right?
Right. I am.
Sister J, you in the loop?
I am for the most part, for sure. Definitely.
Okay, to the people that's not, let me give y'all context, which, like I say, everybody pretty much probably know this story by now. But if you don't, here we go.
Mystery, the death of an American lifestyle influencer, Ashley Robinson, better known online as Ashley Janae. Now, she had been on what seemed to be a dream vacation to Zanzibar, celebrating her birthday and saying yes when her boyfriend popped the question. But within a few days, she was dead. CBS Weekend News anchor Jerika Duncan spoke with her family.
Ashley Robinson was on the vacation of a lifetime. She was in Zanzibar, which is off the coast of Tanzania. She was there celebrating her 31st birthday. Her boyfriend of about a year and a half, Joe McCann, proposed to her on the trip, but last week something went terribly wrong. Police say Robinson was found unconscious in her villa and was rushed to the hospital where she later died. Now, her parents tell me they received a call from McCann, the boyfriend, acknowledging that something had happened. But they say it was the resort where Robinson was staying that notified the family of their daughter's death.
Do you believe that Joe McCann had something to do with your daughter's death?
It's under investigation, and we don't know what went on.
It's under investigation, and like we said, we just want transparency.
Today, investigators in Tanzania held a news conference where they said they are questioning McCann and they are holding his passport until the autopsy results are complete.
Who won first shot at that? How y'all feel about that? Y'all think justice will be served? How do you feel about the topic in general? Shit, and it's open. It's open because my take might be a little bit controversial, so I'll go last.
Okay, I'll start it off. First of all, peace and love to you, Candy. How are you, sis?
Good. How are you?
I'm so well. Thank you for asking. I want to just say, I think, Skylar, you kind of like slightly touched on this. Like, it's different when, real lives have been impacted. And I want to handle this conversation with understanding and grace, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because she was a real person who lived and loved and imprinted on people and had impact. So I just want to preface this with, real genuine, just consideration, right? I think with that being said, I am a little disappointed, but not surprised at just how people have been so quick to go towards this whole debate of interracial dating and, like you said, decentering and, you know, whatever the case with this white man and whatever, when we have people who, quite frankly, could be getting away with something very serious, very heinous. And we're just like, so quick to jump to something that is scandalous, salacious, and just like a quick pick to be like, oh, this is exactly what we're talking about when we're talking about white. Like, before we get into all of that, let's just take a moment and understand that this woman has lost a child, and we need to really be mindful of how we're handling things, especially in media. I consider myself new media, right? And the responsibility that comes with that. I don't know if you guys caught one of the videos I did about the mom. I just feel like, you know, Black mothers historically have had to have so much, you know, grace and understanding and have so much restraint when they literally are victims. Right. I don't know if you saw the video of the mom, and she's like, I just don't, like, we just saw it. I just don't know. I don't want to say that, but it's just something. A part of that is goes into respectability politics. And if she would have got on here and been like, yeah, that man, I don't give a fuck, I don't like that man, blah, 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 like, she had every right to do that. But because we know that homicide or, you know, injustices that happen to Black women often go, you know, uninvestigated, we don't really care that much. I just think it's kind of irresponsible to talk about it in a negative way when it's so early and so open. And I think that's a part of the reason why the mom came up so poised with so much restraint when she really could have been collapsing. Because it's one thing to deal with grief, but then there's something to deal with grief when we're talking about the loss of a child. And we've seen mothers time and time again have to present in a certain way in order for their claims to be taken seriously. And so with that, you know, that's kind of just how I want to open this up some.
That's a very good point. I think because these stories hit social media, people often forget that that was a life and not a talking point. And yeah, you know, it's tough because, like I said, I looked over the material, like all of the things that I saw that was coming out about it. And for me, like I think there are some people out there who hope that he doesn't, if he did it, that he doesn't face justice for it. I think there's a group of people that are currently out there hoping that justice isn't served, so that a finger could be waved and it's like, ha, see, told you, nanner nanner boo boo, you shouldn't have done that in the first place. The white man doesn't care for you. And I think that's kind of like, I get it. I get the fact that when you leave a racial group for dating, especially amongst the Black people, we have a big problem with that overall, for the most part. And especially if you say disparaging words against said group once you've left. I mean, it's one thing to have your preference and you just going about your day. Like, if you like short men or you like tall men, you don't have to talk about short men and disparage them if you're dating tall men only, if that makes sense. But I noticed that a lot of people, a lot of people who end up dating interracially, for some reason just can't keep their race out of them, the race they're leaving behind out of their mouths. That's kind of how she was presented, and I was disappointed by that because I felt like, why though? Because what I saw of what she said wasn't, I hate Black men. It wasn't Black male bashing. Like some of the previous interracial cases where somebody was killed that went like viral. Dark bees bring dark days. I'd rather F a dog than a Black woman. Like these were the direct things that were said by the men when they were dating interracially. What this girl said, from what I saw, now I didn't see any evidence, and I know that the channel that I was viewing it on was like asking, send me the tweet, send me what she said. If she said these things, I want to see them. Where's the evidence? The evidence that ended up being presented was that she said she had a preference for white men, that she wanted mixed babies, and I think something else about like her mother she knew when she was like 13 she was going to end up marrying or dating a white man. My issue is this: if we say being pro-black is not anti-white, then why would her being pro dating a white person not be considered not anti-black? If that makes sense. I could see if she
Well,
was saying disparaging things, but I didn't actually see that from her.
the reason why I don't disagree, well, I disagree with that, Candy, is because when people say that they're being pro-black in America, it's always looked at as like, vitriol, but it's needed, right? Because our hair is offensive to people. We're taught not to love ourselves. Like Michael Mann said, who taught you to hate yourself? Like that. There's a history book on who taught us to hate ourselves. When white people try to like be patriotic or prideful, it's normally to discriminate against other people. And we know that historically, like dating wise, like what they've done and targeted the black community. So I think it's different. I think it's different
Well,
whenever you say now you could date whoever you want to date, but they always put it in the face of people like, nanny boo boo. Hey, women, y'all should go get y'all white man. They so much better. When a black man fart, it's a fart. When a white man fart, it's a fart. You know what I mean? Like they do be like that white man.
but did she do that? That's my question. Did she
Well,
do that?
I don't know. I'm not comfortable because she, like I said, is fresh and she passed away. But I was just
You
speaking to that the nationalism that you was talking, or the like um anti-white pro-black talk.
so
That's what I was
I
speaking.
I agree with you when it's white people saying pro-white. I think when white people say pro-white, there is a level of hate in that, right? Like that comes with exclusion and all the racism things that you said, right? But when somebody is saying, I have a preference for this particular race, is it weird? Yes. Does that mean she hates her own race? Can I fully say that? Do we know that for sure? That's like, okay, so for instance, if you grew up in an area like, I'm from Chicago, right? So like the area I grew up in was Mexican and black, right? What if you grew up in the area that was Mexican and black and just happened to have a preference for Mexicans? Does that mean that I'm all of a sudden like, I don't know, it's weird to me. I feel like if you actually don't have evidence of her being anti-black, I think it's wrong to put the label on her. Because basically what you're saying is don't leave. If you go outside the community, stay your ass outside the community. The community excommunicates you and we no longer support you. And if that's how we're gonna go, then we need to keep that same energy everywhere.
No, no, and that's what, like I said, like even looking through her stuff, I like it was like a privacy thing, like a privacy dilemma that I was having. But
Mm.
I didn't see much enough to say that she was a divester, because I know how the internet is. They just run with stuff because nobody cares about the truth, when the lie is that much sweeter, you know what I mean? So it's about clicks and content for them, you know what I mean? Like, so I do, I don't have enough evidence to um, just put her in a category, pigeonhole her to the category of a divester. She's never said it. She never said it. And the only thing that I would say that might have kind of gave me the vibes of like maybe she might do look down. Like I said, she went traveling with him somewhere in one of
Hmm.
the videos. And she was watching the Super Bowl, and she was like, whenever you miss the Super Bowl and you're in Mexico, I think they were in Mexico, so your husband hacks the TV so that you could watch the Super Bowl. And I went to the comments, and then the dudes was like, it's not that easy to do it with an IP address. And she was like, the belittling talk, honey baby,
You mean not that hard?
TVs ain't got no IP address. And I was like, yeah, that kind of did give me those vibes. But listen, I
You
looked at
mean not that
somebody with
hard? I just want to
yeah,
give it correct. Not that
they said
hard,
it's
right?
not that hard.
Gotcha.
And somebody in the comment section put something that I was thinking about, what my brain go to, like, wait a minute, he know how to hack a TV? Well, shit, he probably done hacked all the cameras, footage, and everything, and wiped everything clean. If he did do something, that's how my brain worked. I don't know what everybody else was on.
Dang, that's a very good point. If he did do something, that's more of a concern than the fact that he could put that TV up or hook the TV up.
So do y'all think do either one of y'all think that he's actually what is y'all's opinion with the circumstantial evidence that y'all have? Y'all think he did it?
You want to go first?
You can go, Candy. That's fine.
Um, I'm leaning towards he did it, just based off of the actions of him trying to leave and get up out of there, and the family having to go retrieve her body themselves. Like, I did point out like before that there have so people were concerned over the fact that she's beautiful, she's gone to this like foreign land, she seems to be very happy. We don't just off ourselves in the midst of being happy like that. But I was able to point out there was another influencer who did that, and I don't know if anybody remembers her, but she was part of the Miss Jessie's. Miss Jessie's is a hair care line that was real popular around like the 2010, 11, 12 era when YouTube was blowing up with the natural hair community. We had a whole little natural hair like section of YouTube, and Miss Jessie's was popping at the time. It was two sisters, and the sister that killed herself out of nowhere was named Tati. Oops, I'm sorry, I didn't even know if I could say that. She deleted herself out of nowhere, Tati, and it was a shock to like the whole YouTube community at that time because it was like nobody expected it. All the pictures we saw of her and her sister, all the demos they were doing, she looked happy, she looked very good. There was no indication. So like I did use that as a reference to say it does happen, but in this case his actions afterwards are sketchy to me. And I feel like if this were your woman, why would you let the hotel call her parents? Why wouldn't you have made that call? And then I'm seeing like even some evidence, not evidence, but like somebody doing like insider reporting later talking about he was having an affair and something else. I don't know. But I'm leaning towards this man did it just because of how he's moving afterwards. If you cared about that lady and you weren't involved, why would you leave her?
Right? Like, I never want to be this person that says how a person should react because everybody reacts different to trauma. But when somebody just moving like in an unnatural way, it's like if because we can only see the world the way we see the world, right? If I had
Hmm.
a fight with my wife and then all of a sudden she passed, I would be devastated. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like like it's a certain level of coldness and apathy that lack of apathy I see in his photos. Like I mean, he just give me the creeps. I could be compromised. That dude, but that dude gives me the creeps in the photos. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I
No,
could be
you're not
compromised.
wrong about that. You're not wrong. Like, and maybe because we know this death sort of thing that happened, but he does not. He's not somebody that I would have looked at him and like, yep, go out with him. But I feel like she probably was chasing a certain lifestyle, and you said she was a beautiful woman, and she didn't seem like she was not going to have options. Maybe the options of her income requirement weren't being met by like black men, or I don't know. I don't know. Is he older than her? He looks a lot older too.
You know that you could never go by that because she could be 97. You know how we age.
Mm.
He could be 20. You know how that go.
I think she's 31. It was her birthday. She just turned
Yeah,
31.
she's 31.
Mm.
But I don't know how old he was. I'm assuming that he's old. He looks older, but like you say, we can never tell on that. But yeah, that's some great points you made, Candy. That's a great point. Another great point you made is this. Listen, we live in a society now where where we don't just we some people still do live in the Western age where you just try to whoop everything out of children. But
Hmm.
we try to be understanding about mental health and stuff. And we like that right there, I threw out right away when people like, she's so happy. Why would she do it on her birthday? Like, come on. Like, you never know what a person's private thoughts are. Like that's just
Absolutely
people
not.
could seem happy on the surface and be miserable underneath. So, no, we
You
can't
know,
go by
you
that.
know how many people like I know a couple that took a photo, beautiful photo, of them sitting together looking so happy, and you would never have guessed that they just got out of the car slap boxing 20 minutes before their photo was taken.
Damn,
So I'm just
that's
saying,
slap
like,
boxing.
slap boxing, and they're going at it like Ike and Tina. But I'm just saying, you don't know, you don't really know. I don't think she personally did it just based off of his movements. But I never followed this lady. I never even heard of her until this all went down.
Same, same. So there's another popular couple, and I know you know who I'm talking about. I don't know their names. I know definitely Jay know. They're really really fast. I think they have an OF now.
You said you
You
think they have a
familiar?
what?
They have an OF now. They're really really popular on YouTube. Like they're famous for being interracial. I don't know the names of them, but they have 1 million subs. So I'm assuming that
Are you
most of the
talking
people.
about the Brett and
I think
Rose?
that's it. I think that
Yes,
might be.
yes, yes, yes. And then like their Instagram
Oh
name is like
God,
King of Queens or something.
Yes.
they are. Oh man.
A mess.
Okay.
They've been a mess for
A
a while.
hot mess. A hot mess.
Yeah, I agree.
So
Mhm.
if I'm keeping it real, I'm outside of the tragedy, if we're just talking about solely the interracial dating aspect of it, I do be getting tired of that being pushed to the forefront. I'm gonna just be honest with you. It's like everywhere you go, you see it type stuff. Like you remember when Godfrey made these comments a while back, and everybody was giving him a whole bunch of flack, and he was like, "But you don't care about white women." They missed the point that he was trying to make. It's like everywhere, and it's like it's not reality. Like what are they trying to promote and push?
Some would
Because
say the erasure of black people to some extent. I mean, if you think about it, like even with the whole, like I've had people. Okay, I was ear hustling on somebody else's stream, and what they brought up was like this whole gender war and why the algorithm loves the gender war so much, and why it's so profitable, especially amongst our group, right? And one of the things they said is that they think there's some sort of by design, social design, where it's rewarding this bad behavior because it's helping to create a divide amongst the community. And the more that you have convinced people to hate each other, to not get along with each other, the less likely we are to pair up, to sink our resources, our money, and build communities. And I said, dang, I never even thought about it like that. What do y'all think of that concept?
oh well, the algorithm by design is designed to like it doesn't know it's intentionally pushing people apart. You give it a specific task, general AI, and it does that specific task. Like
No,
before they
I'm not.
came out with
I don't mean the algorithms doing it. I mean the powers that be that run the algorithm, the people that own YouTube, the elite, as they like to call them.
yeah, I mean, but I don't know. I don't know that it's it definitely is a design effort, but I don't think they're putting a whole lot of effort into it because at this point, I think black people on autopilot. The gender war conversation that I hear out of them that they can't afford to participate in, but always picking up they sword and shields, I think is proof enough. White people ain't got to do nothing no more. They on autopilot. Black people tearing each other down, saying
But
what a man need to be and what a woman need to be.
why doesn't the positive things go viral the same way the negative does though? That's the part that kills me about the algorithm. And I'm sorry to take the conversation away from her. I'm just saying, like, most of the time when something is going viral, it's because it's a tragedy or like watching a train wreck. How often do you see something positive hit the news cycle like that?
But that's always been the thing. Like it's something inside of people that just that dopamine rush from like something that's scintillating. You know what I mean? Like pass by a car wreck, everybody slow down and look, including myself. It's just whatever is in us. You know what I mean? They even make people who don't deserve to be stars, right? Like I don't know if you're familiar with the Saint and Sinner guy. That guy Kevin Samuels. It's a bunch of people that don't deserve. Forget monetization. They don't deserve definitely to be a celebrity. But I mean, shock value works. I mean, being polarizing work. Whether you do it on the plus side or the negative side. I mean, look at our president. But that's neither here nor there. I don't want to get no political talk. But yeah, it works.
Okay.
Sister J, you want to cook up? You want to cook up a topic?
Oh yeah, I was just allowing some space to talk. I'm in the chat. I'm seeing a couple of people say a few things. They're talking about the algorithm. Negativity is always pushed out. The algorithm is here to make you feel bad or sad. I feel like the algorithm is here to make us feel something, right? As long as we're plugged into the algorithm and we can be, influenced on how we feel, then we can be influenced on how we show up. We can be influenced on how we give it up and what we do or don't do. So and what I said was algorithm is here to control the masses in general. Again, this is why I feel like it's important for us, or for myself, I'll speak on as new media, to kind of be intentional with how we go about handling topics with, involving people who have suffered a gross injustice. And to kind of circle back to the question that was posed originally, I do think that this man has something to do with it. She's 31 on a vacation of a lifetime. Okay. This is not just, oh, bitch, we're going down to Miami. We in Miami. Like, we're in Tanzania, Zanzibar, which is an island off of Tanzania, right? So this is a very exclusive situation. And they've been together for a year and some change. He proposes. I don't know if you guys had a chance to see the ring, but apparently he has a net worth of, somewhere in the billions, is what I've seen. This is the data from that I collected. And, they are at it. Something happens where, the hotel staff overhears an argument to the point where they have to move into a different room. Now, I don't know if anybody's been mad on vacation or had a beef on vacation. I just so happen to be a person, unfortunately, that's an expert in it. Okay. Until recently. So I know what that's like. You feel me? So when the hotel staff come and say, you got to move into a different room, shit's pretty fucking bad. Okay. We up shit's creek when it comes to that. Right. She moves into a different room. And then
I think they moved him even further than that. They said like it was 10 minutes from where she originally was that they moved him to.
Oh, really? Oh, so it wasn't even in the same resort. Well, I mean, or if it's same resort but 10 minutes away, that's something to be said. Thank you, Candy. Mm-hmm. And when she's in the different room where things have been cooled off and I'll say de-escalated, then she decides to hang herself. I mean, like, let's be fucking for real. Now, I'm not saying that women, particularly Black women, die by way of suicide at, larger rates than other groups, but hanging herself. I mean, women in general typically don't die by suicide in that way. Most women think about the time frame that it takes to actually go all the way. You feel what I'm saying? It's going to be some pills. It's going to be some poison. It might even be a little pum, but it's never going to give, bitch. Give me the fucking rope and noose and I'm about to go. Like, that's just not realistic. Not from somebody who's a Black woman, as beautiful as she is, popping as she is, right?
And you know what?
31, and you decide to go by strangulation by way of a noose? Come on now. That don't even make sense.
You made a good point. I just thought about that. That's a disrespect to your ancestors. Like, if we just being all the way 100, if I'm gonna take myself out,
you serious right now?
It won't be with that method. That's like that's a war crime against your people to do it that way. Come on.
In Africa, on the continent of Africa, be so fucking for real.
Oh, yeah, doing this to me too.
The foot dragging and the ass dragging of releasing the information of the autopsy, right? We know that the parents went down to DC to kind of like put a little piece of pressure on the government to work with people over at Tanzania. I don't know if it's an embassy there or not, but someone close to was trying to get some more information. But sister, what's up? They haven't even released the body. Where we at with it? And I'm very curious to know what his real reach is, what his real pool is, because I hate to say this too, depending on where you at in Africa, depending on certain countries, people are blinded by the light,
money, greased hands,
and blinded by the money. So what's taking so long, right? I don't think that it takes 4 or 5 days to complete an autopsy. I could be wrong. I don't know. But considering, they still haven't released the body. So that way, because even with the autopsy in Tanzania, that's going to happen in Zanzibar. When she gets here, it's going to be another autopsy that happens, which also is going to delay and prolong the time that she can be buried, that she can be, her family can finally grieve or at least have that whatever
And
the
the
time they
chain of
need.
custody too. The chain of custody. If it's going from there to here, it's like, what could they have cleaned up by then? Type of stuff. I don't trust that. I'm gonna just be honest with you.
At all. And why haven't he said anything? Where's her family at? This was supposed to be the wife now, right? He's proposed. I'm sure the family knew about it. And why do they have a life insurance, a GoFundMe thing situation? She doesn't have life insurance. That's very weird, guys. Wherever you are, please get your life insured. Please get your life insured, because there's no way that you drip down and this and that, and your man is net worth of $1 million plus, but you need a GoFundMe to help with funeral cost or even just whatever. But also too, I think even maybe she does have life insurance, but because the circumstances are not clear, sometimes policies won't pay you out up until you get the death certificate, up until you get those certain things. But guys, it's just so ugly. And I just think that the conversation around like shaming this Black woman for being involved with a man, because here's the thing, a man is a man is a man. We understand and know that Black women are hurt by the hands of a man, whoever he is, Black, white, green, orange, Asian, Hispanic, whatever. And it's like, well, what did she do? You know what I mean? What like, no, like we got to be for real about certain things. And I just don't like, and it just feels a little irresponsible on like how we're kind of handling and talking.
You know what? Like I said, for me, like some of the conversations I heard, the men were like kind of laughing about it. Like, see, this is why you shouldn't date the white man, because they can't handle your mouth. Like a Black man's gonna let you say some things, and a white man's not gonna take that from you. And I was just like that is such a weird thing to say in this moment. It was just
Very
weird.
harmful.
I don't know.
Very harmful.
Could I say, y'all know I got like 5 controversial things. Could I say my first one?
Go ahead.
I will never in my life donate to a nigga that passed away. I remember when I would get up every day and take my ass to my job where we made biscuits for Popeyes when I was younger. And there was a dude who sold drugs down the street. And he got locked up, and his family had the nerve to ask me for money. When I tell you the way I laughed, and it's like, man, he sold all that dope while I was going to work, and you want me to fund this nigga getting out of jail? He knew it was a matter of time. Everybody that's living is gonna die one day. And if you got to prioritize. If she ain't got no life insurance, I wouldn't donate a penny. I wouldn't if I found my neighbor's credit card, my enemy's credit card, I wouldn't even donate to them. I said it to myself, but I ain't finna donate to that. Like I'm definitely not doing that. We're not doing that. Everybody that's alive, get you some life insurance. It don't cost a lot, and everybody that's living is gonna die. Nobody makes it out alive. So there goes my one controversial thing.
Can I give you some pushback?
Of course.
What if they had insurance? Like, let's say you're working and your insurance is through your job, and you're close to retirement age but not able to retire, and they fire you. Now you have no job. So now you have to try and find a way to get insurance, either through what is it, the Affordable Health Care Act? Do they give it to you at a certain age off of Medicare, Medicaid automatically? Like, what if they lose it and they had it?
No, not health insurance. I'm talking about life insurance.
I'm sorry, life insurance. That's what I meant. I'm talking about life insurance.
No, you can pay out of pocket for life insurance. My policy's like $20. It ain't a lot.
Okay.
I could afford that. I can afford that with YouTube super chats. It don't cost a lot. You know what it costs? It costs more to die without it. That's the cost.
True. It does cost more. I'm just thinking about age, because I know you see those commercials on TV about the life insurance and the different policies and how they don't have you do like health scans and this, that, and the other. So I'm just thinking about, like, what if this is an older person who had life insurance and lost it? And
There's some type
now
of insurance you could take out on your house. I forgot, because there was a situation like this before. But I'm gonna go ahead and say my second controversial thing to the women out there listening. If you have a baby daddy that's not active, get life insurance on, especially if he's reckless. Get some life insurance. All you need is his social. If y'all was dating, you definitely got that. Get a little policy out.
You need a
If he
social
ain't,
and a signature depending on which state you live in, but go ahead, continue.
I mean, shit, get them to sign. You can finesse. Women know how to finesse
Get him
them.
the time while you're still pregnant, girlfriend. While y'all still pregnant, this shit's still good. Get him like, oh, this is for the kids. Oh, baby, I just want to make sure, because I just want to make sure. That's how you get it with like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then even if y'all ain't together, give him a little kiss on the cheek. Make him think that he finna get some. Whatever the case, get the signature. That's the bottom line. Get the signature. And if he ain't contributing in life, he definitely gonna contribute in death. There go my second controversial thing for the day.
I co-sign that one.
Hey, that ain't controversial, brother.
I
That ain't
co-sign that one.
controversial. That is real good information. I am a proponent. I will champion anybody who's out here living in the way that this world is designed to live, and you should be out here protecting you and your children by any and all costs. I love that. Thank you so much for sharing that. Because if I would have said it, I would have been something else. But because it's coming from a man,
Right. That's why I can co-sign it. That was grade A logic. There you go.
Honestly.
Now hold on, because this next controversial thing y'all might not agree with. When y'all get too happy, hold the hell on now.
Here we go.
Here it comes.
Hold on, talk to the spirit of Mama Oya now on this. So I want to know what y'all think about this, right? So you know how we always talk about the power dynamics, especially my sister Jay, she talk about the archies. That's what we call it, the archies, the patriarchy, hierarchy, the archies, you know what I mean? Right? Do you think that in the same way that people that slide up under us and pretend like they allies until they mad at us, then they find all the right words. Nigga this, nigga that, nigga that. You know what I mean? They sound like Trinidad James song. Nigga, 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 don't believe it, just what? You be like, wait a minute, I thought you was an ally,
Hey, we gotta put a little respect on Trinidad James a little bit, but
do you think that white man is definitely aware of white privilege and aware that Black women are a minority of a minority, and that he knew he could get away with something like this? Do you think he would have been less hesitant to unalive her if he did do it if she was white?
No. And the reason I say no is that white men off their wives all the time. White wives. I don't think that his white privilege. Yes, I do believe that he knows he has privilege over her as a white person, but I don't think that would put her in any less danger if he didn't know he had privilege. Or maybe I'm looking at that wrong. Maybe the white privilege for the men is the fact that they think they're going to get away with it when they do it anyway. I'm not sure. But what I will say is I do believe what you're saying. This is why you got to be careful when you're dating interracially, because somebody can pipe you all the way down and hate your guts at the same time.
Ooh, Candy, that's a bar. Now, girlfriend, you ain't lying. They really will.
Ask Jonathan Majors.
All in the booty, all everywhere, and they really just don't like you for real. They just see you as an object.
Absolutely.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So you got to be careful whom you consider to be an ally, because you don't really know that person until you see them mad and see how they respond to you. Then that's when I'll determine if you're an ally or not. Because if you ever slipped out of your mouth and called me nigger, you can't be an ally with me. You know what I'm saying? I hope that makes sense. But like, you can't, because I don't use racial terms when I'm mad. I didn't grow up in a house where we were calling each other names. Like, it makes me uncomfortable when people actually do it because I didn't grow up like that. And I will hear people from other races. Like, I have some friends who are Lithuanian and whatnot, and they got like racial terms for each other that they jokingly will say to each other, and I'd be like uncomfortable because I'm like, I don't want that to seep into my psyche, and I slip up and start saying this shit. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Like, call her a bitch, don't call her a nigger. Like, that to me is a low blow.
What?
Wait, Candy, what are we talking about?
I'm saying
they both derogatory. How about as adults? When
because
you get mad,
there are some men who like to be called the N-word in race play. It's usually not women. It's usually the men that be like, you can call me.
Oh, well, I gotta stop you there. I gotta stop you there because there's a group of divested women on YouTube who was into that race play stuff too. They were walking around.
Are we talking about Doja Cat? I mean, we're not. Are they biracial or are they black women?
They were black. These are black women who were. They were black, and they were running around here with that white man's ISIS colder, pro-white male leadership. Every chance you got, they were calling it like the black man bullet bags and things like that. It was pretty bad. I will be honest about that. It was pretty bad.
Man, bullet bags. Oh my God.
Yeah, girl. This side of YouTube gets spicy.
Spicy ain't the word I was looking for.
Like that, golly.
Spicy ain't the word I was looking for, kid. Yeah. That, but no,
Yeah.
Candy, I definitely think that he did that because he knew he could get away with it. I think, you know what? I'm pretty sure that in the argument, he might have even mentioned it. I'll unalive you and get away with it because I'm white. Like they be knowing. They
Well,
know.
Ain't
also
nobody
keep
gonna
in mind
believe you. Hmm.
also keep in mind where he was. Like it's easier to get away with like on a cruise because you're in international waters or in another
Ooh,
country
them
because
cruises, Jesus! I was
yeah,
Yeah. Oh,
because you're
what?
not
Hold on.
in
Wait. It's easy to get
yes,
away
the
with it.
cruises. Shit goes down on those cruises. They
yeah,
really do
bro.
because
They do.
it's like you said. It's like terrible aquamarine time. What is it called? Like what's the lawyer that you need when you're in a cruise? I don't know, like aqua time or aquamarine time or whatever it's
Hmm.
called.
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
But
it's like
yeah, the law is not there's no
they're
set country that has jurisdiction or law over there. So the law is from the ocean and you better hope that nothing happens. That's
you
all I
better not
gotta
be
What
on a
the fuck?
carnival
I,
cruise,
I
or
don't feel
you
safe
should
on
be.
water
No,
no
you should
more.
be on a carnival and not the Norwegian cruise. Honestly,
Wait. Hold up. So they could change the name of Gulf of the Gulf to Gulf of America,
marine
but
time. Thank you, Redbone.
but they can't enforce international. That's crazy work. So listen, y'all here to play right now because that white dude that definitely was premeditated. That dude, like the proposal and all that stuff. They might have not been. They might have been on bad terms then. That might have been a tactic to get her to believe that he was going to change and do whatever. Yeah,
exactly.
you just never know. You never know.
So
But yeah.
that's where I think probably some privilege came into play with him for sure. It would be the fact that I got you over here and there's no protection for you.
Not like that.
But she's not a
It's
protected
barely any
American.
protection over here in the States for Black women.
I was just about to say.
Honestly speaking. But now we over here, way down over here, and you know how some Black people, I don't know how they do over in Zanzibar. I'm not speaking on those people, but there are some Black people who feel like, oh, wow, Whitey's here. Let me make sure I don't give, you know what I mean? And they'll side with them before they side with you because they feel like it's in it for them to do that. That's what they've been programmed to do. You know, colonization is huge. Like, you know, the hold and the grip that they have on their mental. You know what I mean? They see this Black woman like, bitch, please, sister, you know, whatever.
And
Yeah, go ahead.
let's not forget also that with them being in another country, I don't know how Zanzibar works, but I do know in some of these countries they're very corrupt, the government,
Very.
and they money talks. So if he's somebody who came over like a big player, he absolutely could have greased a few hands to slide his way on out of there. And yeah, who knows? Who knows? He could have paid a lot of people, the coroner, the you know what I mean? Like I don't know. I don't want to spread false information, but I'm just throwing out what could happen with the possibilities, you know?
So Bamboo Shoe said Black women just need to stop lowering themselves to trashy white men. Love who you want, but if you tolerate more from white men than a Black man, she might have a problem.
I mean, that's a fact though. One thing that I will say is it doesn't
Thank you,
make
Tyler.
sense to go and get with a white person and allow them to dog you out in a way that you wouldn't have let anybody else do it. Just so you can hold on to proximity to whiteness. I think that that's really low vibrational of you if that's what she was doing, if that's what anybody is doing really.
And I looked at because I was curious about stuff like this. I was like, I was asking AI like, what can you find? And it was like that the death was by hypoxia and strangulation. I'm like, wait, did you just say that right? And it said it again. I'm like, well, wait a minute. The devil's in the detail. You just said strangulation. That's not what they rule whenever it's a hanging.
Mm-hmm.
They say
They don't.
suspended. They use.
No, it's usually go ahead, Scholar.
So I asked, are these medical terms like are they just local? Or are they universal? And they were like, no, these are universal terms that are used. And I was like, well, then, having the detective brain that I got, you know what I mean? Because I'm at his cross with the shit. I'm like, well, this open and shut case, Johnson. Like, we ain't even got to speculate no more. That might the way he's acting, what the actual facts are that are out there. I mean, he did it. Shit.
Yeah.
I feel like when it comes to something with a hanging, I know that it always has something to do with like your like the neck and the back, like the vertebrae or something like this. Like that's the major cause of thinker says scholar detective now. That's what I'm saying. That's news to me too. I didn't know he was a detective either, but hey, we might be in our investigative journalist bag. Who knows nowadays? Sister, you are calling these people whitey. There are true children of the fallen angels of Genesis. Oh my God. Return back to Yahweh. I want to say something to you really quickly because you said something earlier that I just let slide. You said something about having life insurance is like a covenant with Satan because of something like this, like that. But listen, y'all, please, let's be very clear. Death is the only thing that's promised to us. And I understand I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you and your religious beliefs. Trust me, I am not. But honestly, that's the only thing that's promised to us. And while I appreciate your comment, I'd much rather people be in contract and have coverage at least to cover your funeral cost. So that way we don't have to do a fish fry over at Big Mama in them house and the people can do what they need to do as opposed to this, hoopla of, oh, you're going into a covenant with the devil, but death is promised. Whether you are a Christian that only follows the Old Testament or you are a Christian that follows the Old and the New. So what are we talking about for real? Please, I won't be able to bury my mom.
Calling me dumb won't make you hate yourself any less. But thank you.
Who called you dumb?
The Yahweh, whoever this
Oh
sister is
man,
speaking.
listen. Can I say my
And this
what
is
am I
why
at?
you
What am
stay
I at?
away
Four?
from them Israelites.
Am I at my fourth controversial thing? Them niggas are one of the most lost niggas I've ever seen because they are never happy. They gangbang on everything. Like, bro, if you want to convince me that you're the chosen people and to go into your religion, why would you start out with vitriol? You're angry at
Absolutely.
everything. Bro, why would I want to be miserable? That's what you're inviting me into misery? No, I don't want any parts of this. Them niggas put on that purple suit, be outside the stores just yelling at people passing by trying to shop. Innocent bystanders? Absolutely not. And let me tell you something, Yahweh, Mr. Whatever your name is, dude. You're gonna pass away, right? And while you're in heaven, whatever you believe, whatever that book say, you know what I mean, with all the other true Israel, black people, Israelites in heaven, your family is gonna have to figure out how to bury you, right? Because on this side of life, we have financial responsibilities and duties, right? Just like Uncle Sam don't ask you for shit, no matter what your belief is. He don't say, "Hey man, this is a covenant with the devil." He come and take, right? Assume that you're working. I don't know if you're working or not, right?
He
So
probably don't even have a driver's license.
He might be working for the church.
Probably don't
you
even
gotta
have
be
a driver's
realistic.
license. Probably has no registration on his car because that's what y'all be doing. And when I say y'all, I'm talking about them Israelites. But let me go ahead and hush.
No, but I'm really a little bit biased towards the Israelites a little bit. I ain't gonna lie. I am. I look at the Israelites like I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing, and I love the unity. I see it. I like it. It just went like they lost the plot somewhere. I think that religion brings a lot of peace, a lot of organization. It can be a good thing. It could be a good vehicle for people to unify and come together and have a purpose. I just think that it lost a plot. And then also too, I used to talk to this guy. He was a Hebrew Israelite. Fine. I'm talking about fine shit. Hey, it's not above me. You feel what I mean? And it's a cult. Whatever. Everybody done had a little situation with a cult. I don't know. I just like how they give it up. Like they're really kind of disciplined. I'm just offering a little bit of. I'm just playing a little. I don't want to say devil's advocate. I'm just offering a little different perspective.
I know some that are.
Purple. I'm not in the purple, but I mean, some of them niggas.
I know some that are good people. Yes, I do.
They are
But
good
then
people.
There's some. I know some that are good people.
Well, they're very educated. They're disciplined. They have a standard and a code of life. Better than most. I'm not going to be mad at somebody who has a. Was he a fine?
I will say I will walk that back. I'm going to walk it back.
Out real bad. We went out one time and he ran into one of his brothers and all this shit. Yeah, I mean, we wasn't doing no fornicating with me, but yeah,
I don't care why you said I'm dumb. What I'm going to do is walk it back and say, for
He
the other
doubled
people
down.
in the chat who are Israelites, I do apologize. You know what?
Oh,
It's
Scholar ain't
not your fault.
apologizing. Scholar ain't
I'm
apologizing.
not
Y'all
coming
some
for the
lost
rest of those
niggas.
people.
Nah, don't be like that because you apologize to a Christian, you apologize to a Catholic, you apologize.
Cool.
Right.
And so, like, at the end of the
Me?
day, I'm okay with Black people unifying. I just feel like we got to unify in a way that's.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. Shout out to the Black women. This is why y'all is who y'all is, because y'all stubborn and sweet at the same time. But I don't give a damn. Them niggas is lost. I've had conversations. They always show up. They always the smartest nigga in the room. Know everything but how to pay a bill. They always be in debt. Like they have a community of a dude. There's a dude that's on the internet with a tattoo in the middle of his forehead. I know y'all know who I'm talking about. And he be talking about health and all this other
In the
stuff.
middle of his forehead.
Everything is just
And
mitochondria with this nigga. He sound really smart to people. He
And
be
in
like
the middle of his forehead, yeah.
What's his
the
name? Oh,
mito.
I have to know him. Who is he?
I don't know. Yawashish. They just be making up shit.
Is it Brother Yaki?
I don't know.
Wait, not the I'm thinking of the other one.
All
Never
them
mind.
niggas got Yoshi in their name, or or with a Y. Yikamukash. Like, bro, y'all just making shit up, bro. Y'all trying to make shit up and sound like y'all got a connection with the ancestors, man. Y'all listen, man.
We do have connections with the ancestors.
Everybody got connection to the ancestors.
All right, so then why are you trying to say it like you trying to play somebody out?
But because what they try to do is the exceptional Negro stuff. I'm the Negro that's gonna lead you
Are
from.
exceptional.
Man, get out of here.
Yaki Awaken. Okay, I gotta look him up. I mean, I believe that.
Get out of here. This dude is in the chat. You know what I mean? Calling Candy dumb for her opinion.
Just ignore him. He wants my attention.
He's a
Don't even give it
reflection
to
of
him.
them. I be seeing them
Yeah, he
niggas
is.
online argue with themselves. Like they have a split within the community of them arguing with each other. Like I have a cousin that just swears by this stuff. He swear he know what's gonna happen when you die. And he every time we get together, niggas start preaching. And people, I don't listen to him. He talking about George Washington statue as a penis and all kind of. He be like, bro, what relevance is this to life?
They're
Like
so
what?
smart.
Like
Y'all talking about Brother Yaki. I know who y'all talking about. All right, so can we pivot for a quick second since we're right here? Can I ask the very gracious panel, the very educated panel? I just want to know what you all think about your own personal beliefs. This is a sidebar, and if you don't feel comfortable answering, you still have to answer. What do you think happens at the end of your life on your last day? We're going to start with you, Candy.
When I die?
Yes.
Oh.
What's your belief on that?
That's a good question.
I know a lot of people. Scholar, what do you think on that?
I do believe in reincarnation.
Oh, okay. So we have reincarnation. Okay,
I
so
do
what does
believe it. I have to think about it. I do believe in reincarnation. I do because I think that some people come here with a level of wisdom that had to have come from a past life, like certain things that they know.
Nice try, Jay. Nice try, but Scholar not gonna be beta, sister. We're not gonna be. I liked how you. Can we pivot for a moment? Or you gonna answer this? No, sister. No.
What's wrong with the question?
Yeah, I don't get it. What's wrong with me too? I don't get it either.
Oh, ask the question again.
What happens on your last day of life when you die? What happens when you die? What do you think happens to you?
Yeah. And when you are, for instance, when we were here before, you know what? I mean, all the things that were printed.
That's what I feel. Why y'all asking that, sister? Why y'all asking
Why
that?
are you
Nobody.
deflecting, and why can't you
Nobody
just
knows. Nobody knows. I'm not the.
with a genuine and honest.
See, you won't even let me answer. Nobody knows what happens, and the speculation is why we have.
Say you feel like I don't know what happens. That's okay.
Sister, I'm still talking. Hold on. I'm still talking. I was still talking. Hold on. I'm still talking. Well, we can't talk at the same time. We can sing. You want to sing? You want to sing a song?
I can.
But we can't talk at the same time. But like I was saying, sister, nobody knows what happens when we die. That's why you have all these different religions and fascination, because it's the one thing that we can't quantify. We don't know what happened. We don't know the meaning of life, and we don't know what happens after life. So that's why you get all these cults of the Yeshuras, the Yaduras, the Yakshabas, the Hakshis, You know, all them names of these people that know exactly what happened 1,000 years before they was born, know who the chosen people is, know what God meant for the world, know everything it is to know about everything. But you like, damn, like, bro, like you know, I don't know if y'all are like how long y'all been rocking with my sister J, but she had a dude up here one time, and shout out to my brother. But you know, I basically gave him that quote, you know, niggas acting woke, but they broke them. How you know everything about life, but you know, you ain't mastered how to become a millionaire. Like if you that in tune with what happened 1,000 years before you was even here, you should be able to predict the stock market.
Yeah, but
You know what I mean?
that will also require for that to be that person's measure of success. Not everybody requires to be a millionaire status and have that in their mind as a measure of success. That's how you define it, but not everybody thinks that in that way.
Everybody's playing the money game, and you can't convince me that somebody don't want to. Everybody's playing the money game, and you can't convince me that a nigga don't want to win at it. Simple as that.
I think that you in your belief, that's how you feel, and I respect that. And I think that in the same way that I can respect how you feel about it, you can then also lend that same respect to other people who don't feel like money is the only qualifier or marker of what success means, because some people feel differently. Truly.
That they do? Well, I can't tell because you know, even with this situation, the sides was split, right? And the people who were saying that this woman was living her best life and all this other stuff, they made it all financial. When people talk about the divestors, they make it all that's all financial. We live in a capitalist society who only talk about money, right? When you talk about candidates for president or politicians in general, they say, I want the politician that's going to make me the most money. So we all playing the money game. So
all is a really broad statement, and it's not good to generalize, brother.
I mean, but I live in reality, sister. I have no problem generalizing.
Well,
That's
if
what
you live
stats
in
are.
reality, you know that not everyone thinks like how you do, correct?
Well, no, because the way stats work is we go with the general. You don't go with the 10%. If it's 90% of people doing something, well, you say, well, this is what it is based on this 90%. You don't go with the 10%. Like there could be some. So I deal in reality, and reality is everybody's playing this money game. Everybody want to win. Like, why is that controversial? Everybody
No,
like
it's
money.
not controversial. I just think it's limited. I think it's limited. That's all.
Candy, you playing the money game?
I'm thinking of my answer because I want to be accurate.
Candy think
To
about
some
money right now.
to some extent, yes. To some extent, yes. But I also am at a point in my life where I'm really comfortable. I've gotten my life to a space and a place that I'm good here. Could I use more money? Would I like to get paid more? Sure. If I could make another side hustle that brought me in buku cash, would I do it? Probably. But I'm also good with where I'm at right now. And I say that, so I guess because I'm in a place where I feel somewhat privileged by the way that I am currently living my life. If I was not in the position that I'm in, I probably would be more focused on money, if that makes sense.
It makes plenty of sense.
Y'all
What
are
she's
sweet.
saying is she has reached a level of contempt. She feels she feels happy. She feels good. She's satisfied. She's pleased, right? And Candy, I don't know your business. I don't know your financial, sis. But let's just say sister's not a millionaire, but she does have a level, and she has reached a level that's comfortable for her, and she feels good about that, right? And so sometimes people will say like, this is not enough, I need to have $1 million, and then get to that point, million and plus, and they're very unhappy, right? And then there are some people who understand, like I view and live my life in a different way, where the quality of life that I have means more than the amount of money that I have. Some people live that way, Scholar. I know it's hard for you to conceptualize, brother, but I just want you to understand and know that not everybody views success as a dollar amount.
I like how you clap when you was talking to me and kind of say, I love when you do that every time.
You like
but I just want to do something real quick. Let me try a little experiment. I'm gonna put y'all on the big screen when y'all answer this. Could y'all date a broke nigga? Fast. Don't think about it. Can y'all date a broke nigga?
Broke is
No,
subjective.
at this current age, no.
Now we don't know what broke is. Broke is subjective. What is broke really? See what I mean? Y'all just be talking. So look,
I just answered you. I answered you. I said at this current age, no.
See, Candy keeping it real. Jay is like, well, what is broke really? Are we talking MC Hammer broke? Are we talking like, girl, if you don't stop,
Because
if you
broke in spirit means a lot. If you're rich in spirit but don't have money.
I'm gonna be honest. If you are a hobosexual, you are a no-bosexual for me. I'm sorry. Like I'm just not at the place or position in my life where I want a grown dependent. I'm not going to do that. If you have something to offer, if we can match,
Get him, scholar.
like no, you asked me a question. Don't ask me if you don't want a real answer. You know, it's
no,
not
I
to
accept it.
discriminate. If
I
I
accept
were
that.
20 and I was also broke, yeah, we could be broke together. But I'm not 20, and so therefore you're gonna have to like work on you. I don't think. First of all, people be dating at the wrong times. That's my thought process in a lot of ways. Seriously, not even trying to be funny, but like
What you mean by that? People be dating at the wrong. What is the good time to date, Candy?
if you are like,
I
let
agree
me
with that. That's why I
finish.
laugh, because I be seeing homeless people with a relationship. My bad.
Thank you. Thank you. I agree with that. If you homeless, you got bigger priorities than finding you somebody to love you. You got to love yourself right now. Pour into yourself right now. Do for yourself right now. Find a plan to better your life before you start linking up with somebody else and now you're a liability to that person. That's what I mean by that. It's not just a motive of being shallow. There's real life consequences to you linking up with somebody who is going to be a detriment to you. And you can do that when you're younger and y'all can build and grow together. But when you're supposed to come in the door with a certain level, that's what you should be at. And I'm sorry, if you are like a 35 plus year old man who doesn't have his life together, that should be your primary focus before linking up and being with a woman. I just believe
And that's a great point, Candy. But what you just said is rules and how to play the money game, which was my original point, that we all playing the money game, sister. You know,
that. But you
y'all
asked
just don't
me,
like words
but
and
so okay,
titles.
you gave no, because you gave me a trick question, right? Like not a trick question, but you backed me into a corner with that one because I said I was good where I'm at. But if you're asking me about a broke nigga, he has no business being good where he's at.
You know, and I agree with that. But we got to give rules on how to play the money game. We talking about life insurance policies. Money game. And we talking about dating when you're ready. Money game. So I don't know why. Listen, man, ain't nothing wrong with playing the money game, because the reason I brought that up is we was talking about the dude, and we're talking about the dude and how they be the exceptional Negro stuff they be saying, and how they be poor in their real life, but they know everything about something before they great grandparents even exist. Like this stuff going back 2,000, 3,000 years ago, and they know everything in detail and why you need to shut up and listen to them. And it's like, well, then if you got that much knowledge, you need to be rich. Listen, that dude that I was talking about with the health, he said you can get herpes from a fish. Like, bro, come on, man. Y'all really believe that? You believe you can get herpes from a fish?
Hey,
Do you
I'm gonna
believe
say
that
out
you
right
can
now.
eat a
I'm gonna say something right now, and I'm not even trying to be funny. I promise you, I'm not trying to be funny. I just got a notification on my Citizens app. Do you have the Citizens app where you guys are, or no?
No, what is
Okay,
that?
so the Citizens app is essentially like a neighborhood app that you can get, and it'll tell you like if there was like a robbery on 12th Street or
Oh, I have the Ring camera has its own version of that.
okay, so it's very similar to that. So I was on the Citizens app and there was a major blast that just happened. I live around like there's a few farms like near me, and like there was a major blast that had went around that one of the horses tested positive for some sort of like equine, I don't even know how to say it, like herpes. That's very highly
Horse
contagious.
herpes?
Girl, yes.
Oh my God.
Yes. And so like if you're interacting with the horse, if you ride the horse, if you're feeding or this, that, and the third, and you come into skin to skin contact, that it's very contagious. It's very contagious to other horses and people who even own horses that don't necessarily have the room for it. They'll send them to a farm and they'll go see them at the stall, like this whole everything. And people are really concerned about that because there are people who do equine therapy, equestrian shit, this, that, and the third, and they come home to their families, and then they touch their families, and so it is you can, right? Like I don't know the difference with the fish type shit, but I promise you, I just got that notification. Like, I'm like,
So,
girl, what? I'm thinking
I'm-
about getting like a little horseback lesson. I'm like, damn, there goes my little side quest for the summer. I got a whole little notes, you know what I mean? What I want to do. And I'm like, ooh, maybe I should take a minute because it's highly contagious. And, you know, even the other horses who are at this farm are going to be quarantined and the whole everything. So, I mean, yeah, he said that and it sounds funny, but if you're not exposed to it and you don't know that that's a possibility, then it sounds weird. But if you
I got so many questions right now. Okay, now are these diseases that you're talking about? Are they strictly animal-based diseases, or could it be animal to human disease?
This is animal to human for the horses.
So did the horse catch herpes from some woman or man?
Possibly. That's the first thing. That's the first thing. And we be locked in because I said, "Well, what bitch is over there?"
Right.
Same thing I said. Well, what bitch is over on OF?
I have no words.
Now the horse is all infected, and the shit apparently is very contagious. Like people are in the bay, and probably it's a large county. Well, what they're trying to narrow down, and people are coming up talking about investigative work. They are like,
See, now you're gonna give me like when I can't sleep and it's like 3 a.m. and I start scrolling through YouTube like looking for random things. Now I'm gonna be looking up animal diseases that are sexually transmitted. Golly.
This is very true. Like last time BCL is a real thing for real. Yeah, it's the unfortunate truth. We do though. And I always say
Okay, Jay, I just looked it up and it said that it's not a risk to humans. So animals do get stuff that's the viruses have mutated inside of them. And that's what he was trying to say. He
okay,
was
but
talking
like
about
a risk in what way? So like a risk meaning they can't transmit the herpes or they can't get sick.
No, you
Because
can't transmit it.
you can't transmit the herpes, but do you still get sick? Like you may still exhibit symptoms, but maybe you
Jay,
can't.
why are you going through semantics? Why you just don't accept what I'm
That's
telling
important. No, that's important. Like it's not semantics.
you? You can get sick from leaving ground meat on the counter.
We start to split hairs because a lot of big pharma, a lot of companies, a lot of agencies get caught up in verbiage. Verbiage is so important. I ask those questions because I'm a critical thinker. You feel what I'm saying? So don't think that I'm like trying to give you pushback. I'm just saying, like, you know, you can't get herpes, so it's not a big deal. But like, can the person get sick? Do they have fevers? Do they get like, you know what I mean? They may not have herpes, but they may.
Okay, I looked it up. It said no. It said no, critical thinker. It said no, you can't get it.
Well, we'll see.
They say you can't get it and it won't make you sick. So yes, they.
Let me ask my chat. Shout out to Chuck Co Kitty one time.
Hey,
let me ask my chat GPT.
You remember last time they tried to give me the ass, and I finally asked. I finally asked. Look, Chaco's in the building. She done pulled it. You done talked up. You done talked Chaco up.
Bitch, I'm about to pull out. Let me ask my chat.
What
question did you ask? What was a prompt? We about to get into it.
Go ahead and ask.
No, I don't. I'll take your word for it. I don't look up.
It's EHV. Let me see if I can find a YouTube video. I can show it on our live. It's called EHV is what the horses get, and it was an outbreak. But there's been an outbreak.
I'm gonna look up the one that specifically came onto my app for the horses. That's
what it is.
You might be looking up a different strain, and see that's another thing too.
My God.
I work in public health, brother. I need you to know that y'all can boil it down and be like, okay, it's one big umbrella if you want to. It's just nothing. Oh, okay. Do your own damn research. If you get something on your app, it's strain X, Y, and Z, and the nigga is talking about A, B, and C, it's something completely different. You need to know that.
I'm not even gonna argue with you. I don't argue things I don't know. So I'm not even gonna put my 2 cents in on this one.
Chaco, pull up with your truth table. Chaco, pull up with your logic table. Come save me, Chaco. I can't do this.
I'm here for it.
Shout out to Chaco. I showed a news article, but no, it's definitely that, Jay. It's EHV1. That's their herpes virus simplex 1.
Specific situation and
brothers, I just want to make a point right now. Why they never believe a black man whenever he look up something.
Absolutely not.
See what I mean?
You know I gotta troll you.
Well.
Absolutely not. Why would I believe you? Why would I take your word? And your name is Scholar?
Correct.
I ain't never seen you read a book ever. No.
Hello? Have we ever heard him quote a book? I've only heard him quote ChatGPT. No, absolutely not. We need to double and triple check, okay? And use the right situations, the right strain and everything like this. But he was talking about Brother Yaki or whatever the case. him saying that, you know, you can get the, oh wow. See, this is the trolling shit we talk about right here. This is
No, we're gonna get some respect around here. We're gonna get some respect around here. I bet they don't question everything I say from now on. Something gonna change. Y'all watch the energy change. Y'all watch how submissive this panel finna get. Y'all watch this. Y'all pay attention. I want y'all to know something, because I do this with my wife. I dress white face to get some respect around my own house. Because you know the only voices
I didn't know
that
you were into raceplay.
I am so
Sister,
done with you right now.
we're not talking about what I'm into. I'm not because when you asked me a question earlier and I answered, you didn't like my answer. You know, we talk about herpes and horses, you know, and how that you can't get herpes from horses. It's not, you can't transmit it. Same thing from fish. That's how the conversation started. You know, and I showed a video. Let me show this video to prove your point. Now that I'm in white face, y'all gonna
really a fan. I fuck with you, Picasso Green. Make sure you subscribe to my channel. He said he's a scholar because he's reading your minds, brother. You are quick on your feet. I like you. You need to come on over. I like your style, Picasso Green. That was cute.
Picasso, my brother Picasso knows. He knows. The white man be letting you know evil alert. But here we go. Let me show this video. This is what you were referring to, Jay, the outbreak. And you can't believe everything that come across your phone, by the way, sister. Why you ain't fact checked him?
I'm telling you that. What do you mean?
Hold on, why you ain't fact checked him, but you fact checked me?
What are we saying?
Hold on, why you fact check me, but you ain't fact checking them?
I'm not fact checking you. You the one that went and pulled into ChatGPT to try to go ahead and get you, run with this story. You got the video queued up. You got the
I'm actually trying to give people an understanding of what you talk about.
Brother,
I'm trying to give my understanding of what you're talking about with the horse.
My due diligence. Yeah, that's fine. But you were talking about fish. So you bring up the fish then. I brought up the horses.
So because we're an educational channel, what I'm gonna do is
right. You sorry.
I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this.
I'm gonna tell you right. I forgot. You right.
I'm gonna play this, and then afterwards I'm gonna give my opinion on it. So here we go.
That the Boulder City Horsemen's Association are
Boulder
watching the
City.
horses
very
Boulder closely, taking their temperature about 3 times a day.
That affected their motor skills and the hinds of their legs, and which they had to lay down, and then they can't get back up again.
The Nevada Department of Agriculture says there is no public health risk, but did place a mandatory quarantine on the facility. No horses in or out.
It goes from horse to horse by direct contact. Can be contact with any of the equipment that people use, anything that can directly go from the one horse to another horse, even the hands of the handlers.
All it takes is me shaking your hand, and then you going on a trip out of town for 1 or 2 days, and then touching a horse out in, let's say, California or Utah, and then that horse becomes infected. So it's that easy to catch some of these viruses.
Blood samples taken from the affected horses tested positive for equine herpes virus, or EHV.
It's highly contagious, and the best thing one can do is to implement a good biosecurity handling of the animals and the equipment.
The Indian National Rodeo Finals, is it?
Now, I will say some stuff that I seen the other day that scared the hell out of me, right? So, herpes simplex 1 is so highly contagious that you could get it from exercise equipment. When I found out, I was like, what?
Yeah,
because everybody know my immune system's strong. I've been eating McDonald's since I was young, and we already seen them McDonald's burgers don't decay, right? So my character is really strong thanks to McDonald's, so I don't be catching that. But for the rest of y'all, regular human beings, I feel bad for y'all for a split second.
Yeah, this is why it's important to constantly have good hygiene. Wash your hands often. Be careful not to touch everything that's like foreign, putting your hands all over stuff. Wiping things down, especially if you go to the gym. Make sure you wipe it down. It's important to wipe those things down. And keep your hands away from your face. That's the best thing that I could advise. Keep it away from your mouth, your eyes, things like that.
And don't eat at restaurants. Don't eat at restaurants that are not fast food chains because the cooks are meth heads. We up here giving life advice.
I'm done. Where did you get that from?
No, I swear to God. They don't be paying enough, so they be hiring meth heads. And meth heads need quick money. You know what I mean? Especially if you're in a downtown area, do not eat there. I'm telling you what's up. The meth head that was working at this restaurant, I don't want to name the restaurant because I don't want to get sued or anything. But he was a meth head, and he barely washed the dishes. And I'm like, well, I walked in one day, and not only is he a meth head that barely washed the dishes, but his teeth was jacked up, and he was eating off the silverware. And I was like, ugh, disgusting. What is going on here? So
my business is crazy. People just be doing what they want to do. It'll be really regular people like, oh, can you go over to Dollar Tree and get some more napkins for me? Like it is a little bad in the restaurant industry for real.
I can't take you.
Let me put the white man.
I can't.
Let me put the white man as the big man. I gotta make him the biggest. I'm sorry about that. We gotta get some respect around here. So I gotta make the white man the biggest. But shout out to my sisters, man. Ultimately speaking, since we want to ask difficult questions, after seeing this, does this make black women pause and not want to date a white man? No. I know it got hot in here. I know it did, but I did that on purpose. I turned up the heat a little bit. So we're gonna start with Jay because she's making all the faces.
What I'm trying to do is being respectful because I am on your side. Because once you step over into the dark side, I don't give a damn. To answer your question,
sister, go ahead. Go ahead, be different.
Yeah,
go
Thinker
ahead.
said, nope. Exactly.
You ain't gotta respect these Negro. I'm the white man. I got your back.
Okay. No. You already said that I was terrible and I talked to you terrible and it's so bad and I'm this and I'm that. So I'm gonna keep it very cutesy, right? I'll be cute for tonight. But I think that women should be careful in general when dating any man. Okay. A man is a man is a man, period. That's my statement. And I'm going to stick this out.
I co-sign that. I'm not going to say it makes me any more or less wanting to date a white person. I will say that it's a cautionary tale to begin with, that it's intimate partner violence. The people closest in proximity to you have the ability to harm you in that way. So you just need to be careful who you allow into your space. And be aware of red flags. A man arguing with
go ahead, be derogatory.
No, come on, Candy, with it. A nigga. I mean,
a man, because I use the term synonymously with man. A man.
Wait, pause, Candy. You see, Scholar, do you see how she's using nigga as synonymous with man? But go ahead, Kitty. I'm so sorry.
A man can harm you.
With Negroes.
No, I actually don't. Listen, you know me. Come on. A man can harm you just in general. And I think no man should be pedestalized. I think that's where she went wrong. I think that's where she went wrong, and a lot of women who date interracially go wrong is you have.
Why are they doing that though, Candy? Why are they putting this white man on a pedestal?
Because they think the white man's ice is colder, and like Jay said, a man is a man is a man.
Candy, I don't think it's that, Candy. This is
no.
I don't think it's. Well, go ahead. I'll let y'all have it. Come back for me in a second.
Okay, let me come back to her because I already know she's going to say something crazy. This is the point that I wanted to make out. Because I wanted to address her. Yeah, I see y'all frowned up. But you see she frowned up as she see that white man talking. She see that white man on the screen. She immediately shaved her face. You see what I mean? Y'all pay attention, brothers. Focus on the side of my voice.
Don't do me like that.
But hold on, check this out. So y'all could say stuff. Y'all are really comfortable saying stuff like niggas, which Candy says she meant men in general, can harm you. Can harm you, right? So y'all are comfortable saying that men harm women. Right?
Yeah.
Y'all are comfortable with that. Y'all brain is there. And you look at the statistics, it backs that up, right?
Yes.
But if y'all would think I was crazy if I was to say, hold on. We can't look at men in this bad light because there are women that harm men. Y'all would think that was crazy and illogical.
There are women that harm men for sure.
There definitely is. But
see, I don't date women, so that's
majority speak. But I just asked y'all if white men, if this situation with white men, and given the history of white men's treatment of black women in America, if this is alarming, and y'all said that, Chaco said that's crazy. Logic said that's crazy. Jay said that's crazy. All in agreement. But then right after that, the next statement that you make is, well, you got to understand these niggas is predators.
But you're taking that out of context, though. You're taking. I have never. First of all, Scholar, you making it sound like I'm a black male basher. That's not what I meant. When I say that,
Well,
first of all, I'm from
men.
Chicago.
Let's remove
I meant
color. Let's
men,
just say
right?
men.
Right. So my thing to you is, yes, I'm going to say it doesn't make me more afraid of white men. I work around like predominantly white men. I've been around them most of my adult working life. I know what they're like. Now, are you asking? I guess what I'm trying to say is, my point was, anybody that you date as a woman has the potential to end your life because it's close proximity. I'm not saying that, oh my God, men are evil, let's be afraid of men, but you did ask me, does this make me more fearful of? I feel no different. I feel like this, same shit, different day. A man hurt the woman that he was seeing. That could have been me. It could have been anybody. I hope I'm explaining that well. I hope you understand what I'm coming
Yeah,
from. This is
I understand you completely.
okay. It's
Of course y'all do.
intimate
Listen,
partner violence. Intimate partner violence. And if I was dating women and you showed me stats that said women were dangerous, I would tell you to be careful of them broads too.
Hello.
y'all just see, and that's why I mean
Very
y'all
well
just be
said,
talking.
Candy. Very,
Yeah,
very well said, sister. Love that.
yeah, yeah. This is why I
Yes.
say y'all just be talking because if y'all are comfortable based on statistics with saying stuff, what's good, Mr. Vallada, with saying stuff like men are responsible for this is all men and men are gonna men. Essentially, is what you said, right? I'm paraphrasing. Men are gonna men, right? Then why would I say white men go white men? Yet y'all not comfortable with that. It's like given the
It's not
history,
that
like
I'm not it's not that I'm uncomfortable with it, but you can't make me feel a way that I don't feel. Like, first of all, I don't even really I have dated outside of my race, but I don't do that
oh, hold on,
often.
we deleting that. We deleting that. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna celebrate that. But go ahead, sister.
No, I'm not saying we celebrate it. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
No, we don't
I
promote that.
I have done it, but it is not my primary mode of dating. So yes, black men would be my primary focus that I do date. But do I date outside my race? Have I dated outside my race? Yes. So that's why I'm like, you're asking me to validate something that I can't personally validate for you.
Mm. So all I gotta say to that is to the people listening, focus on the sound of my voice. The doors of the church have opened. And just because you made a mistake in your
Your own
past,
pastor. Here you go, y'all.
just because you made a mistake in your past and might have slipped up and swirled a little bit, you could erase your cooning. You could erase your cooning and come back to the black side. Cause we need you.
I'm
We need you,
cooning?
This is where
sister.
we really disagree.
Sister.
He's saying that
Scholar.
for me, I'm sure.
Oh, because I'm about to say you were the one who told me that this man sat on my panel and my channel and said, I'm gonna have to date out. He said, did you not tell me
That's what
that?
he said,
Whoa,
Candy.
whoa, whoa, whoa! I don't remember
Yeah, you
that.
did.
No,
I'm
we don't
calling
remember
you
that.
out. I'm
No,
calling you out.
Candy,
Don't make me
wait,
go pull the
wait.
no, we
files.
don't,
Don't
we don't
make
remember
Candy
that.
bigger right now.
We don't
Don't
remember
make
Stop
that.
me go
making
pull
Candy
the
bigger.
files.
See,
Drop the
and
link,
this is
Scholar.
exactly what I'm talking about.
Drop
This
the
is
Don't
link.
make me
exactly
go
what I'm
grab the
talking
file.
about.
I
And I
told him
see,
Grab the
myself.
file,
brothers,
Candy.
help
I
yourself.
told him myself. I said they're gonna fry you for saying that. You're gonna say that to a black woman on the internet and on her panel in front of all
Because
these other people. They're gonna
at
fry
some
you
point
for
you
that.
have to.
I
Like
was,
what
I
and
was.
he's even if
Listen,
he
I didn't
says
want to
that,
say.
we know that to be true.
Uh,
At some point when you reach a certain level of education, when you reach a certain level of
oh
you know
my
of
god!
life and just
So
considering
niggas not
all of the
educated.
different statistics at a certain point, like if you don't want to be in a special what is it? What the let me say customizable relationship, you might have to open up and widen your net. That's not hard to believe or understand. Like many black
Uh,
women understand that.
shit.
But I'm ready to talk about what the original point was. Black women feel that white women like the ice is colder.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe in that at all. Right?
No. Okay.
I think that it's true in the reverse. I think that a lot of white men or a lot of black men will date white women, hoping to gain that proximity to, hoping to be seen as whatever. It's like this whole trophy situation. I don't feel that it's in the reverse for black women. I think that black women are now opening up and widening the net a little bit. And I think like how I feel like a lot of women understand that a man is a man is a man, right? I just don't believe that we think that white men can do any wrong. That's not true. I think that when you deal with black men who come with a certain level of whatever, let's just say, what the backdrop is of dealing with a black man, that you deal with. It's like there'll still be a problem, but the problem's just different, right? The problem changes a bit. It's not the same. Oh, the fuck up, whatever the fuck, whatever you expect from a black man. You'll run into an issue because he's still a man, right? The issue just will change. It'll be different. And I think that a lot of black women are pleasantly surprised and so often let their guard down because it's not familiar. It's not what they're used to. And it's not the typical situation of dealing with a black man. And so you feel like, okay, this is kind of like whatever, I can kind of chill, but not realizing he still has the same level, possibly even more room and opportunity to really cause you harm. And it also goes into how we view and see white people as a whole. Black and white women and men are implicit bias towards white people. Okay. We see a little old lady coming into the grocery store and she's old and on a cane and, frail. We're not going to look at her as a threat. We see a young boy who's 14 or 15 with a poo shiesty, he's a threat. But really, Granny got the bomb in her bag. Right?
Granny might have been there when Emmett Till was lit, but I'm just saying, go ahead.
You feel what so it's our own implicit bias that we have been informed of just by living in this world, living in America specifically, that has showed us that, white people are not as aggressive. White people are not as this and the third, white is right. And even if you don't necessarily feel that way in your heart of hearts, subconsciously it's still there because we have been brought up and lived in America. We are indigenous, Native Americans. We are the Native Americans. They are indigenous, but you get what I mean? So I think it's a part of our implicit bias to see white people in this different way, whether we choose to or not. That's just a part of our programming, and unlearning that can kind of counteract some of those things. But we're talking about generations of this, not just you and I tonight on a live, not just all three of us on a live tonight, but from generations. So I think that Black women understand that, white men aren't better in that sense. I mean, I don't know no bitch that like white women.
I'm gonna say, because I'm on the other side of YouTube with the divestment crew, that's not what they be saying. That's why I said what I said. I like.
Okay, so what do they say?
A lot of it is a lot of the talking points, and I'm using the term talking points for a reason, is white men have better jobs, white men treat their wives better, white men this, white men that. And then they will use stats to back up their claims. So, and I'm not trying to I'm telling y'all, I hate going into the gender war. And especially when you add gender war on top of race. With it.
We already here.
But what I'm trying to say is there is a group of women who automatically
think that white is right. So me, in my opinion, those group of women are no different than the Black men who are attractive but go to the 600-pound, and no shade to anybody who is 600 pounds in here. I'm not trying to be like that, but
who's 600 pounds in the gym? No,
whatever.
Okay.
I'm not trying to,
I start that.
People who are in bigger bodies. I'm not trying to ostracize anyone, but I think for me, when I hear Black women speak like that, they have been radicalized in understanding what it means to be white and having proximity to that. No different than the Black man who's with the 600-pound white girl. He's just so pressed on the fact that she's white. He's fetishizing over her. Like the same can be true for Black women, I'm sure. But I think women are more understanding of like who they are and what they bring, especially Black women. That's just my own bias. Black women, we are the source. We are the one. Like we are it. So we feel it and we move it a little differently. That's for white men. That's for Hispanic men. That's for Indian men. That's for whatever little situation that you're in. We're just going to feel it a little different most times, not all times, but most times. That's how I feel. But maybe there is a group of women who I don't give a damn. He can be
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Stupid white man. I just don't care as long as he's white.
There are some groups
of women like that.
I can name some names, and they got pretty rough. Because I'm one of those people who floats around from channel to channel, space to space, and just kind of absorb what people are talking about. And sometimes I'll engage, and sometimes I won't even touch down in the chat. But I just kind of like to keep my ear to the know, right? And I've heard some things like I heard some things being said that were like crazy, and I'm just even. Oh man, I don't even want to go into it. Like there was a white guy on here who had a group of black women followers, and basically used to come on and just talk all kinds of trash against black men. And like I remember him, like Idris Elba, they gave him like the most. What did he win? It was like GQ's
Sexiest man
Man of the
alive, I
Year,
think.
Sexiest Man
I think he
Alive.
won
Yeah,
sexiest man alive.
that burned him up. When I tell you that man got up there talking about he's not even attractive and Michael B. Jordan, and I'm just like, well, why would he be attracted to you? Aren't you straight? He was supposedly married to a black woman, but he had all of these. Then it was this Discord thing that happened, and these women were sending him news. It was a mess. It was a mess. But my thing has always been, how could you date a white person, as a black woman who hates black men? Do you not realize that level of hate would extend to you also by proxy? Just
Yes.
because he's not saying it out of his mouth doesn't
Yes.
mean he doesn't feel that way.
Yes.
Now y'all cooking. Now y'all cooking. I like this. You know, I just wanted to say this. You know, I know that people will put whiteness on a pedestal because I'm gonna be honest with you. Sometimes I imagine my entire family white. You know, sometimes I'll have an argument with my wife, and I just be thinking, I wouldn't have this argument if she was white. You know, I was
Are
actually
you
thinking
serious or are
about
you trolling?
He's
hold
trolling.
up,
He's
hold up,
trolling,
sister.
maybe.
I was actually thinking about adopting a white family and giving them the
I'm
names of my original family, and they're just running away with them. That's what I'm thinking
I'm
about.
about to
Because you
hang up
know,
on you.
because sister, you know, like I know, you know, white is right. White is right. But now y'all are definitely cooking on some. Like you know that y'all telling the truth whenever I agree with y'all. Like Jay was cooking on the history of it, but we just
Yeah.
the conclusion of it. I feel like is like, yeah. So let me specify on what I was saying, Kenny, because this is my honest opinion, right?
Okay.
I know that there's not a lot of eligible bachelors um, for black women, right? Because if you take out the people who are in drugs, you know what I mean, they gone. You know, you take out the gays, they gone. You take out you start adjusting for age because they not gonna date no 16, 17-year-old. You know what I mean? When you start adjusting for stuff, it's not a lot of black men there. So the only two options to either date outside the race or poly, right? So I'm aware of that, but that don't mean I can't hate when I see it, because you know we got to be honest. We got to be honest. There is a certain level of ownership that we have had because all we had throughout the struggles in America is each other. That's a fact, right? And
Well,
it's
you
just
would think we
natural.
would treat each other better based off of that knowledge, but we don't.
I mean, we have a view of possession, but that doesn't necessarily mean it, because there was stuff that was put into place too, also to make us not treat each other that well. You know, it's hard to be nice when you just want to survive. You get what I'm saying? And then there's stuff that's intentionally done, targeting the leaders and stuff like that. But no, yeah, we've had each other for years. That's why we look at each other with ownership. There's a video of shout out. Matter of fact, let me play this video because Jay loves this guy. Jay absolutely loves this guy. As soon as I put it up, she gonna know exactly who I'm talking about. Shout out to Charles Xavier. What's good, bro? I ain't seen you in a long time. This is my sister Candy, and this is my sister Jay. You know, they agree with me most of the time. You know, we rehearse this
I don't
before
know
we
if I
come
go that
on.
far.
You know,
I
we
don't know if
rehearse
I
this.
go that far.
I pull up in white face in our meetings, and they agree with everything, and I take it off and that's it. But this is what Jay's favorite person, Shannon Sharp, said. Check this out.
Let me ask you this. Yeah. Do little women get upset when they see dwarf men dating?
Yes.
They do?
Yes. The same way, I'm sure black women will get mad at you if you date a white woman.
Yes. Yes.
Or an Asian woman or what?
Yes.
Non-black.
Yes.
They will get mad at me for very similar reasons. Because dwarf women will look at a tall woman dating a dwarf man and be like, "You took one of ours."
Mm-hmm.
Because, and especially with little people, the dating pool is not that big.
True.
There's not that many.
I feel the same
Now,
way
see,
about black people. I agree with
I'm
what he's saying.
confused because I
What you
would think
confused
that
with?
dwarf women would have an easier time finding tall men than a dwarf man would find a tall woman. Is that
But
me
he
being
rich.
biased?
No,
Do
he's
you know
rich.
why? Why do you think she said that?
Because the dudes are sick. Who the dudes be want to sleep with
No,
midgets?
Yeah,
no, that's
because
not
men
it.
are
They
sick. Men
Yeah,
men like
they be having a
real
little fetishized. We
infantile,
done did a whole
childlike
panel.
people. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'll let
We
y'all
did
have
a we
your
did a
verse.
whole panel, Jay. We did a
Whatever.
whole panel. We ain't gotta do that, sister. We ain't got bash to me. But we did a whole panel
That's
about
not
people.
bashing. That's just the truth. You know that we
Go
talked
ahead,
about
speak your truth. You know I'm not never one to silence anybody. Go ahead, sister Jay. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what came over me. I
no,
guess this picture done.
I interrupted. It's getting late. When it gets late, I get unruly. So that's why I said I would just let it be. We can
No, sister,
have
get
that
out.
conversation at a
This
later
the place. The people want to know. Look at Logic. She in there with her pom poms. You know she ready for a good scholar bashing.
First of all, don't do thinker. Don't do
Oh,
thinker. Because
hold up.
anytime thinker pull
Oh,
up, you get the shaking and scared, and you don't really
nah,
know what to
she
say. Or
definitely scared of me. She definitely scared of me.
I don't know about that because she kind of clears you every single time, and you don't
Share the
really
link on your share the
don't have
link on
much
your page.
to
I
know.
bet she won't pull up. I bet she won't pull up.
She said drop the link. As far as when I saw in the chat, she said drop the link. Is what
She
she
didn't
had.
say that.
I seen that.
She didn't say that. No, she definitely didn't say that.
I
But
think she
but
did.
But no, I think that they be having like some fetish stuff, like because I don't see. Well, I'm kink shaming a little bit, so I don't see the pleasure in sleeping with a midget. But the opposite, women want tall dudes. Like we seen pop the balloon, where like if you ain't even like you ain't even got to be short. If you ain't 5'10" or 11 and over, they like pop, 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 pop. Nigga just he can be dressed fresh to death. Soon as so like a machine gun, everybody popping, right? Like so with that being said, like that's why they have a hard time finding because they don't like, but he got money. That's why he got the problem he got because he's rich, you know. So
Okay.
that's
So
why
let
he's
me
able to.
tell you my thought process of why I said what I said. Because a lot of the dwarf women have like the big butts, right? And I don't want this to sound really ignorant, but like women, like you said, taller men. I don't see a whole lot of women wanting to date a short man unless he has something like you said, money. Like they have a problem with 5 foot men, let alone somebody 3 feet. So that's why I said I feel like a short woman, a dwarfed woman, would have more options just based off of the stereotypes that people think about dwarfed women and their bodies. And then, I don't know. Maybe I'm being like maybe that's biased, but I just feel like the opposite would be true more so than dwarf men. I think dwarf men I would see dating more dwarf women unless you said he has an advantage like money.
Yeah, that's what he essentially was saying that. He was essentially saying that I didn't play the rest of the clip because obviously I don't know what clip Shay on, him and his themselves,
Okay.
But
Okay.
he basically was saying that they don't have a big community, so and they feel like ownership because they all are a small knit community. That when one of them step out, they be like taking all our good men. You remember on Say the Last Dance, taking all our good men. That's how they be, and that's how I feel about the black community. So it's a reality that I don't necessarily that I've accepted, but I don't necessarily like. So publicly, I'm always preach out against it, but realistically, I know what the numbers suggest. So that's all I'm saying about that, sister. But in the same way that I say that, Candy, it's never too late to erase your coolness, sister. We
I
gonna
don't
have
have any coney ways. I
sister,
don't have self hate. Like
sister,
that's what go ahead.
sister, hold up, sister. We're gonna start having baptize yourself Wednesdays, where you
Why
pull
would I
up.
need to do that?
Not just you. This ain't just you. The doors of the church is open. There's gonna be a bunch of people where we're gonna invite them on, and they're gonna be like, Skylar, I've been clean and sober and not dated white women for 3 years. And I'm like,
Oh my
brother, come
God.
on. And we're gonna dip. I don't like white women's no more. I like black women. We're gonna do something like that. Shout out. So shout out to black women. Because y'all inspired me to do this. This is for y'all. This ain't for
You
me.
are
Because I'm
funny.
selfless. I don't ever do nothing for me. This is for y'all. This is for y'all.
Okay, Brad. Okay, Brad.
She called me by my government, Brad. See what I mean by respect? I put the white man up there. She called me Brad. See, I want y'all to pay attention to the dynamics. I want y'all to pay attention. Y'all notice I ain't got cut off. I ain't got cut off since I've been speaking. When I had that
Well,
black chef up there, you know what I mean? That looked like he was around during Jim Crow. Oh man, I was getting cut off left and right.
that's
I
not
couldn't
true.
even get a straight.
We don't know. I don't normally cut people off. But look at him trolling. Look at him trolling. That's crazy. Mm-mm. That's okay. When you come back to my neck of the woods, we're gonna give you a smackdown. I'm already planning it.
Okay. Shout out to Charles Xavier. He said, can I ask? He got a question for the sisters. He said he has a question in regards to music and the young people being influenced by it, creating a society of moral decline. What do you think about it? Cardi B, Nicki Minaj. He didn't say Meg Thee Stallion, but we'll throw her in there. I don't know. I just want to throw her in there. I don't know what reason. What reason I would have for throwing her in there. Well, I'm gonna throw in Meg because Meg fine as shit though. But I'm gonna throw Meg in there. He said mainly female rappers. So y'all think that female rappers are the decay of society? How do y'all feel about that?
No, I'm not going to say that they're the decay of society because I'm looking at his question and he's asking, are the young people being influenced by Nicki and Cardi? I'm going to say ratchet culture, period. It seems to be really prevalent with younger people today. Hood culture, it seems to be the thing that is for the win. I'm not even going to just put it off on the women unless you just specifically want to know about them. But, we got drill music. We got a lot of stuff that is the wave. Like, it's the wave. So, I mean, I don't know if I would say it's like fully influencing because we grew up like we had our versions of that too. I grew up, with Eminem and whatnot, and I used him only because like that first CD where he had and he was talking about deleting his mama and all that stuff. I listened to that music. It didn't make me want to go out and do anything crazy. So I don't. It's a hard question for me to answer. I think moral decline is just happening in general. And I don't know that I would put it all off on music because then you could say all forms of media is causing it. The video games, the music, the TV. Heck, what about not going to church now? Like the churches are empty. And people like maybe that's where the decline is coming from. And the fact that there aren't a lot, we don't have as many two-parent households as we had in previous years. And I think that is also impacting the moral decline that's happening. So that's a layered question. I'm sorry if I was long winded.
Hey, before we go to Jay, I'm gonna just say he brought up a point. He talked about '90s rappers. You had the little kids, but you had variety. We had the UNITY. Like you had that type, and we know about Queen Latifah. Shout out to
Don't do
Queen
Queen
Latifah.
Latifah.
Shout out to Queen Latifah. Shout out. We heard.
Well,
she got
what
that.
about NWA? Do you think that they inspire people to want to go be gangsters?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And they wasn't even. Not all of them was gangsters. Like, yeah, definitely. Man, listen. You talking about a Negro that pays taxes, right? There be sometimes, I'll be like, you know what I mean? Because I listen to R&B mainly, but every now and then, you know what I mean. The YouTube playlist might go to King Von, and I'll be like, oh, to the
Wait,
I know.
wait, because Ryan just came in with a very good point. Peace and love to you, Ryan. I hope that you're well. I hope that you're feeling good. He said it's some jazz lyrics from the 1920s and the 30s that's surprisingly very sexual, rebellious, etc. My rain
Juke
is Black
joints.
Bottom,
Yeah, juke joints. I
right?
forgot
The
about
juke
that.
joint. We have so many, like art is an expression. It's been, since the beginning of time where we see things and, I'm reading this book. It's called like Tao of Sex or something like this. And it's like ancient Chinese graphics of like people having sex and all these different things. So,
Chinese Kama Sutra.
yeah, it's essentially similar to that, but just through a
My
different.
granddaddy in that book, but go ahead.
But
shut up.
Okay, Chinese Kama Sutra, yeah, girl, exactly that, right? But I just feel like it was, it's been since the beginning of time, and I think that it's just a part of our human nature. Art is always going to reflect and express that, and there are many different facets. So, I think that anything that I see from the Cardi B and the Nicki Minaj situation is like Nicki Minaj became like the blockbuster of our generation. And what I mean by that is she got too comfortable. She wasn't able to adapt to the new landscape. And she didn't know that little Netflix was creeping up. right? She thought, oh, well, I have the great movie and whatever. And she didn't realize the streaming service would come through where people wouldn't care if she wrote the raps. Care if she could
Okay.
actually sing and dance and enunciate her words and didn't have whatever. She thought that, you know, my big movie, my big production, because I have the pen, is going to always reign supreme. And she was unable to adapt to the new way in the new world. Now, to say something about moral decline, I think it's little to do with that. I think it's always a push because we talked about that earlier, right? The algorithm is going to push what it wants to, but we also consume it. So, and I think that it's been a part of, you know, our world and
And think
society
about it.
for a long time.
Reality TV, Zeus Network, and what's the Revolt Network? They've been pushing like trashy culture, trashy black culture for a long time, even more so than the rap does. Think
So
about okay.
no, go ahead. My bad.
I
I'm
was gonna
glad you
say
said that because I was about to be like, no, let Candy finish. Go ahead, Candy.
all of the like bad girls clubs and the housewives. Anytime we have a TV show that's a reality TV show, it isn't successful unless there's drama and fighting and like ratchet culture. So that's why I say I don't think we can put it all off on one particular thing. I think society overall is seeing the profits of degenerate behavior.
Gray Wolf said good night. He said he tired of it. Now he just said good night to. Hold up. Why you ain't say good night to me, Gray? You've been here telling me to get them, and you don't even see this is lack of support for black men. Hashtag protect black men. But I
Yeah,
wanted to
that's
say
for
this.
what we do.
I wanted to say this. Now he said that earlier. Whenever we were talking about broke niggas and stuff like that. But I want to say this, right?
Oh,
So what to the larger point of what Jay was talking about, this discussion has been around since I was a kid, where they talk about, video games where they cause people to be violent, right? And I don't know that I've never played a video game and said I want to go out and shoot people, right? So that's never happened to me. But not to say
right.
that there hasn't been somebody that played a game and wanted to go do it, wanted to go do Grand Theft Auto because they played it. But I will say this: we can't act like that art does not have an effect on. They say art imitates life, right? So with that being said, like if we could say that, and I'm pretty sure you guys would agree with me on this, that we are turning into a grooming culture. They're trying to make it okay for the ages keep going down of what is consent that's blurred, and can you date a person that's 14 if you're in love and love is love. They're definitely trying to groom the culture. And how do you do it? Over representation of that. You're always going to have, Orion didn't reveal anything that we didn't already know. We all seen The Color Purple. Like the person at the Jew joint was singing about sex, and the church was right down the street trying to shame it. It's always been like that, right? You've always had different strokes of different art, right? But we also know that sometimes agendas get pushed. They will lean heavily to a certain area and try to push that to make it, to normalize it, right? And I don't know that that's necessarily the moral decay, but I will say music is definitely influential. The moral decay to me is capitalism. Capitalism, because people do everything for money and think money is the only thing, you start seeing them justify stuff, right? I'll give you an example. To the people right now that we're like, hey man, Donald Trump is not good for black people. The way that they justify that is, well, I made more money up under him. Okay, so
Yeah, I've
money's the
heard
only
that.
thing. Money's the only thing. Like they think money is supposed to be everything. If you look at all the people who were civil rights leaders, the Carmichaels, the MLKs, the Fred Hamptons, all of those people, even the Black Panthers, they all were anti-capitalism because they understood, right? Because coons ain't just existed. They ain't just popped up out of nowhere. There was coons back then, right? And they sold themselves for capitalism. Capitalism
Well,
has always been an
Yeah,
enemy
but
of
Scholar,
progress.
weren't you just the one who were just talking about it's a money game and you were going to go for the money push? And I was trying to push back and say, well, no, if not everybody believes that money is the only marker of success. And now here
So,
you are.
sister, what does that have to do with the moral decay of society? We're still going to play the money game whether you're in it or not. You're either going to win in it or lose in it. But that has nothing to do. When I'm talking about the moral decay, Jay, specifically, because I mean everybody wants resources. That's what money represents, correct? So when I'm talking about the moral decay, this is what I'm talking about. We try to act like we overstand mental health, right? We
No,
act like we
I
not
don't think that people try to
society.
represent mental
We
health.
we Society
I think
nowadays,
that mental health as a whole, as a society is standing, has just become a major push. But I don't think that we've given enough
we're
time.
at least
We're now
attempting.
getting to a point where we are starting to be more accepting and destigmatizing what it is to deal with mental health issues and to address mental health in a way that's appropriate.
So
I
you
agree
agree?
with that.
You disagree to agree with me? Yes, that's the point that I was making. You just put a
No,
lot of
well, you
words
just
in.
said that the society mental health everybody understands, and I don't agree. I don't
We
agree.
are attempting to understand, meaning, like there are fighters who pull out a fight because of mental health. In the '90s, they would have forced them inside the ring and made them fight. We're learning more. CTE. We learned about that. There was a whole movie called Concussion. We're learning more about the human condition and the human brain, more than we knew 10 years ago, and then the 10-year mark more than they knew 10 years before that. We're at a point where people are at least pretending to understand.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So with that being said, right, you take a situation like Diddy and Cassie, right? Everybody, and it was a whole bunch of people. And this wasn't no sex thing or anything. When I had an open panel, we talked about Diddy and Cassie. I want to say like at least 98%, 80 to 98% was on the side of Diddy. And they said, well, she got paid for it. And it's like they can't even fathom that, abuse, you can't put a price on abuse.
Yeah.
If I told somebody like, hey, hey, let me well, it's supposed to be. I don't know, because the producers were getting away with fondling men. So that's what I mean by the moral decay. They do anything for money. They could be a heterosexual man and then take a bribe from a producer to get in the movies, do some strange
Well, then he's not a
things
man.
because that's the moral decay. But when we was talking about Cassie and Diddy, like I was just so blown away because, like I said, we at least pretend to care about mental health or understanding mental health. And if you understand that, we know about Stockholm syndrome, right? Because they always did the why. Well, why she didn't do this? Well, why she did that?
Well,
Oh,
I
why he
wasn't on
let
the
her
side
pee
of
on him?
Diddy in any of that. I was on the
Yeah,
side of Cassie. So
you was in the
yeah,
minority though. I'm talking about the
I
majority.
recognize that.
I don't believe that was the minority either. I guess, but also too, it depends on where you sit and what you consume. I
Well,
think most people felt like what he did was terrible, and that girl was groomed, and he deserved to do some jail time. Now, I think a lot of people tried to split hairs when it came to how much jail time and how heinous of a crime, but I think that most people felt like he was terrible.
I hope that's the truth. The conversations that I had with people around that time left me disappointed. I even had one of my personal non-internet people, one of my homegirl, called me up and like I told this story in one of my last streams about her going off on me over the Cassie Diddy thing, like because she was making excuses for Diddy and basically had that same sentiment of, but she got paid for it, and why is she saying something now? And she's just out for the money and this and that. I'm like, girl, what?
And calm down.
If I told somebody let Diddy assault their mama or assault their kids and they gonna get paid for it later, I would hope that they answer would be like, nah, that's not what you on. What type of stuff is that? But those same
But
people will,
In the money
I'm gonna
games.
say,
but
right.
that's
You
not
just
the
told
money
us
game.
about the moral decay.
See, but
Think
hold
about
on,
these
hold on.
child stars. Think about
Go
the
ahead.
child stars that got sold out. You're saying that you hope that they would say no. I'm telling you, there's probably a good chunk of people that might say no, but there's also going to be a good chunk of people that's going to sell them kids.
Hey, and that's what the moral decay. So I think Jay, you're not comprehending what I'm trying to say, sister. What I'm trying to say is this: the same conversation that we had about Mr. Tenderism, and they were trying to say that was capitalism. Like, no, that's not capitalism. That's wrong. It's like he's being predatory and vulturing on him. That's not capitalism. That you look at the definition of capitalism. It doesn't say that. Let me be a vulture. Let me be mean. Let me be nasty. Let me mess over people. That's not what capitalism is. But they made that argument, and I make the same argument now that you could play the money game and still not be a snake oil salesman or end up selling your soul. Not everybody who passes away that played the money game is going to hell because they played the money game. You gotta sleep good at night. You know what I mean? I
got a
sleep real
question for
good at
you
night when the
then.
decisions I made.
Based off of
Go
what
ahead.
you just said,
Go ahead, sister.
based off of what you just said, do you think that it's possible to get to higher than millionaire status, like billionaire status, like a Jeff Bezos, and still have a clean soul?
Nah. I don't. They asked 50 Cent one time if he wanted to be a billionaire, and he said no. He was like, "What? Why would I chase billionaire status? At that point, it's just for a title." He was like, "I can buy anything I want." They're like, "Do y'all doubt that?" And he was like, "Why would I Why would I spend my entire life chasing being a billionaire?" You know, it was like it's basically pointless. And I completely agree. I think once you made a lot of money at that point, it's like, why? Like Donald Trump. Donald Trump is fit to go see Jesus. He won Diet Coke and McDonald's meal away from going to go see Jesus. His arteries is definitely clogged, right? You know, he flickering. He like a light bulb right now, you know, just flickering. You know, and he wants to make more money. It's like, Donald, what are you gonna do with the money? Ain't no ATMs in heaven. You know, you can't transfer that money from earth to, well, he definitely ain't going to heaven. Let me stop. You can't transfer that money to hell. You know, ain't no ATMs in hell. And it's just like they so fixated on the money game that by default, Candy, they can't keep their soul. They're like virus. You know how a virus, we're talking about viruses earlier, the virus needs a host, right? Or it can't survive without a host. A virus is really complex and smart as far as nature's concerned, especially HIV. Like, it attacks us in our reproductive, but that's brilliant, right? But it's also dumb too, because it eventually replicates so much that it kills the host, which essentially kills itself. That's rich people to me.
I agree.
Go ahead.
I think you get to a certain level of money where nothing excites you anymore. I said I was going to, did I do this stream? I haven't done it yet, but it was a thought to do a stream on, like, at a certain level, you have attained so much that it numbs you. And that's why they get into the weird stuff. Because now you can buy literally everything and you're bored. That's just a running theory that I have on why so many of these ultra wealthy people end up going down debaucherous lanes.
Shout out to Jay for agreeing with Ryan for saying the same thing I say. You know, that's why I talk about with respect from the black man. But shout out to Charles. He sent another super chat. He said we are in a morally declining society. He said we need to equip the younger generation with the knowledge and the wisdom to maneuver around today's morality declining society. And
well, in order for us to do that, people have to be in their kids' lives. Like, not, and I don't say that to be funny. What I'm saying is, I see a lot of teenagers and even younger kids. Oh man, this is something else. I'm probably gonna get in trouble for this one. People don't pay enough attention to their kids like I feel like they should. I see a lot of people letting devices raise their children instead of them raising their children. And I agree with him on, influencing the younger generation, but you got to start by first caring about the younger generation enough to want to even influence them. And I think a lot of parents are checked out. These younger parents, a lot of them are checked out. And I'm just like, what is happening right now? These kids are basically, in a lot of ways, raising themselves.
So Candy,
I got uncomfortable. Everybody got quiet.
Listen. I'm gonna put that tablet in front of my kid. I don't know what I don't agree with that. Shit, I got a line with that. I don't know what kid you talking about with that.
Listen, if you're putting a tablet in front of your kid, at least monitor what they're watching so that it's something educational and not just crap.
I don't know. Is that Jay? Are we gonna get some pics on the screen? That's you, Jay?
So yeah. I can't hear anything if she's talking. Jay, if you're talking, I can't hear anything.
I think that's it. Because the other one dropped. So I think that's it.
What I mean by that is, yes, you can give a tablet to your kid, but don't let it be an electronic babysitter. You still need to be working on your sight words. You should still be doing puzzles and brain building activities with your kids. And I think I don't see that a lot. I don't see it. And so that's why things like Gracie's Corner and some of the educational things
Baby rode a boat. Baby rode a boat. Hey, my son be watching that shit all the time. Shout out to Gracie's Corner.
So I think those things work. And then, like I said, it's hard, especially if you have a single person household, whether you're a single dad or a single mom. You go to work, then you have to, hope that you can be there when the kids get out of school if they need help with homework. Otherwise, the kids are doing homework by themselves if you don't have a strong village behind you. So it's a lot. I'm sorry. I have very strong feelings when it comes to this generation and kind of being failed by the adults. Sorry.
Um, so if I had to boil it down to one thing, Candy, and one thing only, because it's a bunch of factors, I would say capitalism. Because even when you
There you
talk,
go.
no, because
Okay.
even when you're talking about like the parents not raising their kids, they overworked. Like let's be honest. Like I know this might sound a little bit crazy, but like once you done did, a 13-hour shift or 12-hour shift, and you get home, you want to relax. Like sight words, like who? I mean, shout out to the super moms out there, but and the super dads, but who is doing sight words after a 12 or 13-hour shift?
But see, that's why it's important for you to build yourself before you go out and marry. This is why I said what I said earlier. If you can find a job that does not require a 12-hour shift, find one that will give you the time to be able to be there for the family that you're trying to raise. That's why I said it's important to get yourself together, in my personal opinion, rather than trying to date while broke. And yes, that goes back to capitalism to tie in to your point.
And you know why, sister? Because you just as part of the system as everybody else. You shame black men that don't make a
Yeah,
certain
get your butt out of here.
but no, like that capital, like I said, it's so crazy to me because even the Yahshua dude that was in there, Yahi, or whatever they like, they got the Y names. They took the whole section of the Y alphabet and just start making names out of it. No other letter. It's always Yakapi, Yaki, Yashepi, like all the Yas, Yoshi from Mario, all that shit.
Yoshi, leave Yoshi out of this. Yoshi
When
didn't
they
have
be
nothing to do with it.
when they be talking candy, like they never bring up the fact that the Bible talk about, money is the root of all evil, and how, and how, capitalism has affected. But if you go back, for people that like to read, you go back and you look at the quotes and stuff that like I said, Carmichael and those people have. Listen to what they in the Black Panthers movement. Listen to solely what they said about capitalism. Listen to what they say about it. Because all those people were against capitalism because first of all, they were on the bad side of receiving it. And then when they got
Okay.
together and put their resources together, right, to do positive, like feed the kids, like they was targeted for that, right? They was targeted for that. So they seen that. And then they seen the potential because they had black people back then. There was an old clip I seen where was three black ladies on a panel and they were debating this other black lady, and she like what do you call it, she was like, she had no idea about their struggles because she was like kind of like upper middle class, and she was like on some like bootstrap talk, and they were just laughing because they're like, girl, you have no idea, because she had no idea what it was like to be in the ghetto. Well, I don't know if she was born in the money or whatever the case may be, but they were just like laughing at her. You're like, because they said she looked like the chick from Get Out, the mama that was like, no, 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 no.
A black. Oh my God, that's
But
funny.
but yeah, that was a pretty good clip. I like watching history like that because they didn't know that it was going to be what it is now. So it's frozen. It's like their authentic selves, because nowadays it's fake. You got AI and stuff like that. So I really enjoy watching old clips like that. But capitalism is it. It's the money's the root of all evil. People do bad stuff for it. And it's really just a concept. It really don't. I mean, it can't explain money to an alien.
Well, would you say that capitalism and racism go hand in hand?
You don't need scholar to tell you. Look at it. Look at the books. Look at white people suing for the injustices that's done to them, through the EEOC with Nike.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. White people think that somehow they the victims of racism. Somehow they didn't came out the victim. Say that we're the victims of everything, but somehow they the victims of the real victims of racism and Jim Crow. Like, you can't make this up. But yeah, it's just, going forward, Candy, I look forward to seeing you and Jay. Look, bow your head real quick. How about y'all hear that?
You better get out of here.
Father God, please send a black man into their life. Father,
A good
BBC,
man. A good man.
BBC is optional. He just got to know how to eat cash. How tall y'all want him to be? Make him be over
I'm not
6
fooling
foot,
with this man.
father, at least 6 foot. Did I say 6? But yeah. Father, please send a good man into their life. That's what they need. A good black man, a good brother.
A good man in general.
You know.
That's really assuming that Candy or myself even want a man. Because
Oh, here we go.
I'm just saying,
Here we
Candy, I'm not
go.
speaking for you. I'm just saying because
Lord, I take my prayers
you
back. Don't you do that to that black man that know how to eat box.
I'm so done with him. I am done.
Yeah. Assuming that y'all want a man. I want a man for y'all. How's that? You know, and you know, I believe in energies, and you know, y'all gonna find what y'all looking for. You know, if y'all not looking, no, they gonna find y'all because they looking for
Scholar,
y'all. How
but
about
you say it in such a way that really kind of tells me like how you're informed that women can't be happy and whole without having had a
that?
man. It just sounds. I'm just telling you how it sounds. I just really hope and wish that for you. Like, damn, well, as long as he's a black man, no, let's make him a good man. You know what I mean? Like people and a lot of women feel this way too. They feel like as long as I have a man, it don't matter if he's a piece of a man, a terrible man, but at least I have a man. Some women don't even take advice from a woman if she doesn't have a man. Like, you know what I mean? So that's why I made that small correction.
And
Not
you
even a
know
small
what?
correction, it's a big correction.
I will say at this stage in my life, I'm really like I hate to say it again, but I'm content. Like I feel the
Mm-mm,
happiest mentally I've been in a
mm-mm,
long time.
mm-mm.
Um, I don't know what
We
to
don't
tell
do
you,
that.
Scholar.
We don't do
I'm
that.
in a good place.
We don't do that, sister.
I'm
We
just
do
saying.
not do. No, we don't do that. We
I'm
don't. I say we
chilling.
don't do. We don't do that. Let me put me on the big screen, and you focus on the sound of my white voice, sister. We don't do that. Mm-mm.
I am chilling. I'm I'm
What then?
I'm I'm a very good place right now. Absolutely.
What Denzel say? No, we don't do that. No, we're not doing that, sister. You gonna accept these blessings of this black man that
I
God
mean,
for
but why not though? If she's happy, I don't get it.
Mm, what'd you say a while ago? What is happy? You know,
She just described it. She just said she's content. Like she's fulfilled.
content.
Like
More content is kind of like a word like settled. I know women have a problem with the word game. So I mean, yeah, yeah.
I think my mental health is the strongest that it has been in a long time currently in this moment.
But wait a minute, you get that happens with age naturally.
No, it doesn't. Not all the
Yes,
time.
it
Not all the
does.
time. Not. Are you kidding? Have you met some of these old people on this app?
I can only speak for the scholar, you know. And the older I get, the happier I get because I realize
I know a lot of
life is a
old fool
blessing.
scholar on this app right now today. Miserable, catty, messy, always in
Mm,
somebody's business, starting something up, firing up a live stream, putting your name in it for no reason. Those people are not in good mental health. It doesn't come with age. It comes with working on yourself. It comes with really feeding into yourself and figuring out the things that have you triggered and working on them. Is my life perfect? Absolutely not. I still have a lot of things that I could fix, but I'm not in a place of scarcity. I'm not in a place of need, want, desperation. Like if it happens, it happens. I'm cool, and if it don't, I'm still cool. I'm good.
mm. Well, I'm gonna just say this. You know, we're not talking about desperation because the people that sector you didn't see what desperation look like. You know, you see these people, these women fighting over men that ain't worth two dead flies smashed. So we're not talking about that. We talk about um because Candy, part of pro blackness is family, the family unit. You know,
Mm.
so let's say we always talk about it and make it seem like there's only black women out there that are raising kids. There are some black men that are raising kids. And would you be willing to be a stepmama to them kids?
Um, I
So I'm
wouldn't
gonna
have a
take that as a
problem
no.
with. Well, no. Wait. Let me finish. I'm saying I wouldn't have a problem with it. Like I've raised children that are not my own. I don't have any kids, but I have raised kids before. Like I have what I would call like a love for children just naturally, right? And so I wouldn't have a problem with it, but it would need to be like a good dynamic. I couldn't be dealing with baby mama drama or, something like that. You'd have to have a kid that you raised well, that's respectful.
So with that being said, Candy, we were talking about pro-blackness, and in the
Okay.
same way that, we talk about families and everybody put all these guidelines and rules on what a man is and how a real man will step up and take care of somebody else's kids for the family dynamic, that works in reverse too as well. And, like
I
I
just
said,
told you I would.
I know. What I'm
Oh,
trying to tell you, is part of being pro-black is family structure. You said you would do that, so you need to be open because it might be a black man out there, for whatever reason, widowed, I don't know, that's raising kids
listen.
and sister, and you might need to come into his life. You
I'm
might need to
not.
come
That's
into his life.
that's the part that gets me. You saying come into his life. I'm telling you, I'm not actively seeking anything. If I come across it, if it comes into my energy field, and I can see what this is, and we mesh well, then cool. But I'm not. I guess what I'm trying to say to you is I'm not in a state where I feel like my life. Oh my God, let me get a husband. Oh my God, let me get a man. Oh my God, pick me, pick me, pick me. I'm not there. I'm not there.
Listen, I don't know why y'all so mad at the pygmies. Pygmies make regular women high value that ain't pygmies. So everything got its
Um,
place. Y'all gotta stop doing it. Y'all gotta stop shaming.
I'm not coming down on them. What I'm saying is, I don't even know what I'm saying. Why am I arguing this point with you right now? Why am I
See,
doing that?
see, it ends
Why
up
have I
happening
been
every
roped
time
in?
because Scholar Phil, that's what I'm gonna start calling myself, Scholar Phil. I had this effect. When we get on, we're gonna get into the core stuff. We like to unpack over here. We like to unpack issues. We like to speak on the future, and we like to speak life into relationships, Candy. And you gonna find you that stepdaddy. He gonna come. He coming. Oh well.
Stepdaddy,
Well,
Lord
well,
help
he's not
me.
the stepdaddy. The real daddy. You gonna be the stepmom. My bad. Let me scratch that in reverse. But he coming.
Yeah.
Scholar,
He on his way.
I do want to say that you're making a really good point, and I feel like that's a situation that I've been in before because I never really thought I would have children, and so I always was open to the idea of dating men with kids, and I think that I always felt like it was my duty or obligation to be close to children who are black or just children in general. Like children love me, animals love me. It just is what it is. And I think that that's really important, like to be an active person. Like I said, all my old step kids love me.
I see you put that.
Shout out
I
to my
see.
old step kids.
I see you put that.
She's funny.
No,
I
they
I
do.
would
They
tell
do.
you,
I'm not even bullshitting. They do love me. I love them too. Shout out, shout
I'm the
out.
favorite auntie. I'll put it that way. So that gives you any sort of clue. All of my nieces and nephews love me, and they be calling and asking, can they come over my house? And we don't spend all day on TVs. I entertain very well.
Mm. Your sister don't knock the TV because my baby be playing games. You was talking about the tablet. The tablet, that's me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the tablet nigga. I definitely will push that in front of my son. I let him play the game. But let me tell you two reasons. Two reasons. Number one reason is I work my fingers down to the bone.
I'm
Then you
done
what?
with you.
You know. But no, the second reason is because I play video games. And I don't think it's that bad. I want my kid to live. Like I be feeling sometimes like my wife be being too militant with him. Like what you said, the sight words. Like she like, oh, you can't do this.
No,
You
listen.
can't go outside until you get
I
your
would be
sight
like your
words.
wife. I would be
Oh,
like your wife.
Jesus.
Absolutely. That's
What's
me.
good, Breezy?
No, we're not gonna have any unintelligent kids in this house. There's no excuse. Because you know why? Our kids already get labeled as the dumb ones as they're growing up throughout the educational system. The US already looks at them as the group that's going to be the ones left, the no child left behind crap, right? That's our kids. And we don't do any like justice to them if we don't give them every bit of fighting chance that we can. So
Okay.
yeah, I was doing my niece, my niece was in Tennessee, and I used to call her when my sister and her family lived in Tennessee and have her reading to me. My sister wasn't even doing that, and I'm not saying this to like pat myself on the back or anything like that. But when I found out that my 7-year-old niece was having a hard time reading, and I knew that was a passion of mine growing up as a child, why would I not help her out? Why would I not, like, if you have the capacity to do it? That's where I say the village comes in. Your people who have the space and the place to help you out should, but we don't.
I mean, but I think that's Omar like kind of like touched on this area, and I know how people not the biggest fan of him, but this is one of the things that he said that I actually agree with when he was talking about black children being misdiagnosed because they already have the stigma, like they already compromised in diagnosing
Hmm.
them. But a lot of them have ADHD, diagnosed ADHD, and like I just want to ask this question because this just can't be me. What male, right, does not have that as a kid? I
I
mean,
think
I've
part
never
of
seen a
it,
kid that doesn't have that.
I can't speak for kids currently today. I can talk about my family. I don't think my brother had it growing up in the house with us, but we had a structured house. We had a structured house.
Hmm.
I don't know. Where I see the kids who seem more ADHD-ish is because their parents are chaotic in a lot of ways.
Whoa, hold up, sister. Hold up. Don't do that.
No,
Don't do
I
that.
think that like the ADHD phenomenon really kind of just talks for me anyway. I think that boys and girls are different and they need different things biologically.
Gotcha.
And I think that
Stimulation, you mean?
correct.
Okay.
And when girls need stimulation in a different way, boys need stimulation in a different way. They also too have they have different energy levels and boys need to exert that energy. And I know like I study like curriculum and things at work. Like boys need active, heavy activity and then 15 minutes of, engaging them and, showing the sight words and doing all those things and then immediately engaging them into something else and having these brain breaks. Like they learn and it
Yeah, I
sticks
can agree to
differently.
that.
So I don't think that it's a matter of structure all the time, although that does play a part, right? Because the parents showing up and they don't really care and they got the screen time and they don't care and it's just whatever. You have all of this energy that's bottled up or you don't really know where it's
Hmm.
coming from. And so you start to act out.
Exactly.
But I think
Yes.
a part of it is just understanding how boys and girls have different needs. And even like a lot of girls are like misdiagnosed. Like there are a lot
Hmm.
of older women who are coming out like, oh, I have ADD. They may not have the hyper part, but they have a issue with, focusing because women are overlooked or girls are overlooked because they are able to sit still long enough. But in their mind, they're daydreaming. They're not really focused, but they can just get along well enough to just be quiet. You know what I mean?
Can you grow into
That was
ADHD or
deep.
ADD? Because I feel like I'm starting to get it
No,
now.
I
You
don't.
probably
I
I
don't
already
think
find
it's
have.
a
myself having
growing thing. Go ahead. You hard
I
time
find
focusing,
myself
right?
having yes. I don't know what that is. Even reading now. Like I said, I used to be an avid reader, and now even reading a paragraph, I got to read that paragraph three, four,
Me
five
too.
times just
Me
to
too.
focus.
I'll
So
be like,
I
all
think
right,
that
all
it's
right.
a part of just like cognitive decline as a part of aging if you're not really using that skill. I think also too is it depends on like the kind of life that you lived. I think that some of those things that lay dormant show up in our later years of life when they go untreated when they're younger, right? You experience a certain level of trauma, 15, 16, 17, you're in your 20s, you live, you experience more trauma, you don't really get the work done, you don't really do the necessary things that you need to kind of combat that. And now you're in your 40s and you can't really focus, you have all this anxiety. Whereas before you would just meet a stranger, hop in the back of the car, smoke some weed and drink some lick. Now you can't even go to the grocery store. You know what I mean? And that's
Who
just
was doing that, sister?
unprocessed trauma. I'm sorry, what?
Who was doing that? I wasn't doing that. I was living for Christ, young
Well,
age.
okay, well here we go. But you know what I mean? I just think that it's a part of like the trauma that's in our body that kind of eventually catches up to us because the body keeps the score.
Oh, there were some things you said I agree with, but this is just my take on it. This is why I'm not so militant, right? Because what Candy was saying earlier about that, Candy, you know what I think it is? I think that the older that you get and more responsibilities that you get, you start to you drift. Like when you're at home, you're thinking about work. When you're at work, you think about home. So all that stuff plays a part. You can't never relax, right? Like you can never
Mm.
relax and really get into the book like you did when you were younger and had responsibilities. That's what I think that is. I don't think and school teaches obedience, right? So this is why that I think you listen. I don't want to bring up old skeletons and stuff like that, but you remember we had that conversation over here about the crack epidemic and crack babies. We're not going into
Uh-huh.
it. We're not. But you remember the study said that they like they overanalyze the effects of crack on babies, but it still has an effect, right? But that was a debate over here. I think they're going to do that with ADHD and ADD. I think they're going to eventually say, well, wait a minute, if this is more common, if this is something that like maybe we misdiagnose, or maybe we didn't really understand what when we were trying to diagnose this, because like I said, every kid I went to school with was hyper, because school, like I said, school is structured in a way to prepare you for work, right? It's grooming you essentially, right? That's why you have like they even have jail in school. Suspension is jail, right? So they're grooming you for it. And kids are kids. They're not born like, to be obedient to strangers and interact with people and sit still. Especially like I remember being a kid, like really, really enjoying like the company of playing. Like recesses was I loved it, and a lot of times I would be hyper. That's why they had naps and stuff at school to get us to calm down and stuff like that, because they pretended to understand to pretend to understand like that's a real thing. But now they just overdiagnosing, over medicating. It is really crazy to me that America as a society would be so opposed to like what they call it, the jab, but like when it comes to this, they letting strangers diagnose they kids and tell them like that's not normal behavior and stuff. And this is what I touched on this earlier because I did not know this. I was 26 years old when I found this out. Homeschool kids do better in schooling and college, and they graduated higher rates. And I was like,
that's surprising to you?
Yes, that's surprising to me because if they're being homeschooled, they're not being diagnosed with anything. The parent is going to meet them where they are, work with them where they are, and teach them what they want to teach them. And then they go off into college and they're successful. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, it must be something wrong with the school system. If the parents
absolutely something wrong with the school system. It's absolutely something. That's why I'm so hard on you. Got to do the work yourself and don't rely fully on us.
Yeah,
there's absolutely something wrong with it. Think about it. If you have a child who is homeschooled and you actually have a parent there teaching with the curriculum, and it's like having a private tutor for 8 hours a day or 5 hours a day or however long they're doing the homeschooling versus a teacher who's got 30 kids in her classroom and she's having to deal more with behavioral problems than she can do the lesson plans.
And she probably don't even halfway like them kids for real, because she about to drive to the other side of town where kids who come from her background and culture. I do believe that like homeschool kids do have the advantage of like having the tailored curriculum, and then having the parent who is a caregiver who's invested in your real future for real and meeting you where you are. And also too, just like exposure and all of these different things. I definitely believe that going to work, being a working mom really kind of tricks you out of your spot. The most important job for a woman is to like rear and teach her children and kind of like guide them. So you're saying that it's militant. I think it's really just foresight to know and understand that these kids need more than what the schools are actually offering. Like I always say that like I'm leaving work, but I'm going to my real job. The job that actually matters is these kids. Like
you're
not going to get that from school.
When I say militant, Jay, I mean they're being militant in a way that they're enforcing what the already failed system is trying to teach on them, which is obedience and grooming for job. But like if you look at the success of the people that's homeschooled, then that's a different thing. Because like if they were homeschooling their kids, they wouldn't say, "Oh, my son has ADHD." That wouldn't even be a thing. They would just say, "Hey, you need to sit down, you need to stay still, or we're gonna talk about." They would just handle it. They would handle it a whole lot better. But because they on a time crunch, they're misdiagnosing the kids, in my opinion. And then they're like I said, they're gonna find in the future that they overly did it, like they did with the crack baby stuff.
And there's probably some financial incentive, just like with the opioid crisis, where you had the doctors getting kickbacks for prescribing pills. It wouldn't surprise me if the educational system is getting some sort of kickback from declaring these kids ADHD.
Oh, they
That
are.
sound like capitalism. That
No,
sound like
no, no.
capitalism.
They really are. They get money from the transportation company. They get the taxes because the school is like busing those kids there, and then like it's a contract, and then big pharma comes in and say, "Hey, prescribe these meds." And then if you don't even actually give the children the meds, then DHS or CPS can come in and say, "Hey, you're not actually giving the kids the medicine that we prescribed to you," and so now we have to be involved with your family for medical negligence. It's a whole thing. Like
Yeah.
it's truly the biggest money grab for real. So even if you feel like your child is suffering, I always tell parents, like, between the ages of like 5 and let's just say 8, or 5 to 10 even, like let's establish a baseline. A lot of times kids are coming in 5, 6, 7 years old. They've just been exposed to the school system and school setting, and it's like, oh, ADHD, oh, this and the third, but we haven't even had enough time in this setting to establish a baseline before we're just throwing them into this whole system. Preschool, the prison pipeline is so real, but also too, it's like follow the money. It's a real thing.
Hmm.
I mean,
Yeah. I
I
I
don't want
agree
to go
with
on
that.
that.
I agree with that.
That
I
sound like
think
capitalism, sister.
in another life, I would have liked to have been an au pair or like somebody who like not quite a nanny. I would have liked to
Candy,
have
I
done
thought you
that.
was gonna say I would have
A
liked to been a white
homesteader,
woman.
please. Candy, no.
What
I
did he
thought
That's too
Candy
say?
was
much.
gonna say in
He-
another lifetime, I wish I would have been a white woman. I thought that's what she was going with that. Go
No,
ahead.
I
Nah,
never.
I
No, he
told
was
you
going.
I have never wished to be another race outside of what I am. I don't think
Hold up, never,
anybody's
never,
never, never,
ever.
never.
Not one
Okay, well
time.
let me ask you and Jay this. I already know Jay's answer. She gonna laugh. But if you had
Lie.
to do it, well, let me get the question out. Since you get so defensive. So
Because please.
okay, please. Here we go,
I
please.
was raised pro-black, so like that's where
All right,
this
well,
one
let
Correct.
me
came
And
ask
you
from
y'all
know
this.
me.
that about me. I
I
was
don't want
raised
y'all to
very
think. I don't
pro
want y'all to
black.
think about this too much. If y'all had to
Our
come
husband.
back as a black male or black female, what would you come back as and
I'm gonna
why?
come back as a black woman every time.
I'm gonna come back as a woman. Yeah, that I have no.
Why?
There's no
I
benefit to
love
being a
being a
male.
woman. I
There's no benefit in
absolutely
being a
love
male.
anything.
Not for
I
me.
mean,
Not. You're asking me if I see a benefit in me being a male versus being in my life the way it
Being a
is.
black
I'm gonna be
male.
my life. No, I'm not gonna pick a black male over being a black woman.
Well, wait a minute. What about the equality that black men get to face, and all that other stuff that y'all talk about that women be fighting
I
for?
don't.
What about all that stuff?
I told you I'm not a black male. I'm not a man basher male. Like these are not my talking points because I don't believe in playing the role of a victim. I even if there is certain benefits that men might have, I also understand the double standards of the benefits that I have as a woman, and I will utilize them
Oh,
to the
speak on it.
fullest.
Speak on it. Yeah, no, we don't hear too much of that. I'm glad that you talk about it though. The benefits as being a woman. If y'all had the chance to come back as a black man, y'all said hell to the no. But why
I'll take a
wouldn't
No,
you?
black woman every
Well,
time.
hold up. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't
absolutely.
you? You coming back as equality that y'all fighting for? Why wouldn't you want to die and come back as equality?
No, because I'm a man, that means that we're going to get equality. No, I just enjoy being a black woman. That's it. That's it. I'm not even about to get rage baited out here
I
with
don't
this
even
fool.
think that there is equality. You're saying
Exactly.
equality. There isn't like the dynamics between black women and black men doesn't have equality in it to begin with. So coming to your side would not be a benefit to me.
What do
Correct.
you mean by that? I thought women were a minority of a minority. I thought they were black women were
We're
being.
Are
we
you
are a
saying that
triple
they're not?
minority. We are a
Mm.
triple minority. However, most
Mhm.
black men don't know how to utilize their privileges to begin with, so there's no benefit.
But you would
Oof.
know how because you coming back.
No, but I'm coming back not with the knowledge of being a woman though.
I see
Yeah,
how
I
you
would
like
choose a
to play
black
games.
woman every single
I
time.
see how you
I
like to
would
play
not
games.
choose to be a black man.
We know why y'all wouldn't be no black men. I
Why?
know
Why
why.
would you say? Why?
Because y'all know it's really hard being a black man. Y'all know it's really a lot of struggle, and even though y'all face struggles, like it's a lot of pressure on being a black man too as
That's
well. And
okay. Yes, listen,
and you
I
got
don't
to
want
be
to
the
do
leader.
oppression. You about to pull me into some gender war
I'm
oppression
more poor
Olympics,
than you, boss. I
and
got it
I ain't
worse
trying. I
than
don't
you.
know.
That's what he
I
trying to
told
do.
you I have a brother who is a doctor, a PhD doctor. I am not a doctor. So he's learned how to go through the system. He got connected with mentors. He did what he needed to do to get himself further in life. It's excuses in a lot of cases, yes, but it's also circumstances and it's the environment that you are raised in. I think if black people got together and created these family structures, we would be so much better off. But we're not doing that. And unfortunately, little old me doesn't have the power to make that happen. So all I can do is the little bit of my what I call trying to right the wrongs of the world or whatever is the little content that I do on my channel where I'm trying to wake the community up. That's it. That's all I got.
It's not little sister. It's your community and your content. We're not going to minimize what we do.
That's sickening. That's sick.
Appreciate that.
I don't like female unity. That's sickening.
Are you saying this as Brad or as Scholar? Because I need to understand who I'm about to cuss out.
Both.
Yeah, but no, no, I would come back as a black woman. I have learned the ins and outs of what I need to do and how to maneuver. And I don't think anybody's woman is more beautiful than us. But that's quiet as it's kept.
It's not
Ashley,
quiet for me. I think that I say that very loudly and boldly and proudly. I
you
think
know,
that black women are the blueprint. I'm gonna say it over and over again. That's something I'm willing to kind of like. Now, don't get me wrong. I believe in
you
like
okay, Jay?
women being beautiful. Yeah, I'm fine.
What was that, Kenya? Was it you okay? That sounded like somebody wrecked into an ice machine.
No, I'm sorry. I was rinsing. I did not put myself on mute. I was rinsing off a can. I'm about to open a can. My bad,
Mm,
y'all.
It's probably a white man can anyway. Go ahead, Jay. She interrupted us for the white man. Go ahead. I'm sorry about that, Jay.
It actually is peppermint white Russian.
See that? How y'all think I know that? I told y'all.
I'm
I
so
told
done,
y'all.
but it really is.
The herbs be letting you know when evil lurk. And I burn incense all the time, sage, all that. So y'all check me out. Focus on the sound of my voice at times, Because Scholar be knowing. Scholar be knowing. But
No thanks.
No,
to be
that's not
honest with
Scholar.
y'all,
That's Brad. Scholar didn't know anything. He had to go become Brad to have that intuition.
and you
You
know
see how
what?
the white man's ice is colder? You
You,
see how the white man's ice is colder?
if y'all would have asked me if I was to come back y'all never asked me that question in reverse.
We know the answer, brother. You will be
What's
as
the
Right.
answer?
You gonna come
Tell
back
me
as
the
us.
answer. Tell me the answer before I answer.
You gonna come back as us. That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna be one of us.
As a black woman?
It's
Absolutely.
definitely giving black woman.
Oh, y'all done lost y'all damn mind. Y'all done
It is
lost y'all
a
ever.
little bit when
Y'all
you think
think I
about
would
it.
come back? So you think if I had a choice to be a white man or a black woman, I'm gonna pick a black woman?
Well, that's not what you asked us. Oh, you asking as Brad. Oh my God, I forgot you were Brad. You're
Hold up,
asking as Brad.
y'all are hilarious. Nah, I would come back as a black man, but I definitely as a black woman, nah, I couldn't. I'm gonna just be honest with y'all. I appreciate black women, because I give black women grace, because I accept the imperfections. I know y'all had a rough whatever. Y'all was right there by our side while we was getting beat on and lynched and all that other stuff, and water hose and all that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a little bit of a historian. I wouldn't say I know everything about history, but I like it. So I give you a lot of grace. But black women, it's a handful sometimes. I gotta be honest. I gotta be real.
We can be, but I think if you play your role as a man with the right woman, it shouldn't be hard. Shouldn't be a handful. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that y'all won't have like issues and things that come up in the relationship, but it shouldn't be like everybody acts like, oh, black women are so hard to deal with. We really not though. You just got to know what you're doing. I think if I had to be completely honest, and I never said this, I think most women want to submit. Most do. They just have to have something worth submitting to. And a lot of men, don't know how to present what to submit to. They think they know, and a lot
Whiteness.
of men they think they know, and a lot of men will tell you as a woman what they think you like, but they don't listen in a lot of cases.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Kenny.
I agree with you, Candy. A
I talk
lot
about
of
the
women
numbers.
would like that opportunity to do that and feel comfortable in doing that, but men just don't see it. They don't listen. They don't feel
Here
it.
we
They don't
go.
hear it.
Here we go.
And I just think they have the wrong idea what it means to be the leader. They can't even
Hmm.
lead their own
Let
lives,
They
and
me
then
can't
they
leave their own life.
and I'll give you
See,
an
honest.
example. And I'm not trying to bash.
here we
I'm not
go.
trying to
Here we
bash.
go.
Listen,
We go to
I'm
You
gonna
don't
bashing.
have
give you
to
an
make the
example.
disclaimer.
The last person that I was talking to or dealing with, whatever, tried to put like rules on me of like how like what I could do, or and I was just like, I was so confused by this because I'm like, we're not even really like established. What do you expect from this relationship? What do you want? And he's like, we're building towards something. So why the fuck would I be following rules with you right now when we're nothing at this point? You just want to be able to tell me what to do while you figure out your life?
Yes, and you were supposed to get that man everything he needed. You were supposed to rub his back.
Yeah, okay.
You're supposed to take off his socks and put the odor eaters in his shoe.
I ain't
Yes,
got that kind of patience. That's
and
why
iron his shoelaces.
when you ask me, would I date a broke man, I gave you an honest answer. If you aren't in a position right now, you're wasting my time.
You know what's interesting about Black unity, Black women uniting? At some point, you know the show is fit to go to some man bashing. You already know.
I'm not. Did I bash, or am I telling you a specific
You did.
anecdotal?
You. Who said you were bashing?
He's
Somebody
he
said.
is he is he's saying that right now. He
Oh,
wants. I think
I
he.
can't
I think.
hear him. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I
Oh, you
can't.
didn't hear Scholar?
She can't. Oh,
Mm-mm.
she can't hear
I
me.
probably gotta
Oh
leave
my
and come
God!
back out
Thank you,
because I can't
StreamYard,
hear
for this
him.
glitch.
You're not
Oh,
bashing. Let's just
Because
say just
she like to attack
what
me,
you said is what you said. That's what
and
you
y'all focus on the
experienced,
sound of my
right?
voice.
If you were involved with somebody, y'all were leading up or getting to know one another, and then he said something like what you would or what could not do, like that's a form of control. It's a form of trying to manipulate, and that's a red
absolutely,
flag. And so
absolutely.
you were absolutely within your right to be like, let me pull back here, let me kind of like, get readjusted because that's a red flag and not a good indicator. And like you said, a lot
See?
of women want to be in a position where they can feel like example, like, oh, I'm just gonna be a passenger princess, right? I'm gonna give you an anecdotal story about me. Shout out to Scholar. This is something I don't really do, but I was in a very serious car accident. It was not my fault. It was a man that was driving. I don't let no man drive me. It's very rare that I
Mm.
let a man drive me. Like, you know what I mean? I really gotta like vet him, and like he don't drive behind me. I'll be like, I'll follow you, but you're not driving me. So like I would love, like there are certain people who I have, one of my homegirls, a couple people like, okay, I'll get in the car, or maybe I'm just uncomfortable, I try to get through it. But I want to be able to be like, yeah, well, I feel confident in your abilities to drive and not to drive emotionally, to be responsible, and I can be the passenger princess, right? But you have to show me and work up to that point. A lot of guys just feel like they should just get that off rip and just because I'm a black man, like, nah, brother, we gotta see that. Like, let me
And
see that.
tangible results is what
Hold on,
most women I
Candy.
think are.
Tell Jay to refresh. 'Cause I
Boom.
need her to focus on the sound of my voice.
That's it.
Jay, he wants you to refresh so you can focus on the sound of his voice.
Actually, it's so funny, Candy, because I'm actually enjoying this where I actually can't hear him.
Oh, from
I
you
don't
to
know if
black
you heard
man.
the
See,
change in my
listen, and you
energy
know
or
what?
what, but
See, fellas, I want y'all to
this
pay
actually
attention.
feels like it's in
You
alignment with
let
me where
black women
he's
start
rocked
talking
out
longer
with
than 5
everyone gets
minutes.
focused on the sound of my voice. Now how we
You
finna
let
go all
black women start
night.
talking
Hi,
5 minutes, and all you
Y'all
hear
are
is
your girl
tripping me
Candace
dead,
out.
Ray. Okay, we
dead.
have culture, conversation, and community. Make sure you are liking this video
Then
and
she want.
subscribing to the
Oh
channel
my
if
God!
you
Then she
like these
dropped the
type of
logo.
conversations.
Mustard on the
Okay,
beat.
wherever you are under the sound of my voice, know that there is a safe space for you here if you intend to be a safe space for others. Okay, maybe
And
I'm
I want y'all
refreshed
to listen
now.
to Scholar. There comes a point when we as hell shoot,
I'm
shoot,
so done.
shoot.
Get
That's
off,
all you hear when black women get on the paddle. Like, dang,
get
like
off my
listen,
line, bro.
listen, y'all can't do that all the time. Y'all just can't do that to these boys.
Get
Like
off my
y'all,
line, bro.
y'all can't be bashing black man, man. Don't do that. I get
I'm not
see,
bashing.
listen,
Listen, I'm simply telling you that women want to give you what you want, but you can't come empty-handed and make demands. That's all I'm saying. Be the man who deserves to be submitted to. Like, Scholar, you found a woman to
but
marry.
why,
I'm
if that's
sure
natural? You just talked about how it's natural for a woman to want to submit. Then why, when you got in that situation, that's
because
the
who
one
wants
thing
to submit to a goddamn fool?
how you know he was a fool? What rules did he have for you? It better not be nothing that's not like that's logical,
I'm
Candy.
not going. If I say that, I'll be giving away way too much. I'm not going to do that. But it was basically, listen. In order for you to want, if you want a woman to submit to you, be somebody worth submitting to. You don't just get submission because you have a penis. That's not how life works. A lot of, like, we need to see tangible results, tangible evidence.
Hold
Like
up, a
men
penis
want
is
to.
tangible.
No, let me finish, fool. Y'all want to be leaders, but haven't shown any sort of ability to really lead, quality to lead. Like, I'm not even gonna get into homeboys business because I don't want to get to a point where I'm bashing. But what I will say is this: in order for you to get the submission you want, you need to be in a good place yourself. You can't come in the door making demands with no plans. I don't even know how y'all think that's gonna work. And maybe that will work with somebody else, but not with me. And that's why I told him, I said, this ain't gonna work. I think you need to find somebody else, and so do I.
That don't make no sense, Candy.
Super you,
You know,
Candy. Can I just give you a little bit of props and kudos for recognizing and seeing how it just didn't work and just being like, you know what, before it gets bad, before it gets ugly, this just doesn't work for me. A lot of women will, because they want a man so bad, girl. I just want to have a man, a piece of a man. They'll just make it work because they got a little piece of interest. And he was like, you know what, this is not going to work for me. And I feel
Mm-mm.
like, just to kind of bring it back to like Ashley Janae, I'm sure that she saw signs where she said the same thing. Mm-mm. But because, it was good to her, a couple dollars, the trips, or even just the optics of
Mm-hmm.
it all will cause us to stay in situations where we know deep down is mm-mm, but we'll force it and make it work. Now that's leadership. Now
Thank
that's
you.
leadership.
Thank you.
Okay?
And if
Doing it in your
somebody's going to
heart.
manipulate you over small things, small situations, I can only imagine if I gave you something more serious, how you would try to manipulate. Like I pay attention to things like that. And so before I even called it, like Scholar, I told you, I'm not a impulsive person. I'm going to sit back and watch and check for the pattern and the behavior. Just like with the guy at the gym when I told you I thought he was following me around the gym. And so I went to another machine just to check. And then when he got behind me on that machine, then I got my confirmation. I'm not somebody who's not logical, right? I'm going to apply logic to everything that I do. I know women, oh my God, women are so emotional. We don't use logic, but some of us do. And so I took the time to pay attention to the pattern, and I was also checking myself, my own behavior. Am I out of line for doing this? And I'm like, no, because we don't have anything established. You're asking for a level of commitment from me without bringing me anything, no plan. And when I ask you about it, you're like, it was just do as I say, do as I say. And I'm just like, no. So instead of me fighting through that just because I don't want to be alone, I'm not one of those girls, those women who has to go from relationship, partner to partner. I can't be alone. No, I'm good with myself. I take trips by myself. Like my own presence can sustain me. Now, does that mean that I don't occasionally like company? Of course. But I'm not going to sit here and sacrifice when I know it's not going to work. Like this wasn't a situation of, oh, you just let a good guy go. This was a situation of recognizing we are not a compatible match. And I don't want to hold on to you like with barbed wire. I'm off my soapbox now. I'm done bashing your homeboy.
Okay, okay. I didn't know if I could say something or not because
I'm sorry.
Scholar is still muted on my
sometimes
end. I
you
still
gotta
ain't
know when to
refresh it.
let
I'm just
women,
enjoying this so much, Candy. I'll
feel
have
like
you
they
know.
won. That's
I
part of
think
leadership.
that what you
You
said
know,
made a lot of sense, and shout out to you. I think that that's cool that you can have that self awareness and really just be in your own vibe. Like I think that's what a lot of women kind of miss, and that's because of conditioning, and they've never really took a step back to understand and experience their own energy. And what I mean by that
Exactly.
is like being involved with yourself, loving on yourself properly, like taking your own trips, doing the things that you like, not you're saying that like divesting, I call it decentering. I'm not in the like man bashing space, but I do encourage women to decenter men from their life and make them the center. And women we really just kind of carry that energy. Like it's amazing, it's fun, and it's cool, and you can be content and you can be happy. And this is why when people are like, oh, but you need a you need a, it's like, but why? If I'm happy, if I'm at peace, if it's gonna cost me the peace that I've created, me, brick by brick, it's not worth it. And you said it so eloquently, because I'd have been like, listen, I don't give a fuck, I'm not interested, I'm happy and I'm cool. But I second what you say, but in a more brash way, because I mean
And
it's not
that's the
worth it.
thing. If you can find somebody who's going to bring, you're going to add more peace, more
Woo!
harmony, more like if you can add to the abundance,
Then
I'm
let's do
with
it.
it.
Let's do
Yeah,
it.
but
Let's run it up.
if you're gonna come over here and like I said, if you're gonna detract
Compromise
from
and
it,
Nah, nope. It's not worth it. It's not even worth it. And you know what's so funny? So just to kind of get my own little personal tea, I'm kind of like, we're kind of like, I see why he said that we would have a lot in common, because I'm in that same space. Like, I personally have said that, like, I'm not dating this year, 2022. I'm just focusing on myself, whatever, whatever. And like, even before then, but specifically this year, because I have so many good things that's happening, and I'm so grateful. And you know, again, they ain't nobody taking off of me. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I need to stay focused. Even my energy, I don't even have it to give right now. But I decided that I would be, a little bit more open to receive, love. I'm not talking about black love, just in general. I'm more open to receive love. And, we always, well, for me, I used to think about relationships as it comes to me, like, it would have to take away from my plate or whatever, because I have a lot going on, just for real. And I thought about it from a perspective of like, well, what if I get into a situation where the relationship actually adds to? And that was kind of like my quick reframe, like, well, if only if it aligns, one, and if it adds to, because sometimes people can add to your situation, but it's not in alignment. I have that all day long. Okay, that ain't nothing. Okay, but if it's an alignment and it's adding to, like, I'm open for that. But if it at any
Yes.
point I feel, I don't want to be uncomfortable, I don't want to be unsure, I don't want to be uncertain, not even for an hour.
You
Not
got to
even for an
check.
hour. Like, no. Yeah, exactly.
You got to check your nervous system. That's one thing that I've learned to tap into and to pay
Yes.
attention to. Like, how do I feel at the core when I deal with you,
Hmm.
when I have conversations with you, when I'm done talking to you? Am I
Yes.
anxious? Like, I'm
Yes.
listening to my body and how it responds to people.
But you know how you
And if
get
you,
to a point where you're listening to your body is because you had that time alone. Like, you
yeah,
sat with it, and you've sat in it so many times. It's just like, go, go, go. And my girlfriend, my boyfriend, you're moving, you're moving. When you really get connected to yourself, it's how you're able to know what it feels like in your body. When you say nervous system, people think it's some uggity boogity, because they're so disconnected to themselves. For real.
I don't think people pay attention because, you, I didn't realize I had a neighbor a while ago that I didn't realize caused me a level of anxiety until I moved away from that person. And I was like, dang, like this lady was stressing me out and I didn't even know it because I no longer had that panic like feeling. And I think you can even
Mhm.
have that in relationships, interpersonal relationships with people, and not realize that they keep you in a state of feeling like you walking on eggshells. You got to pay
Mhm.
attention to things like this. And so
Mhm.
that's why when I say I'm content, like I'm in a good place. I had I I got an echo. I had like a major heartbreak last year, and like then I had the rebound sort of kind of relationship that happened from it, and I was just like, not even a relationship. I'm going to stop calling it that. I'm going to say a thing because, like I said, it wasn't actually no, metastasized. Why am I saying that word? I must be getting sleepy. I must be getting sleepy. But I'm just saying, like at this point, I even had a friend. A friend reached out to me. We talked like for the first time in a couple of weeks, and she said, "I just wanted to say that I can tell that you're in a good space because I haven't heard you talk about like being sad. Because I'm somebody who suffers from like seasonal depression and occasional depression sometimes.
Mhm.
All of that stuff was gone. Like I said, damn girl, I didn't even realize that. Like I don't feel that. It's gone, just out of the
Wow.
blue. I don't.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't even know what it's some sort of shift. I don't know if it's just what I've been doing lately, but I've really been intentional with myself. And I'm
So,
I'm just in a good spot.
when your friend brought it up to you, was it your first time that you actually realized that you've gotten to a place where you feel content? Like, was that your first time
Yes.
when it came to your
Well,
awareness?
I thought about, I'm content with my job and like everything that I'm doing there, but I hadn't thought about the other outside like life stuff. That was the
Mhm.
first time that I realized that once she said it, it was like, wow,
You're
you are
right.
so right. Like the
Mhm.
the 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 cloud that I felt over me is gone.
Yes. Oh my God. That really reminded me of Angie Stone. My sunshine has come, okay, and I'm all cried out. You know that song?
Yeah.
I'm always
Yeah,
singing
I
that
do.
song. Yes, and there's no more rain in this cloud. Mm-mm-mm. That's such a beautiful feeling. Good for you. That's
Thank you. I
amazing.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
What he say? I'm tired of these motherfucking snakes. I'm so done with you, Scholar. I'm done with you, Scholar. You can come off mute so I can beat on you now.
Yo, shout out to you, Kenny. Kenny, I had no idea, sister. Like, and this is what we was talking about with the girl and her birthday. You never know. I like my idea of who I think you is was completely different than that. I mean, I had no idea about the seasonal depression or any of that stuff. You know, maybe that's the source of your trolling, sister. That's why we hit it off with the trolling at first. But nah, just playing. But no, I had no idea about that.
That's why I was saying to y'all, like, you can't just judge because she seems happy and pretty and bubbly that this girl is like not suffering in some kind of way. I'm not saying that she didn't get unalived by this man, but I'm saying like you just never know what people are going through. I'm just saying.
With that being said, fish oil, sister. You need to get you some fish oil and some vitamin D.
I do need vitamin D. You were right about that. I am vitamin D deficient.
And I
Vitamin
think all
D
black
and
people are.
iron.
All black people are because of the melanin in our skin. So that's one of
Yeah.
the things that I don't even think should be optional. I think it should be mandatory for. So we talking about mental health and stuff like that. Every black person should do those things because seasonal depression happens. You know that happens in Alaska, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't be getting no sun. Like
Well, you know,
they just
I'm in Chicago, so like we got winter for like 4 months straight.
and you know what? That might have a lot to do with it too as well, Candy. Because in Alaska, that's why they be depressed. You know,
Hmm.
they adjusted it for race, and they still were depressed. So you know, those are two takeaway to take away from this live. Get you a good quality fish oil because not all fish oils don't get you no Great Valley, right?
You reminded me of my granny. My granny used to make me take that when I was little.
What fish oil?
She used to give me the fish oil tablets or the fish oil. They were like these beige colored gel. It was liquid on the inside, but it was a pill form.
Man, one time, Candy, I was in school. I've been taking those since I was a youngster, but I was in school and I put the pencil in my pocket and it busted in one of my favorite jeans and they smelled like fish. When I tell you I was so angry, I could never get that smell out, you know. But shout out to me. Shout out to me for bringing the light and educating y'all on horses getting herpes, you know, fishes getting herpes and carrying it to humans. None of that stuff
Oh,
is real. We myth bust over here.
I'm glad that we found out the fish didn't have herpes because I was going to be disturbed. I meant to bring this up earlier. I would hate to have found out that I ate a herped fish. Like, how would you even know? Like, would there be bumps?
No,
Like,
they
what
get
is
it.
it?
They get it. It just can't be transferred to humans.
Even still, the idea of eating a fish with herpes is disgusting. Like, that just turned my stomach. Like, y'all gonna make me go back to vegetarian. Stop playing.
System, it's your life. You know,
Mm-mm.
I'm surprised at Jay that she ain't up here promoting veganism. You know, because I feel like Jay. That's the next phase of my sister Jay life. Jay Badu. She's gonna be a vegan next. I just know. I feel it in my bones. You know, but I feel like y'all was connected a while ago. That's why I didn't say nothing. That's why I pulled back up with the snakes on the pain emoji because y'all was kumbaya. You know, and I like to. You know, even though I joke about female unity, I like to see it. But I already know it's gonna end in some man bashing. You know, Candy. In honor of you today, I ain't dropped the link. Because you know I normally drop the link. You know, Pittsburgh T coming out the ropes. 18 Letter was trying to get up here. But nah, I protected y'all, sister. I protected y'all. You know, I just wanted everybody to know, even though y'all bashed me and beat me up, I protect y'all. You know, just want everybody to know that.
Bash you enough, but I do appreciate you not dropping the link because I told you I tried to have this conversation on another panel, and I just ended up dropping from the panel and privating the live because I actually streamed that out to my channel, and it was just like I was so the energy of the men that came up there just was not matching the energy that needed to be there for
Wait,
this
hold on,
conversation,
Candy.
in my opinion.
You said that you don't see how the divester women are hanging around a white man and he not like give them venom. Like how you in the sector and think it don't affect you. Like that's why your audience is the way it is. Like you dropping the link, but it's the people from the manosphere where you in the bushes.
No. Oh, wait. What do you mean? What do you mean? Explain that to me. I think that went over my head.
The algorithm only knows what you consume. It don't know if you watching for research purposes. It's just gonna say she likes this content, so it's gonna
Hmm.
recommend you to more people, get you deeper into that sector, right?
Well, I don't
So when
watch
you
them
try to have
anymore.
conversations,
All of those people I'm talking about, like the super divestors and whatnot, that was for research purposes mostly. I have blocked most of the manosphere and red pill content, the divester content, and most of the BWE content out of my algorithm.
Can you tell me what BWE is?
Black women's empowerment.
big
Mm.
beautiful women.
Shut up. So yeah, that would be like the Cynthia G. It was a lot of people in
Who
that
is
space at
that?
the time.
Cynthia G.
Oh wow, you the first person I've ever heard say that.
Yeah, I'm
I
not.
didn't know
I
her
don't.
either.
I
I
wouldn't
didn't know
say.
Cynthia G.
I'm not in the manosphere. I'm not in the like.
Then I'm
I
not
feel
gonna
like
corrupt you. I want you to stay innocent.
Tell us
yeah.
I
who it
want you to.
is.
I want you
Yeah.
to
What
stay
is
in.
that?
Cynthia G was like she's. Oh man, dang! I just opened up a can of worms. I didn't mean to. Um,
Damn, was she the boogeyman?
Yeah, we
she's
Trying
here.
to
the
What
talk
she
about
do?
Bruno and his
she's
Yeah,
the
she don't want
boogeyman.
me
boogeyman
to
to
say her name 5 times. That's crazy work.
she's the
Golly.
boogeyman to black men because she's the one who was like going off on all of the talking points. Like if you ever hear them say these women said they was going to delete black boys, that came from Cynthia. She didn't really say that. What she said was she's not going to ever birth a black male child. She's going to use the medical system to make sure that if she ever has a kid, it's going to be a girl and not a boy. That's what she
What?
said. 'Cause yeah. When I tell y'all,
I've never heard of this lady in my life. She said she's going to use the medical system to make sure that her child is a woman, a girl
is a
child.
girl because she is not going to give birth to these men. Like she did a series called "Who They Really Choose," where she shows black men dating like out and the gross women that like these big back Beckys and whatnot.
Uh-huh.
It's a
Ooh.
lot. Like
Oh,
Sin is
I wish I could see
very
my face right now. I have to look her up. Cynthia G.
ah Cynthia G. Yes, they actually ran her off. They demonetized her and ran her off. And I think she's recently come back. And I haven't seen
Ran
any of
her
her content since
off.
she came back.
Well, why did she
But
get
yeah,
ran off?
You could have corrupt Jay. Listen to her messy. She like, oh my goodness. She on
No,
Shanae mode.
that's just like this
Tell
is
me
too much.
more.
Wait,
man, listen, and
why?
that's just our like manosphere red pill sector. Don't let me get into the other ones. I
Okay,
need to
so it's
shut
the
up.
red pill.
So yeah, she was anti manosphere, anti red pill, and the men in that sector hated Cynthia G because she would always be saying black men don't build nothing. You talk about somebody who's bashing. Cynthia G got woo, baby. She them boxes in a bunch.
Hmm.
How she look?
Yeah, that was my next question. Thank God you
She's
said it.
pretty. She's a very pretty lady.
Is she a
She's
lesbian?
not.
Like
No.
bitchy?
Nope. She would tell you in a second. She's still gonna get dick from him, but
Wait,
that doesn't mean she
what?
respects
Oh
him.
my God,
What?
Wait,
Sin is a
what?
trip. She's a
So
trip.
wait.
Jay, one of your people follow her. Jay, one of your
Somebody
people
said
know
they know
exactly
her.
who that is.
Wait.
Yeah,
So what
Cynthia's
does she look
absolutely
like?
beautiful.
So she's a beautiful woman. She's female presenting. She's not a lesbian. She says
Mm-mm.
she going to get the D when she want to, but
Mhm.
but she just wouldn't birth a boy child, and she's not interested in men in romantic
She
ways.
she's one of those. So where most of the talking points come from that are anti-black men and black men need to do better.
Hmm.
She was the voice for that. I'm not gonna say she was the originator, but I will say she was the voice for a lot of that. And so yeah, she would be, I would say, probably the face of BWE, one of the heavy hitters of that sector.
Okay, so I only know of Princella. Who?
Princella came after Cynthia. Princella
Okay,
came after and then blew up. Once Cynthia's page got taken down, that's when Princella really blew up.
Princella kind of came in. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So, but Princella, she kind of got that scandal because she started dating this really young girl who she was a lesbian, right? Or
Princella is definitely
bisexual.
a lesbian,
Nah,
but
she's a
what
pretendian.
what I will say about
Oh,
Princella
she's sneak
is
dicking.
no,
What?
I don't think she likes men. I think Princella is a narcissist. I know that word is
Yes.
overused,
Yeah.
but
No. I believe she is too.
she's a chameleon, and she will get up and flirt with men if she thinks it's going to be to her benefit, but then she will
Mm-hmm.
also flirt with the women. Like there's, I don't think there's any real moral compass that, like, man, don't, let me stop, because I'm a content creator myself now, and I'm not just in the chat, and there's repercussions. I'm gonna go ahead and just shut up. But I personally am not a Princella fan, and I think that lady is demonic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's something
Hold on,
dark
sister.
about
We
her.
got you covered. Go on, say what you need to say.
Mm-mm. That's it. That's it. You know, I don't black man bash, and I don't woman bash either. I'm just gonna say
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't want to bash women either. But if a woman is causing harm, I feel like I don't feel no, not you raggedy bitch. You get the fuck out of here. I don't I
that.
don't feel a way about that if she's causing harm. But that Cynthia G Lee, that sounds crazy to me.
You
That
need
don't
to
even
look.
make
Just
sense.
type her name into YouTube and see how many people were doing videos on her.
So she's like Shira
Yes,
Shira 7.
Cynthia's name is as well was as well known as Shira Seven. Yes, absolutely.
Y'all
How does
naming
that
a whole
make
bunch of people
sense
I don't
though?
even
She
know.
don't like men, but she'll get the D, and that
I
just
Cause
doesn't
she
well,
make
if
not,
I had
she
to be,
really like them.
that's what I was just going to say. I think Cynthia really does like them, but she's highly disappointed in their behavior. She actually started out pro-black. That's the
mm-hmm.
crazy part about it. She was out here fighting for these men. She had her big
Or it
cape
just
on for
made her
them.
money. To be polarizing
No,
is lucrative.
she was really for them, but what ended up happening was men were stalking her at one point. So they
Wow.
kind of
Hold
changed
up
the
now hold up. Hold up. What kind of coochie Cynthia G got?
Why would
He
I
said
know
I
that? Why
no,
would I pay
Hold on.
because
attention to that?
I feel like
You
that
in the
whole that's a
sector,
whole
I know they
narrative.
talk.
Mm-mm.
Listen, I don't know nothing about Cynthia's
Now
coochie,
we
and I
got hold on,
wouldn't
we
either.
gotta
I
do
You
think
some
she
know,
has mental
investigation on
health
Cynthia. Hold
issues.
up now.
you
Now
you you go you go hit her up and find out. Okay.
hold up now. Hold up,
You
cause
sound why
baby
do you
step.
sound like Shannon Sharp? Stop
Baby
doing
step.
that Shannon shit.
Skip it,
Oh
skip.
my god. Oh, I'm really gonna get off the fuck. Please.
So look, so hold up now, hold up. Now you said that black men is out here letting her dominate them by talking bad about them, and they still giving her peen, and then they
Right.
stalking her.
Well, I don't know who she's getting pinged from, but I know Cynthia said that she's never going to stop like smashing
Let me
them.
go. Let
However,
me go see what
Yeah,
this
please,
Cynthia
Scholar,
G.
please pull her up. And what does she look like?
I got to know.
She said, I'm gonna
I
pop
gotta
all
know
this
now.
shit and I'm gonna still get the peen. And now what?
And
Ooh,
they like, yes, Madam Cynthia G.
I'm
What?
just
no,
saying. I
they
mean,
they
Cynthia might
they
be on to
they
something.
they be trying to drag Cynthia, but I think they low key got a thing for her. You ever see two people like the people in a gender war? Well, that's what I see. A lot of people.
Mhm.
You got the men who hate the women, and the women who hate the men, and later on you finding out they in bed together. Like I'm not saying that's Cynthia, but I think a lot of these men, the ones who don't truly hate her, want to
Dominate her is
subdue
really what it's
her.
about.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Did
yes.
she ever have any scandal like her news hit the line, the web?
I'm not gonna speak. We. That's a behind the scenes conversation.
Well,
Okay,
what's that?
okay,
What was
sister.
that?
That's a
What was
behind
what?
the scenes conversation. I can't do that
What was the
on the
question? I
forefront.
didn't even hear the question.
No,
He
hold
asked
up,
me
Nick.
about
Hold up, Nick.
it.
We'll talk about that. We'll talk about it later.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it later. We'll
Is
talk
it
about it
about
later.
Cynthia? Damn,
Hold
why
up.
is it
No, we're
so
not for the
top
bad
secret?
50. Hold up. I gotta see something real quick. We might have to do a collab with Cynthia. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. She on YouTube, right?
Mm-hmm.
She got a YouTube
Type
channel?
type in Cynthia G. If you type that in, you gonna get a bunch of hits. Promise.
Why don't I know her?
You're just not part of the manosphere sector. You are lucky. I am trying to branch out and grow my channel outside of this sector because I do want people who haven't been tainted. Every time
Yeah.
I have a stream, I get the people who want to come up and do the gender war, and I preface every one of my videos, every one of my lives by saying this is not a gender war channel. I am
Mm.
not a gender banger. We are going to have real,
A
honest
gender
conversations.
banger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds like a porno.
What the hell? Oh, okay, you said chosen say he sent it. It's in the chat. Okay, let me see.
Okay, I see. I don't think that's her real picture that I'm looking at on her YouTube.
What picture are you looking at? Let me look and see. I'm gonna try and find her.
Let me check
Cynthia's
it out.
pretty. She normally has a red lip on. She usually wears wigs. But her hair is always nice. They used to make fun of her for the wigs. And called her the bald eagle. I thought that was
Uh-uh.
really mean. Yeah, that's her picture. The original Cynthia G. Is that what you're looking at? Hello, Scholar. Don't tell me he don't win and ran to her page and left us. Her
Man, y'all know
last
I wouldn't leave. Y'all know I wouldn't leave y'all. Nah, that lady funny looking. I'm gonna keep it real.
Hold
She
on,
funny
I'm gonna
looking.
check it out.
go look if you go look at her
I've
video.
never
She
seen
got
this lady a day in my life.
She that lady looks like the lady from Kingdom Come that what you call it cheated with on Jada.
I don't know nothing about
Bernice
that.
I'm gonna be
Talbot.
honest with you. She don't even look trustworthy enough for me to even take anything
Oh
she's
yeah,
saying
that picture.
seriously.
Yeah. That picture makes me like I'm looking for my wallet right now. Just looking at that
Well, don't
photo.
look at the picture. Go into the actual scroll down through some of the videos. At least look at her in the videos. I'm sure that picture looks like it's got a little AI to it. You know what I'm saying?
She look a mess, y'all.
You think she looks a mess? I don't think she looks a
Hell
mess.
yeah, them wigs.
Man, listen.
She is
Uh,
terrible.
Her weakness
Oh
ain't black
Lord.
man.
How
It's a
you present
thunderstorm.
says a lot.
It's a
Yeah.
thunderstorm. All somebody gotta do is lick their thumb and wipe her eyebrow. Man, if you don't get your ass up out of Cynthia,
I'm
who?
done.
Y'all stalking that?
No, that ain't it,
Man.
Cynthia. Now, come
No,
on,
yeah,
baby.
they were stalking her. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Listen, I didn't mean to start
Stalking.
that up. They, yes.
Well, I'm gonna listen. What we're gonna talk about at this portion of the show is goals, right? We're gonna talk about
Hey, Coach
goals.
Ferg.
And if you want to stalk somebody, you can stalk anybody you want. But make sure it's stalk worthy. Y'all out there stalking that.
Well, I don't. I think it was her talking points they were stalking, not necessarily her, but they didn't like the points. I forget. I forget what she said.
What
What? What?
what that dude what Serena Daddy say? The woman already told you she got confidence. Why you want to mess with that? The woman already told you she don't like black men. Why you want to mess with her?
Hey, we
You
all need a
funny.
Richard in our life. I feel like, some more than others. I feel like Clarissa need a Richard to help her out. And get her confidence up or something. Don't nobody agree? Everybody all quiet. I feel like Richard
Oh,
had a
I'm
good
sorry.
motherfucking point.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
I didn't see the
I'm still
movie, so
trying to
I
further
can't.
investigate, make sure I ain't tripping with Cynthia G.
I know, right? She looks terrible, honestly. And that's how she
I
talk? Hey,
I
I'm
think
about to
she.
go hard on my shit.
I
That's
think
all I'm
she's a
saying.
pretty lady in her face. Like I said, I told you she
Mm,
wears the wigs. They make fun of the wigs. I'm not
mm,
gonna do that. I'm not
mm.
gonna do that.
I ain't gonna say nothing.
I
I'm gonna
don't.
say the
I
things
don't
that make
believe
you
in
say.
wig shaming. But
No, I'm not trying to shame her either. I'm not saying that she's beautiful or not beautiful. I'm just saying she just looks a mess. And you can be a beautiful girl and look a mess. Clarissa Shields. I think Clarissa Shields is a beautiful girl. She be looking a fucking mess. Um, just the quality of the shit that I'm seeing. I'm like, oof. Um,
yeah,
and then coupled with, to be fair, Candy, some of the things that you explained to me and what she says and what she stands for, it's just very surprising. I thought she was going to come on and wow me. Like, that's all I'm saying. I just wasn't
I
expecting
think
this.
I think y'all should at least maybe do a review of one of her streams. Like just watch a little bit of it just to see what I'm talking about. I'm not promoting her, but I'm
Hmm.
saying just listen to her a little bit to see if you still think that way. I
I don't gotta do that.
personally, I know
Some of
you
my best
don't.
friends are ugly, Candy. I don't have to look at ugly
I'm
people.
fucking done. Stop calling that lady ugly.
I'm just playing. I'm just playing. She ain't ugly. I'm joking. I'm joking, by the way.
Stop calling that lady ugly, please.
He ain't
Oh,
joking. He
I
mean
mean,
that shit.
she no, really, she is ugly on the inside if she said some of the things that you said she
Yeah,
said.
honestly, because that's crazy. What does she mean she wouldn't have a boy? That's crazy to me. Like, but
she
how you
said
pro black and saying that you won't, like, you don't want to
well,
create another man, like create a man? That's crazy to me.
that's why I said she was pro black, but then she switched up and went from pro black to like now calling out black men. So
Man,
that's
that
what I'll
woman is a
say.
scam walking. I
Somebody
don't.
hurt her.
That
Yeah,
she was
they.
hurt. When you hear her story and her background, I understand why she is the way she is. Like to not to be funny, not to make excuses, but like she's hurt and she's still operating in a place of hurt. I feel like at some point you got to grow out of that. You got to heal through that. But I
Okay, yeah,
don't
no, she's
know.
not ugly.
I don't think, I don't even know at this point if she still believes all the points that she says, or if she says them because it keeps her paid and she
Yeah,
knows that's what her
Of
audience wants.
course.
she made a
Of course.
brand. That's the thing. These people
Yes.
make and create personas. Like that's her brand. So now she has to go all the way.
You remember that episode of Martin where Gina had that friend that was so real?
Yeah, and she
I,
had the long weave
Wig,
and
same stuff. Listen, this girl right here, she definitely like, before she came into this YouTube stuff, she would sell barbecue plates and gave tarot card readings. You could just look at her
I'm
and tell what.
she
done.
do seem like a tarot card reader. Yeah,
I'm done. You know what's funny?
I could
Because
see the character.
she used to bring on a tarot card reader and have them
See?
like pulling
See?
cards. I'm so
See?
fucking done right now.
See? I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to tell you, I know a scammer when I see one. But what
I'm
Judge
so
always said,
done.
I
Take one
know a
to know one,
crackhead when
ain't
I
it?
see one.
Ooh, I am not a part of this conversation. Lord Jesus, help me. I was just the messenger. I was just the messenger.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
this is Scholar talking up here. Don't attack the black women. You know, Scholar, she's
Please,
got to get loose.
I have inherited people's enemies. I have inherited. I don't want no more. Leave me alone.
Now
I
you
don't want
good
no
over
more.
this is a safe space. You got Jay over there, you know what I mean,
Correct.
with the conscious community, the spiritual community, the celibate community, you know,
That's
a bunch
right.
of community. Then you got
Mm-hmm.
Scholar over here with the box community. They don't give a damn. You know what I mean? So you in the safe. You say you trying to branch out. This the bridge right here, sister. You don't. This the bridge. Welcome to the bridge, because that
Well, if
sector over
y'all
there.
would like to follow me, I would greatly appreciate it if anybody is up. My
Let me
page
drop your
name
link.
is Candy Cane Lane. That's CandiKaneLane. And we have very adult conversations, not risque or like XXX, but I mean like grown people conversations. Um, and there, I usually try and keep a pretty balanced panel. Like I said, I don't encourage the gender war, and I let people just speak their mind. Just be respectful. That's my only thing. Be respectful, and I'll respect you. And don't overtalk me. That's my other rule. I hate being overtalked. Like, don't keep cutting
Yo,
me off.
Jay, one of the main reasons that I definitely think you and Candy should collab is because y'all got good chemistry and y'all feel like y'all level headed. Y'all level headed. Y'all don't have the same thoughts, but y'all have enough respect to like have a good conversation. But Candy is funny to me because she over there in these spaces trying to have intellectual conversation. She would be
Yeah,
better
yeah.
off
It sounds like you
inviting
digging
a
out the swamp, Candy.
inviting the gerbil up, you know, camming up and letting the gerbil speak and have a more intellectual conversation. The moment they pull up the candies, they already like, let me tell you what men need to do. No,
I
women
know.
need
I
to.
hate
You be
it.
like, what the? The topic is bubblegum, and they over there talking about what women and men should do.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
just because of how the algorithm is pushing her out.
I mean, I'm trying. I try to go to other content creators and trying to find other spaces. I really do try to network and branch out. And I want people who are at least a little bit more balanced, not so heavy on the bashing of any rate. Like, I wouldn't care if y'all was talking about popcorn or sardines, as long as we aren't sitting here, men do this, women do that. I ain't got time for that. Life goes on. Life goes on. And I know a lot
Mm-hmm.
of good men and I know a lot of good women. And I just can't sit in whatever may have hurt me in the past. Like life goes on. We move around. And
Yeah.
that's why I said you may have like Cynthia, I watched her for a time when I was in a place where I was hurting. And then as I
Damn,
grew
Candy, you
out
was
of it,
bad. You was down bad listening to that, girl.
yeah, I was in a
You
place.
must have been down bad,
I
sister.
will admit I was in a
Candy,
place,
so
but then
you
I
was over there
realized,
saying preach in church
Oh
when
my
she was
God!
talking?
yeah,
Wait a minute.
yeah, there was a
Oh Lord,
period.
this
There
is
was a
hurting my
period.
Candy. Come on, baby steps, baby
But
step. Candy, I can't take this.
listen.
That makes
I
sense why
have
you're so
never,
calm now.
I have
Candy,
never
don't do
hid
this to
that.
me. I bet. Listen, Chuck Norris just died. It's a lot going on, Candy.
You a
I can't take
fool.
this.
You are a fool. I've never hid that. I've never hid that or shied away from it. But I will also tell people I've outgrown her because she's stuck in her hurt. I couldn't do it.
I would have never thought. The first time I ever shared a panel with Candy, she was one of the level-headed people on the panel. Everybody else was just because I went under there. I went over there, Candy, made the same mistake you make as a content creator, trying to have like intellectual debates or good
Mm-hmm.
faith conversation. Man, it was man this and men ain't leaders. I ain't gonna say her name, but one of the people who married somebody was the worst over there. Like they was just, I was like, oh my God, what is going on with this sector? She was screaming at me. I'm like, I don't even know you.
Mm-hmm.
Then she paid a bounty to get me off. Matter of fact, anybody that's tired of hearing me talk right now, go ahead and cash app Candy or Jay, and y'all can get me off the panel anytime. Y'all know that, right?
I bet you they not. Bet you they won't do it.
Oh, they not. Oh, they definitely not gonna. They love me. They love me. In the same way that people love Cynthia G, and pretending like they didn't. That's how they do with Scholar. They really love Scholar for real, for real.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all should see my fan mail. Y'all should see.
That's why I be trying to. That's why when you hit my panel, I be trying to like slow the women down on coming for you. I'm like, y'all, the women are so used. Let me correct myself. Some women are so used to being hostile with men that they don't even give men on an individual basis a chance before they like lash out. And I can't stand when they do that. I'm like, sis, this ain't even the guy to go in on like that. Like, save that energy for somebody who deserves it.
Yeah, they was trying to put my head on the wall. We got him, sis.
I
We
know.
told him. We told his ass about fucking around. I'm like, wait a minute, what I do?
I know. I feel bad for that because I was really trying to slow them down, but they're so rah. You know what I'm saying? Like they still in that mode. I want to fight these niggas. I'm like, girl,
You know what and I hate to be this guy. I hate to be this guy kind of used up all my controversial stuff for the day, but all that be about is sexual tension. That like
I
the
was
same
thinking
thing with
that
Cynthia
too.
G.
Yeah.
I
They
agree.
don't really hate them. They want to have sex with them, and they can't
Yeah.
have sex with them. So
Mm-hmm.
And so
that's how it comes out.
because you can't get them to love you, you'll fight with them to get that energy. That's what that is. That's what I
Yeah, but
figured
love
out.
and hate is all a spectrum too, right? Like
Yeah.
it's all about where you're
Thin
sitting in
line, like the movie. Thin
positions.
line between love and hate. Yep, I agree,
That's
sister.
right. Mm. Not the lady says she's still gonna be
Yo,
sneaking dicking
I'm only,
and
I'm
popping
only,
all
I'm
that
only,
shit.
I'm being real selective about panels that I pull up on. I'm only listen. It's probably about 3 or 4 people, and they all women. I'm just letting people know that now. Like to the boxing people, if you think I've been acting weird, I have. I'm not. We're not acting like this shit is even. We're not acting like we on the same playing field. Like that's like Jay-Z giving a verse to a fucking local rapper, and I'm not doing that shit no more. You know what I mean?
Finally, I'm glad you see it. Good for
It just
you.
is what it is. So yeah, so there's a person panel who I went up on because he's starting his channel. I'm trying to support him. And when I tell you I wasted so many thoughts and ideas, it was a lot of stuff I was cooking with. And it just took my creatine. That's another thing y'all need to invest into, creatine. I don't know if it's
So
placebo,
you
but
were
I feel
amped
great.
up, huh?
I
You
feel
were
great.
amped.
I feel yo Candy. I feel like if I'm walking and a train hit me, the train is gonna file assault charges on me. That's how I feel right now, for real, for real.
I'm done.
Like even when I was lifting, I was like, "What this shit feel like?" But it could be placebo. Who knows, right? So I
Whatever
was
works.
cooking.
How about
I
that?
was I was cooking over there, and I was talking about how the relationship and dynamics of women and men, not just in like adulthood, but like also in childhood. Because there's a times and moments where we revert back as an adult, right? So we
Hmm.
grow past that, but we never really grow like it's still in us, right? And it can come out at any times, like throwing fits and stuff like that's childish behavior, right? So I talked about how, if you ask the human being about safety and struggle, they're gonna always pick safety,
Of course.
right? Nobody's gonna say, "Give me the struggle." Like, who the fuck? Like when they pray at night to God, they don't say, "God, give me the struggle," right? So it's common sense to me that if you tell somebody they can take a pill and get abs, or they can go get shots and get muscles, or whatever the case, they're gonna pick that stuff over the hard work. It's just common sense, right? So I said that you know men are softer on their girls, and women are softer on their boys. It just is what it is. For whatever reason, that's how it normally pans out. Now you have the exception, but for the most part, that's how it is. And I
I
talked
grew
about
up with the
how
exception. But go
Same.
go go ahead. I grew up
Same.
with the exception. Go ahead. I understand you.
okay, that's not the rule. The rule is that, right? What I'm saying, right? And I think most men would agree with me. But so I talked about how women will, because they're programmed to like a human being, and they're gonna choose the more logical thing. when they have to go back into the dating pool, they don't want to take the risk because how their last relationship turned out. It is a process that even gets me, like drains me to even speak about. So imagine the
Mm-hmm.
person that's actually doing it. You have to worry about if this dude is violent and aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
You have to
Mm-hmm.
worry about it if he's a PDF file. You have to worry about a laundry list of things, right? On top of
Mm-hmm.
him being compatible with you. So that is stressful, right? So what they will do, they won't take the risk. They'll just and the older that the kids get, the harder that is. Like I told them, if your kids is in their teens, hey, take that L and wait till they get grown and then start dating because that shit never gonna work. It just is what it is, right? And I was saying that like, so what a woman will do, right, is they will start pouring the energy that they're supposed to be given to a male inside of their son because it's safe. He depends on them for shelter, water, all of that stuff, experience, all that stuff from a very young age, as a baby all the way to their independent, right? So it's safe. It's a safe investment. But what I said is you get when you fast forward, they get older, that energy becomes negative because now they get in a relationship with a wife or girlfriend or whatever, and the mama is battling with them as if you get what I'm trying to say, like as if she's like on the same page, but it's like you not. If you would have somebody, you wouldn't even be in this situation to begin with. If you had a husband, you wouldn't be battling your son's girlfriend for who gonna ride in the front seat or who
Mm.
gonna do XYZ. That is an unhealthy relationship. Damn,
I
silence.
agree
Y'all
with
agree?
you.
Disagree?
No. I agree with you. I do agree. This is why I keep saying like, even though I am not like coupled and married in black family, I do believe in black family. I do believe that it's important. If we are going to continue on as a race, we need to fix that. And unfortunately, the dynamics are all screwed. That's why everything is in discombobulation right now.
Can y'all hear me?
I can now.
I don't know what's going on with StreamYard. StreamYard is tripping, man. But yeah, I said that I brought that up, Candy. I also brought up we brought up that dynamic, and then we also brought up poly relationships, right? And every time I bring
Hmm.
this up, they always start, itching and squirming and, complaining and oh no, this is and that. It's like, man, come on, bro. Look at the numbers. Like the kids is already the same age by different mothers. Every hood you go to, right? Every hood you go to, you can find black women there pulling their resources together and helping to raise other people's kids. Like for instance, where my mom stay in the hood, and I think one of the girls got locked up or something, and they was taking care of her kids while she was locked up with their food stamps. The people that was out there, like they already do the village type in practice. They already sleeping with women. I don't know why they draw the line with nah. I ain't sharing my man. What's mine is mine.
I think the problem comes into play when you get jealousy and envy, and if I think if a man has multiple women and he can keep his shit tight and not have like a favorite, if you're going to treat all of your women the same and they all have equal favor with you, I think it could work. But I think a lot of times that doesn't happen and people aren't realistic with their emotions.
God bless the man that could have two black women. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, just talking to you and Jay for this 3 hours, I didn't like I got one gray hair coming up out
Boy,
my
we didn't
beard.
do nothing to you. Hush.
Just that. Can you imagine both of the black women being mad at you in the house? Boy, you gonna have to go to a hotel.
Whole house turn, including the
That's
dogs.
crazy. You got about double the gifts, and they still gonna be like, all right, nigga, it is what it is. They still gonna be like,
I
Then when
don't
you
believe in like polygamy in the sense of you can't have a favorite. That's not realistic. We're humans. We're not robots. Everybody has a favorite, and it may
I
not be
mean,
in
but
a.
see, the problem comes in. That's where you create the jealousy. Is when you start to treat one as the favorite over the other. Like, for instance, I always tell crack the joke of, I know I'm my mother's favorite child. My
See,
siblings don't need to know that though. Like, what are we talking about?
But you think
You know
they
what I
don't?
mean? Um, I don't know. My mother has a
Candy, if
very
they
good
don't know,
way.
they down know because I'm streaming this on all platforms, and they
Hush.
definitely will get a copy of this.
I think my mother has a very good way of making everyone feel important. She's good at
Mm,
that.
that sounds good, but I think that like so for one, for polygamy to really work for real, it's more than just like, you have to be tight and you have to treat everybody equally. You have to have willing participants. I think that a lot of people think of polygamy in this way that it's just like a hot topic, it's a buzzword, and this is blah, 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 but nobody really understands and knows. Like you have to understand and go into it knowing that it's a lifestyle, right?
Hmm.
And with that comes just inherent things that you're going to have to do it because it's not a traditional relationship. So, there are going to be moments when, like, people get along and people don't. And right now you're up and right now I'm not. But you have to be secure in what the relationship holds for everyone involved. A lot of times it's rooted in how the man is able to manage and lead, right? Like the dynamic in general.
Why you emphasize on that?
Because I think that a lot of men say polygamy is a way as a ploy to just kind of
Just to have
like
sex.
get his joint his
Yeah,
peen
Yeah.
wet for
yeah,
real
yeah.
when you
Right.
don't understand that it's a huge it's a huge task and a huge feat
It
and a
is.
lot of emotional labor that goes into it,
Mhm.
and it's layered and it's nuanced, and it's not like, when people say, oh, just treat everybody fairly, it's like the separate but equal
Nah,
piece. We know
that's
that, like,
crazy.
in theory it sounded good, but like in practice, hell no. Like,
Yeah.
but you have to have willing participants who understand those dynamics and know that, okay, well, this is your role, this is my role, this is how it works together, and have to be willing to accept if that it's an alignment for them or not.
So
Like,
I,
and
I
again,
think
going back to being for real with yourself and being connected with yourself and knowing what you can and cannot handle.
so. I would not be able to be in any sort of like number two position. Like that would never work for me.
I feel like every
That-
woman says that.
not if
Every
we're if
woman said, I don't want the number, I want the number two spot. Nobody says
I,
that, Candy.
That's true. That's true. That is true.
no,
That's true.
right,
Everybody wants that number one
exactly.
spot. But Candy, everybody, what you trying to say is not everybody going to be number one to somebody, even if
Yes.
they're in a quote unquote committed relationship.
But that's
You might
Yes.
why
like the side chick more.
Right.
that. But
And
that's
okay, so go with that. So even if she is number one, right? Number one meaning she has enough time. Right. She has more time than number two, let's just say. But number two comes in and has a different connection. It's just different. It's not one or two, it's different. That is
I
the
guess
that's
I guess
go ahead.
I have a brain lapse here because when I picture this, I picture a couple who is together and they brought in a third, and this third is like lower down on the power
Mm-mm,
dynamic
baby.
and
You
even the
talking about
love.
it from
No,
what you see on that
no.
show on TLC. That
Yeah, yeah,
ain't
that's what you
that
talking about.
ain't
What we talking
that,
about is a nigga sitting down with two women. He like, look, if we team up, I make 80, you make 80, we can run this shit. They like, yeah. And then the wives, whenever he at work, they riding around in the car, getting their hair and nails done, taking trip. That's ideally what I picture in my head whenever I think about this
Well,
candy. But no, I'm
I
just
would have to see this play out in a healthy way. Most of the ones that I've seen, I've never been involved in like a polygamous relationship or anything like that. But the ones that I have seen and witnessed have usually like the man is triangulating the women in a lot of ways. It doesn't seem very
yes.
healthy. That's
Same.
the part
Mhm.
that where I said
triangulating. You mean
it's not
like flipping back and
Pitting
forth?
them against each other, making them
pitting them
fight
Oh
against
and
each
vie
other.
for
God,
his
niggas
Yeah.
is doing
undivided
that. So the nigga
attention.
getting
Oh
the
Yes.
yeah.
dream and he being messy like, well, she said
And
last
then they
night when
end
we
up
was
fighting
fucking.
each other. He will have them
Yes.
women fighting each other. Yeah,
A lot
absolutely.
of yes.
No,
Yeah,
y'all
oh
gotta
yeah.
stop this. They
A
ain't
lot of
doing that.
resentment. It plays on their
These niggas don't know
self-esteem,
how to
all types of
lead.
shit.
They
Yeah.
don't know how to lead one woman, let alone two.
Yeah.
And what they
Two. Yeah,
end
it's
up doing
very
is creating
tricky.
a power dynamic. And that's what I
Mm,
Yes.
said I wouldn't deal with.
Yep.
mm.
It takes a very, very strong man. And I'm not talking about like a mentally strong, emotionally intelligent, secure man who's reassuring, who is fair, just has a lot of moral integrity and strength, right? And then you have to have women who have similar characteristics, who are sure and confident in themselves. I
Right.
mean, like you got to see the vision. Like it takes a lot of moving pieces for it to transpire in a really healthy way.
And I really believe
We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused, brothers.
My bad, Candy. Go ahead. I had to put that in there. I feel like that was befitting.
I'm so done. I really truly feel like you have to believe in teamwork makes the dream work in order for those sorts of situations to work out. And y'all have to believe that as much as you do like the patriotism. When you put your hand over your heart, you say the
Yeah.
national anthem or the Pledge of Allegiance. You gotta that
Hmm.
teamwork makes the dream work. You gotta believe in that just as hard. And I
Yeah.
don't think a lot of people go into it with that sort of mentality. They go into it trying to be freaky.
Yep.
And I don't think the village mentality, like from what I've seen, it's not there. So that's why I
Hmm.
said that was my point of saying the whole you can't pick favorites type thing is because I don't want you trying to be like triggering jealousy out of me or triggering envy or like making me
Hmm.
like if we're supposed to be working together, this is a team. This is not the fuck are you doing? Like, dude, what are you
Hmm.
doing?
Yep. And when it's rooted in the lust, okay, that's a shaky foundation off rip.
And that's what I was trying to tell them because I brought this up, and you know what his response. That's why I said I can't be going to people panels like that. Can't even comprehend when they sober. But I brought this up, and I was basically saying that like why you thinking everything in terms of sex? Like people have lives outside of just sex. Sex ain't
Hmm.
everything. It's important, but it ain't everything. Like so, why would I bring this up? Would you? His mind went to orgy. Orgy, nigga. What are we talking about? Like, but yeah, that's what he went.
Orgy. Yeah.
I'm like
And
orgy.
so
I'm like nigga. I'm talking about combining resources and everybody raising kids. Like we talked about that homeschool stuff and them being more successful. If two
Hmm.
people are working, one could homeschool the kids.
Hmm.
You ain't got to
absolutely
worry
you
about no
could.
Hmm.
babysitter and like everybody pulling their load. Like that's the
Hmm.
village mentality. That's all I was preaching.
But see, people are short sighted and they don't see that. I mean, I don't know.
I
I don't
don't
know,
think I
man.
think it's more than short sighted. I think it's going back to that good old capitalism. Okay. Every man for himself, like let me be the one that gets the best. Like I have to come out on top. It's that mindset that we have to
Only
win
one.
in this specific way. Yep. And
Mm,
all for self. So like
yeah.
we don't have that communal energy for one another. It's like I want to do good but not better than me, and that whole shit, man. It's a mindset, it's a energy, it's a vibration, and to find like-minded people is a blessing in general, but then to take it a step further in that way, like you really just got to be in tune, in alignment. And like you said, when you put pledge allegiance, not only do you have to believe in what you're doing, but you have to believe in the people that you're doing it with.
Right.
Yo, Jay. I know you're a literal type of person, right? So because I believe capitalism is bad, just by reading the people predecessors, like in its best time, I think for the black mind, which is crazy because Jim Crow was at an all time high in the
Mhm.
'60s. But capitalism, it says an economic and political system in which a country's trade and industry are controlled by private owners for profit. Like I'm like, is that it? I think it's just greed. I think that controlled by private owners, we've never really been the owners of anything. So like it's just greed trickling down. Like people
Mhm.
have been so like clawing for like crumbs for a long time that they want the
Hmm.
even bigger crumbs. And they bought into the idea that, hey, one day I could be the owner and be
Correct.
the guy behind the gun instead of being in front of the gun.
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I think is the problem with the community. Like it ain't one thing we could just point to, because
It's
it's
a
a bunch
bunch
of
of
things.
things.
But
Layers.
that's one of the problems. Like, because when we have these discussions, like we like one day me and Jay had a discussion about misotenderism. Like we like they was okay with that. Well, capitalism, capital, like wait a minute, what about right and wrong? Like they don't even see stuff in terms of right and wrong anymore. And it's like, well, what the like what are we like? What are we doing at this point? We just robots? Are we just robots? Like we're desensitized to death, definitely, right? People look at death like
Absolutely.
nothing. Like when COVID happened and the bodies was dropping left and right, people didn't give a damn.
Mm-mm.
Being from Texas, there's ice cream company. I don't know if it's out of Texas, but I know it's based in Texas. Bluebell ice cream.
I heard of
Hmm.
that.
Yeah.
And Bluebell is great tasting. I ain't gonna lie to you. Bluebell, that shit tastes good. But Bluebell had a an outbreak. I think it was lethargia. It was something. It was somewhere the hell. I don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a bacteria, and it was a breakout of it, and it killed 4 people. Would you
Mm.
believe that there were protests in Texas to get Bluebell back on the shelf? And it's like, well, what about the 4 people that died? I want my
Texas is the
goddamn
new
ice
Florida,
cream.
huh?
Damn, I did not
Mm-mm-mm.
know that. That
And
just goes to show you how people's self interest and self preservation trumps everything.
Mm-hmm.
But see, no, Candy, I can't rock with that. Because
Why?
self-preservation is a different thing. Right? So if it comes down between like you got a raft and then you got your brother and then you got a stranger, you save your brother. That's your brother. Self-preservation. Keep the genetics alive, family dynamic alive. That's understanding to me. But this is something that they can live without ice cream.
Well, maybe when I say self preservation, I don't mean like life or death preservation. I mean in the sense of preserving your life
Your
as it
quality of life,
is,
your self
quality.
interest.
Right.
But ice cream, it's not quality. It's like
It is
it
It's a
though
doesn't go with
if
luxury.
you
You do
are
what
a
you
quality.
privileged
want.
person.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But somebody,
You
okay,
talking
so
about the same people who refute when they were putting us under orders to not travel. These were the same people breaking those orders and talking about how they weren't going to wear masks. They weren't trying
Mm-hmm.
to follow the rules because they didn't want the life as they knew it to change. Not
Mm-hmm.
even to save other people's lives.
yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's self-preservation though. I think that's just they don't give a rat's ass about anybody else. They're
But
just selfish.
themselves, it's protecting their own self interest and what they want and how they want to live their lives. If it impedes on their ability to choose and to maintain their quality life as they know it, then they're going to go against it.
Yeah,
And
but
I
I think
had some
go ahead.
I had some people when I went to the Dells after they did the lift and we could move around. We still had to wear masks. I took my niece and my homegirl and her daughter. We went to the Wisconsin Dells and we were walking around with our masks on. And you would be surprised how many people gave us dirty looks
Mm-hmm.
for like sheep. They're sheeple. I was like, you judging me because I don't want to fucking die? Like that's even though now looking back on it, those masks didn't do squat, right? Not for real, for real. But
They did enough.
They blocked a sneeze or two, damn it. I mean,
I mean, I
I
didn't have to
hate to
look at
hit be
y'all's
around
ugly
somebody who coughed
mouths.
today.
Look, you know how you know it did something? You know how you know it did something? And this just showed me how nasty human beings is too, right? So the flu numbers was down. And you like, why the flu numbers was down? Because they said to wash your hands and social distance, right? And you like, you nasty motherfuckers weren't washing y'all hands. And then
Mm-hmm.
y'all
Yes.
all up on people. That's why the flu hasn't went anywhere. If we would have stayed under those strict like orders with COVID, we might have eradicated the flu. You know how you got to get it updated every year. We might have
Yeah.
eradicated the updates, but people don't care for real, for real. Like, and they scientifically illiterate. You know what I mean? Like they don't
Mm-hmm.
like
Or they
washing
feel
your
like
hands.
most of them were like conspiracy theorists and like the naturalist type people, and they were mostly Republicans because Wisconsin's a red state, and so yeah, they were looking at us and gave us the dirty eye. I was so lost by that. I was lost because I'm like, are you serious right now? They're sheeps. Why are they wearing masks, Daddy? Because they're sheeple. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, there was a big divide in America about what we should do with that. And I looked at it like I had a different perspective, I guess, than a lot of people. Because I had a cousin that was I don't even know what he was. He was a pro-black Trump vote. I don't know. Confused what he was, right? But we would have talks about this, and I would just say like, bro, like we're under a social contract. Like, yes, like you should be free to do, but you can't like you can't risk other people's health because old people could get this and die from it. Like you don't care about that. That what they didn't live
And
their life. That's
do
like
you recognize how many people were talking about crowd? What did they call it? Herd something? I forget the name they were saying, but they were actively knowing that
you
they
talk about
had
herd
the
immunity.
herd immunity. That's it. They would know that they had the vid. They would know that they had it and would still send their kids to like social events. And I said, you would put other people's kids at risk because you think you're doing, again, thinking you know better for other people's bodies, health, and whatnot than they do. And you're taking their choice away. You
Mm-hmm.
should have kept your sick child at home, knowing that were infected. And we believe in herd immunity, bitch. I don't believe in my kid her dying.
Yeah. Taking the risk for them, man. It's crazy work. That's crazy
But
work,
that was
sister. But
that.
they don't,
Yeah,
they
that was.
don't, they don't, they don't even know what the fuck herd immunity is. They was just trying to justify their bullshit. They felt like they should not wear masks, and nobody should tell them what to do for whatever reason, And they were out there just living a vida loca. They was out there just coughing and fighting and pissing. I had to do security during this time. That was the worst time to do security
Mm.
during the
And
height
you
of
know
COVID.
how many people were coming on with their microphones talking about how they
I
weren't
think it
gonna.
was the worst time for a lot of people.
It was that
Nurses,
took me down through there.
physicians, people working in the public in general,
But
mandatory workers and everything. I
you know
think,
how
I always say this in my lives and videos, and 10 years from now, there's going to be a lot of studies done on how much COVID impacted us, not even just the injections. Hey, did you guys get the COVID injections?
Of course,
I got the first
Candy?
two. I didn't get. I got the first two. I didn't get anything after that.
I got two of them. You want me to tell you my side effects?
None.
I got athlete's foot and my peen grew like 3 inches.
And it's
Lies,
funny about the peen
lies.
piece because somebody who I know
I'm
got,
just telling you. I'm just letting you know it
I
grew.
don't think it grew. It probably, well, it don't even.
How you gonna
Um,
tell
Well,
me about my peen
I
growing?
don't give a
I've been
damn
with
what
my
it
peen
did. I
all my
don't
life,
when
and
you
give a
start
damn
out
I
with
what the
demand
three
some
fuck.
inches,
respect.
Oh
when you
I
God.
start out
demand
with
some
3 inches,
respect.
you get three more. Now
Okay,
you at
put the
average.
white
All
man
right.
picture back up there.
Congratulations.
Candy, did you
Congratulations.
Hey,
get the vaccination?
I did. I got 2 rounds.
I
The
can't. Oh, now
first.
I can't hear her,
You can't hear me.
you can't hear her?
and I can only hear you. Oh
Oh
hell
yeah, that's
no,
what I'm talking
that's
about.
it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
Focus on the
it
sound of
for
my
me.
voice. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No
Focus on the sound of
hell
my
Oh
no,
voice.
my
Yo,
god.
yo,
no.
yo.
The
So,
fucking
so since she
wires
can't
got
hear you,
crossed.
since she can't hear you, Kenny, I just wanted to say,
Oh
uh,
God.
I got so many COVID shots after I found out it was growing that they banned me. I'm the only person in America. But I asked the doctor,
I'm so done.
I said, did
I
y'all
can't
ban
even.
anybody else from getting these shots?
I
And
can't
when you
even tell
didn't,
my
when you
joke and
not saying
have
this, you
her
probably got
appreciate it.
ED after that.
Oh
But
yeah, she made a small peen joke and you missed it, Jay. So that was God. That wasn't nobody. God could have cut you off, Candy, at any part of the show. But when you start lying on that black
No, I was
man,
telling the truth. I was telling
when
the
you
truth.
start lying on
When
that
you
black
start out with
man,
I
three
can't
inches and
believe
you
I
grow
can't hear
three
her
inches
and I can
more,
only
you
hear
at
you. This
average
is sending
size.
me.
Congratulations.
Did she
Congratulations,
hear?
bro.
Ask her,
she
did she
made the
hear
joke
me?
again and you missed it. She made the joke again and you missed it. Listen, that ain't nobody but the God.
What she say?
Mm-mm.
Well,
I ain't listen, sister. We not here to talk
tell
about
her.
that.
Ask her. Can she hear me?
She can hear you.
I can hear her just
Oh, okay.
fine.
Well, then she heard it then.
No,
But
no,
she
no.
made a joke
Jay,
and I
she
missed.
can't hear you. Yeah, she can't. You can't hear her joke. But you know what she can
But
hear?
what did she say?
I'll tell you what she said exactly. She said,
As soon as I said that, Mama Oya blew my cell phone off the stand. As soon as I named the NBA as a suspect, Mama Oya, and now the wins is coming. Soon when I said that.
as soon as she started talking that BS about Scholar Peen, Mama Oya muted her mic. You got to hit the refresh rate. Something's going on with StreamYard, and it like has a bug where it will mute two people on the panel and let the other person. That's the weirdest thing in the world. But yeah, man, yeah, Candy, you can't be out there making them jokes, especially when they're not true. Shout out to Scholar. Shout out to Scholar for being a righteous brother. Righteous brother.
It's my okay.
Oh, here she come. Hopefully she can't hear you again. Let's see.
Can hear. I can hear.
You can
Damn, you
hear
can
me
hear her
now.
now.
I can hear loud and
So
clear.
what I said was,
No, hold up, sister.
y-
Hold up. We don't need it. We don't need to
don't
reiterate.
try and
We
silence me now.
we'll need to reiterate that. No,
Nah,
hold
it
up.
might have been funny, Kenny. I'm listening.
Let me
I'm
put
all
this on the
ears,
screen
sister.
while you talking. Go ahead, sister. Go ahead. Say what you got to say.
What I said was, it's okay if you gain 3 inches because you started out with three, so now you're at average size.
That was actually
And to the
good. Thank
fellas
you
out
for.
there, listen to the sound of my voice. There's nothing wrong with being average. Everybody can
It's
listen.
nothing.
As
I
long as you're
agree.
not below
Exactly.
average.
I
Long as
mean,
you,
Now you
below
at
average is
average
fine
size.
too. I like a good
Come on,
strong
somebody kept
solid.
going back. You wasn't gonna get no more than that. Mm-mm.
I kept going.
Mm,
Sister. I like 3 inches.
it's probably not
Yeah.
working. It's probably just there.
When you add
Huh?
3 to 3,
Oh,
you
oh,
get
hold up, oh,
6, and
hold up. We're
you
not
know.
finna do ED because I got some old listeners to my channel. We not gonna ED shame. We're not gonna do that. You
Oh
gotta start. Listen,
God,
y'all gotta
oh
start
God, oh
considering
God.
my viewers. Y'all gotta start
You
doing that. Y'all
right.
can't be doing all that man
But you
bashing
not
and
an
stuff.
old listener. As if you're not an old participant. You claim you so young. Remember, you younger than me is what you told me.
Oh, we
Did
definitely
he
old.
So
say
Jay,
that?
you old.
I don't know
Jay
if I
old as
believe
shit.
that lie.
I
Jay
don't
old
believe
as
his
shit.
ass. I don't believe shit he say. But the point I'm making is you try to make it seem like, oh yeah, this, that, and the third. You can't be out here with all these health conditions. You already said you got the wide set hips. You know, the
Who
you
said?
know,
Well, here
men
we
with
go with this
men
bullshit.
that got the wide
Who
set hips, you
said
know, they
that?
they be likely to
You
be having
hippie?
diabetes.
You
No,
got that
you
hip
know
by
damn
hip. We
wide
dip.
hair.
You get your hand on your hip.
You
When I dip, you
know
dip.
how
We
they be
dip.
thick at the bottom? They got the little they a little shapely a little bit.
Oh man, you a bad bee?
Uh-huh.
No, I'm just playing.
Why we doing
I'm
this?
sleepy. I'm
Why?
sorry.
Why we doing this to a black man? Why we tearing down? See, why we tearing down a black man?
I'm
Why,
sorry. I'm
sister?
Oh
a little
God.
sleepy. So.
Why we doing this, sister? Why we
I'm
tearing
sleepy
down a
too.
black man?
I don't mean it. I don't
So
mean
when
it.
y'all get sleepy, y'all revert to tearing down a black man. That make y'all feel good. See, y'all ain't no. See, I almost said it, but I'm not going. I'm not going to participate.
Listen, when I get
We're not
sleepy, I
going to do
crack
that.
jokes. You just gotta
Mm-hmm.
deal with it.
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
all I'm gonna say is this. I will say this, coming full circle. Because I agree with everything y'all said about the girl, the what's her name, Ashley. I agree with
Hmm.
everything, but the flip side of that, I am tired of getting what you call it pushed in my face every day. Like that couple, you know what I
Interracial
mean?
relationships.
Yes, it's just like go do your thing. Pride, like nobody cares. Like they
It's
like
even
flaunt
on
it.
like commercials. You notice that? Like the commercials are even doing it now. The
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Target commercials, the Walmart
everything but
like
Zaltrex. Everything but negative stuff. Zaltrex. Put them on a Zaltrex commercial and talk about how they. You know what I mean? Like put them on
my
something negative.
goodness.
Stop always trying to make it positive. Like
Funny.
it is if you step out inside of your race, life is gonna be so like I wouldn't be surprised if they made a movie in response to Spike Lee movie Jungle Fever, just in reverse with the black woman.
I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't one already. You should research it.
Kerry
ChatGPT is your friend.
Washington probably would be the star.
Oh, I forgot about Scandal and how popular it was. Like, and then you know that they have an OF, that couple y'all was talking about earlier, and I'm pretty
Mm-hmm.
sure they make bank because
Ew.
interracial,
But he looks a
interracial.
mess.
They are a very odd couple.
They
They
are.
Like
I'm
ain't
when
gonna lie.
they
sorry.
first came out, she was doing all this bragging about having her white man, and then you find out they got all kinds of stuff happening in the background.
Debt
They
and
got
bills and she
DV
paying for
charges and all
everything.
kinds. Man,
They
Mm-hmm.
got what charges?
she
TV.
got a DV charge against him. I think she tried to say he hit her or something. Like, and they got kids. They have
What?
it's a lot with them. It's a
Don't
lot.
tell Skylar that, Candy.
No, the
You
angle.
heard
I'm
the.
just picturing. He was so much bigger than her. Like she's a
Hmm.
small woman on
Yeah,
top
she
of
is.
being a woman, and he's a big dude. Like what?
And do you know she was a stripper and he was like a bouncer at her strip club? That's how they met.
That makes sense.
No, she
That
was a
makes sense.
dancer.
That makes perfect sense.
She
She
was
was
a
a stripper
dancer.
and he was a bouncer at the strip club.
I can see that. I can. They like a
Ooh,
movie,
that
real
girl
life
hit that
movie.
lick.
Yeah, she came up. I ain't
Yeah,
gonna
he
lie
was
to
in
you.
there with that old baby daddy. He said,
Nah,
"I'm
he
gonna
hit that
save
lick
you."
because she was making money as a stripper. I know. If it was at
I'm
a white
sure.
strip club,
Yeah,
I don't know if it was white or black. I just know
I'm
that
sure it was.
she tried to make it seem like they had so much money, and it turns out the money was coming from doing the interracial content, and she was really the one with the money. Like
Mm-hmm.
he didn't have it. She tried to make it seem like she got this top shelf Brad. Come to find out, he's like from some poor country town. It was a lot. Like, let me stay out of people. I'm nosy. I always say
but I
that.
mean, it's public information. It ain't like
I
this
be
is
yeah, yeah.
like what you saying ain't
Mm.
no, somebody don't and can't look up. You know what I
I
mean?
mean,
Shout
this
out to
is their
Cynthia
own
G.
story that they put out. This is their own story that they put out. Like, she's very impulsive. Like, they moved to Hawaii. It was a lot.
That
I
I
watched
Hawaii
the
seen
move
that
little.
was
video.
so weird, wasn't it? I'm like, what the fuck
Yeah,
are they doing in
that
Hawaii
that
of
was
all
like a
people?
manic episode to
Had
me.
to have been. He went with it
The only video
like a
I've ever seen of
dummy.
her is the one y'all are talking about, where she talked about how she was depressed. She had a supportive husband. Hey, to be honest with you, I didn't know that much about this couple, and that made me not like them. But I was like, all right, at least he's supportive. So I was done with it. I didn't know all this stuff until like it
Yeah.
resurfaced. Like somebody
She
posted
had, I think she
their
had
own
him
scripture.
arrested. If I'm not
Mm.
mistaken, with the whole DV thing, she called the cops and had him taken out.
Mm.
Yeah, so I'm
Now,
surprised that they doing OnlyFans right now. Like they
Candy,
lost a lot of their fan support. They had like 1 million subscribers,
I
Mm-hmm.
got a
over a
question for
million.
you and Jay.
Yeah,
Do you think it would diminish the Scholar brand if me and my wife started shooting OF content?
only if it was bad.
Sister, well, you know what I'm gonna do with my 3 inches. I don't know about nobody else.
Only if it was bad. If we gonna look at it and be a little bit impressed, folks might shut up. But if it's not,
But you know why I would never do that? Because it always is bad for the woman, no matter what the status of her is. Like she never escapes that. And they always like in the comments, like they'll be like, "What about your children? What you get what I'm trying to say?"
yeah,
And then at school they would actually make fun. That's the only reason I
No, but
probably
y'all,
would do
you,
that.
you you can't do it in a way where people know it's you though. Like I wouldn't be in the middle of like, all right, I'll go check
y'all
out my
should put on some poo
OnlyFans.
shiesty
Like,
mask.
Man, I
yeah.
ain't doing that's too much. Oh, you know what I will? I do
You
an
don't even
Iron
need the
Man.
shiesty mask. All you need is a POV, which 9 times out of 10 in regular sex, that's what niggas is doing anyway. A
Keep
quick
her
little
face out
bow
the
bow.
camera. I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
don't
right.
get
Look,
me to
Jay out
talking.
there
We don't have to
she trying
talk
to
like
pit
that.
me. She put me on some pimping. Do tell, sister. Do tell. POV, that's a good idea.
Listen, I think we should end this stream because this is going to the
Yeah, it's
to
getting
the
late
left, to the
and
No,
shit
left.
is
I'm
going.
trying to
I'm
get this
with you,
money play.
Candy. I like you exactly. Let's just end it right here before we get to saying shit. I agree. This has
Yeah,
See,
been
soon
I
as
don't
it
like
comes
talking too
this
time
has
much.
been
for a
cool.
black
I don't
man to
like
make
talking too
money out
much.
the system, that's where everybody want to end the episode.
That's a
That's what
nice
I'm trying to say,
boundary.
brothers. If y'all can hear me out there, listen to the sound of
I
my
don't like
voice.
talking too much. We good on that.
Mm-hmm.
They
Same
don't want
here.
Scholar to win. They don't want Scholar. I made it all about Scholar and his OF. Then the moment that Jay was about to give me some game, all of a sudden, time to go, party over. You see what I
Listen,
mean?
we can
So
talk
y'all,
about this like we can talk about that other stuff behind the scenes. I will tell you offline. We're not going to talk about that where it can be recorded. No, sir.
oh, you right, sister. You right. Did you share this on your community wall?
I did not. I'm going to share
Okay, well, we
because
good then.
but I'm going to share it because I do want people to view it. I just didn't want it to overlap somebody else that I already
Uh,
work with.
okay, I got you. I got you. Well, let me stop talking then. Please don't take whole candy responsible for anything I said today, nor Jay. I be serious. I be playing, but I be serious sometimes. Especially if I call somebody a coon. I don't just use that.
Oh my
And we're gonna
He
start
god.
called me
having
you called me a coon. He said I got coonish
you.
ways. I'm
You,
so
you
done with
definitely was.
you.
You definitely be cooning sometimes, sister. But
I do
you could erase
not.
And
that. You
cooning
could erase
means
your.
being with someone that's not black, by the way,
Yes, you could
guys.
erase. You could erase your coon.
But listen, he told me to do it. He said, I think you might have to date outside your race, sis. And I said, well, I already like I'm not.
But it was area too, sister. I'm thinking about Chicago. I'm thinking about what's out there, the age. I'm thinking about all that stuff, prison. And I'm like, damn, Candy competing with 5 men, 5 good men in Chicago. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So that's why I said what I said. But you come to Texas now, you ain't got no
Them
excuse.
white men out there probably low key real racist in Chicago. I hear
Yeah.
like outside of Chicago, they like a little like seriously racist out there.
It depends on where you go. That's why I said I'm always cautious about other races in general. Like I'm always listening for the stuff you're not saying. I have some very like I have friends who are black, white, Indian. I got them from every race, and I'm close with a few people because we grew up together in some
Mm.
areas.
Mm.
But I think when it comes to the whole like interracial thing, you just got to be really careful. I'm cautious of dating outside of my race in general, just because I don't want to be somebody's like fetish or kink. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I took down a black girl type shit. Like, I'm always listening and paying attention for stuff like that.
That is an
But
accomplishment, sister.
I mean, I'm
it's
sure it
not.
is. I think from my experience, granted, where I live, there is more of a blend and a mix in blended communities. Um, I think that black women, we get caught up in this whole like, oh yeah, oh, I'm a black woman, which is fine, we are. And there is a commodity that comes with it. But like at the end of the day, we're still women.
Right.
Like, and men who like women like black women. And like don't lose that. That's all I'm gonna say. Like it's
I I will say I'm going to reiterate the point where with old girl and the whole, did he have white privilege? Just be careful, because again, people will pipe you down. They will pipe you down and still hate you. I remember hearing a comedian talk about, he was a comedian who had done Second City in Chicago, I think, and I forget his name, but a white guy, and he was talking about how black vagina looks like a Rottweiler's mouth.
Mm.
And that made me so angry because I'm like, what the
That's
fuck?
Wallace
He's talking
now.
about, that's what he said. It's like a
I don't get it.
Rottweiler's mouth. He said
He
that
done
with
fucked
the
the dog before. I don't even
brown
give him.
against the pink and all of that
Okay.
stuff. That's what he was describing, and he basically was talking about all the black girls. So you smashing black women, and that's what you think of them. That's why I said you got to be careful. Don't think because they'll hit you, they actually give a shit about you. Just like
Oh,
with men in general.
yeah,
Okay, so
they
like
was.
take the smashing piece out of it. It's how he treats you first and foremost. How you feel. Like we talked about our nervous system. How does he
Right.
make you feel? I always can tell when a man is like into me. Like I can tell on his look, I can tell his gaze, how he touches me, his caress, his this, like, whatever. Outside of like the sex is the sex, whatever, blah. But it's just other telltale signs, not
But don't that
just like
change though,
going
Jay?
straight for it.
I'm
I'm
pretty sure
sorry.
the guy that changes over time. Like I'm pretty sure the guy that with this girl Janae, like treated her nice and good, or the
They
touch or
love
See,
whatever.
bomb you. They
that's the thing,
bring
we
you
don't know.
in.
It don't have to be racially motivated. It could have just been a situation where she found some shit in his phone and she was going to tell the parents that he was gay and he snapped because
Right.
he's
And that,
impulsive and he
but
lost
Jay,
control. We don't
you
know if it
right.
was racially
You are
motivated. It could have just been
100%
some
right.
real man shit.
But you 100% right. But let me say this, Jay. There's no way to escape race. Because even when somebody like premeditates something, they're gonna include the fact that it's a black woman, and black women come up missing all the time, and nobody like bats an eye. You get what I'm trying to say?
I
Like,
do,
if,
but that could not be the focal point. It could not be the
yeah,
motive.
but you
It could
still
have been
can't
something
escape. You
else.
can't escape it. I get it. I get what you're
I
saying.
agree.
I get what you said. I just think you can't escape the race factor, like especially when they're an interracial couple. Like they're exploiting the fact that exists, race. So can't get around it. But yeah, I agree. Like yeah, it could be like he might have been DL. Who you gonna tell? Well, look, no.
Lost
Let's take a
it.
trip. Let's take a trip.
Fucking
Let's take a
cracked
trip.
her neck.
I'm a,
Yeah,
I'm
like
a, I'm gonna marry you. I'm gonna marry you. You gonna marry me? Yeah, I'm gonna marry you. I'm gonna take you. We're gonna go to Africa. Africa? Yeah. Took her over to Africa. Whew, all she wrote. Yeah, I agree, sister.
I think if they say he had like what $75 million or whatever, I think a lot of women would sign up to be a beard for 75 million. Like
hmm,
unfortunately, like you say,
But
money corrupts, money rules.
for
it
ten
do, but
thousand. We should
why
follow this
though?
though.
It ain't her. It ain't her money. They just want to be next to it, like Jesus.
They
They
have
want to just touch the
access.
hem of the garment.
Hmm.
That's crazy to me. Like it's his money,
You get benefits. You get perks. You get the trickle
but they don't
down.
give it. People like LeBron. What's up? Like LeBron James. I think LeBron James, and it sound crazy, but he's a respectful cheater.
Yeah, because you don't ever hear about it.
At
Don't
I'm
ever
sure
hear
he
all.
about it.
probably does do it, but
Mhm.
he keeps his. I mean, except for that time, so I think it was Selena Powell's homegirl. If somebody tried to come out and say she was messing with him, until
Yeah.
you get proof, it ain't happen.
hmm And I don't think she did it because I think he make them sign non-disclosures where they can't mention shit, or he coming for the PS5. But he a respectful cheater. Like nothing get back, or he does his thing. That's the way it should be. He a good man. He's a good man, Savannah. A good
Or
man.
maybe he's not cheating. Maybe they have an agreement. You know
Man,
what I
that
mean?
nigga cheated. That nigga
No, no, no,
cheated.
no. That's what I'm saying is
Oh,
maybe
got you.
they have an agreement and she knows. Maybe it's not cheating.
I got you. Maybe so. That's a
Would you
possibility.
be okay with something like that, Candy?
I don't know. Like again, I think I would prefer to like agree to a polyamorous situation before I say I'm just gonna be with
Give
a
me a
wealthy
cheat.
man and let him cheat. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So if
Give
if
me
you were okay with him doing that, you would have to feel that you have the opportunity to do that for you.
see the problem I think with the whole cheating and him being wealthy is if you still sleeping with that man, you put yourself at a big health risk. AIDS is not worth however much money LeBron has.
Hmm. Don't I know it?
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, this might be a bad time to mention this, but for those who know, know that I have a dangerous job, and I got blood on my hands, and I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know what my status. I think I'm dying.
Shut
So yeah,
up.
if y'all don't hear from Scholar in a couple weeks, just know Scholar done went to the upper room.
I'm not fooling with you tonight, sir.
Now that's a real story. I really did get blood on my hands, Candy.
did you
Did
have an
you?
open cut or something?
No, I ain't had no open cut. That shit was nasty. Nigga had bumps on his ear.
Ew.
It was the blood from the bumps.
No, it wasn't
Yeah,
the bump.
bum. You
He
ever see
was in
that Kevin, what's his name? Kevin
the
Hart
bum.
special when he said the bum bump? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
you got
No.
the bump
Why
bump
y'all
juice for
see?
you.
This is why you don't tell black people your trauma. Because I'm up here seriously telling them how I'm fucking dying. They already talking about bum bumps. Black men, don't tell them your secrets. Don't tell them your fears. Please don't
I
do that,
told
black
you.
men.
I told you to
Don't do
get
that.
sleepy. You gotta let me go because I'm gonna get silly in about an
Don't,
hour.
don't
Ooh.
y'all do that, black men. Don't y'all tell them y'all. Don't make the mistake of telling them y'all. No, I'm not gonna lie, Candy. I ain't had no open cuts or nothing, but like how you just start to notice. You be like, why my neck hurt? Like my neck ain't supposed to be hurt. Then you go Google some shit. I ain't gonna lie. This has been the worst. I ain't gonna say worst days of my life, but it's been a real stressful last 2 weeks.
Well,
I
I
don't want
hope
to
that you
touch
are
nothing.
okay, sir.
I
It's
don't
gonna.
touch my.
I'm gonna be
Mhm.
personally upset if I find out anything has happened to you. Unlike
You got
the
that
situation with.
horse herpes that transferred.
And this nigga still
Uh,
joking about her. See what I mean? This is some real shit. Stop joking.
Because it got into your
I
bloodstream. You
Don't
the
do that.
first case, the first human case. It
can't.
started
Don't do
with
that.
you.
Don't do
Oh
that.
man, Scholar.
I can't even.
Mm-mm.
This is a sad. I can't even touch stuff. I don't touch my pee when I
Oh,
pee.
oh man.
This is a hard life for me. Y'all would never know the struggles of a black man. Never. Y'all don't even care.
Nope.
You're right. I care. I care. I care, but I'm just silly. I told you. The longer I stay up and I'm sleepy, the sillier I'm gonna get.
Yeah.
So you
Mm.
I'm
better.
gonna get off too. I'm gonna hop off live, guys. It was cool.
Yeah, we can go ahead and give final thoughts because this ain't no laughing matter. We gotta get serious some damn way. We gotta be serious some damn way. Like we can't always be about the games and stuff.
Listen.
Jesus, pray for these Negroes. Y'all know some Negro spirituals? Let's sing a Negro spiritual as we get up
You
out of
just
here.
was singing this one.
No, that was
Jesus was my doctor and he writes all my prescriptions in
who
one.
is that?
You don't know
That
that
must be the remix. No, I've
What
never
in
heard
the
that song
girl? Who
before.
is you channeling, baby? That spirit chopped up. Who you, girl?
Hey, color purple right now. Shout out to Candy.
I told you.
Ooh.
My granddaddy was a reverend. My granny was a
Let him
deacon.
use
So
you.
like, man, that's from the church. Let me
Mm.
stop. I told y'all.
I felt
Mm-mm.
that one.
Shout out. I
Oh,
didn't even know the song. She put a remix spit on it,
ooh,
everything.
girl,
You
Oh
definitely
man.
from down south.
that was heavy.
Them
Jay, it's only right if you seen one. Jay, can we get the presence of the Lord is here?
Oh, I only know
See?
like the really upbeat one. The presence of the
Oh,
Lord is
Lord is
here.
here.
Yes, I
I feel
feel
him
him in
in
the
the
atmosphere.
atmosphere. Come
I'm
on, we
gonna
got it.
get
Yes,
my blessings right now. I think about
Right now,
first Sunday
right
every
now.
time I hear that song. Every time I hear that song, I think about first Sunday. That is hilarious. But yeah, man,
and
we can
that
go ahead and
wig.
end it. We finally got an episode with the two Negroes that I've been trying to plan with for 3 weeks. After a whole lot of disconnected phone calls, you
Ooh,
know, people pretending to be agents saying Jay and Candy can't come to the phone. We finally got it done. We
I thought you was
finally
a bill collector. I had to hang up.
see what I mean. See what I mean? Black man on his deathbed, and he called to do it one last episode, and she not there. That's what I'm talking about. But final thoughts. Let's go. Final thoughts to get up out of here.
Final thoughts is be kind. You never know what people are going through. And I hope y'all have a good weekend. That's it.
love that. Similar. I hope you have the weekend that you deserve, whoever you are,
That you deserve.
and
I see that.
and honestly, just be open to receive. Also know when to hold space for people, and really truly be kind to people who have been kind to you.
Hmm.
Yeah. And on that note, we'll go ahead and end it because y'all already know my final thoughts. You know, hey, hey, hey.
The
Smoke
black
weed
woman is
every day.
God.
No, I used to say that, but I stopped saying that after y'all made fun of my first off, y'all made fun of my shortcomings. First of all,
Yeah,
you never make
exposure.
fun of a dude with a 3-inch peen. Like that's a handicap. That's a handicap. Then you don't even celebrate my growth to average. That's my final thoughts. Y'all run. Go get y'all white woman. I didn't
Listen,
want to say it.
listen. If
I
if you
didn't want to say it.
if any man out there has a 3-inch peen and was still able to use it, if she still lets you hit, you won, no matter what she says. All right, y'all have a good night.
Hey, that's a good point. That's a good point. All right. And on that note, we'll let Ray J serenade y'all souls and take y'all home.
Superstar, wish to have a fancy car, wish to have $1 million bucks. Well, I wish I don't be in love. So feel me, pretty baby. I make one wish and I wish it all on you. Making love to the break of dawn, me and you to the baby's born, till my baby's born.